Mike, when it comes to what we heard yesterday, what was your biggest takeaway out of yesterday so far? I mean, was there anything that really stuck out to you? All right, I'm going to ask the same question to Steven.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What stuck out to you about what we learned yesterday? What was the biggest takeaway for you? And while we kind of sift through information here on the new one, we're going through it in the background. But
I think the information that I keep on finding interesting is that, and it seems to be a reoccurring theme today. And I just barely got the documents, so I'm brushing through them. But there's a lot of credibility to Maxwell's ability to attack Virginia's credibility. I worded that weird. I'm running on low sleep, but basically, like, what I'm finding here is that there are reasons to attack Virginia's testimony and some of the evidence that she's producing. Now, I'm a big fan of Virginia. I love her. I appreciate what she's doing. I just think that what we need the most out of all of this, and what keeps on being a reoccurring theme in my mind as we discuss all of this, is that we need more testimonies from other people, and we need more corroborating evidence, because what we have right here isn't enough to condemn anybody, but it is a really good start to find the strings that we can pull on, and that we as the public can really light a fire under some of these areas of interest to start other investigations, like what happened with Prince Andrew. I think it was yesterday the police announced that they were going to open up another investigation into his sexual conduct. So I think that's just the biggest thing that keeps on coming to my mind, is that what we have is amazing, and it's new, and I love it, but it's not enough, and we need to keep on pushing and increasing the public interest in all of this.
Yeah, so it looks like, we just posted another tweet, should be pinned to the top here. Yesterday's pinned to the top, talking about how, Jeffrey Epstein said that he needed to, it's weird. This is a quote. He explained to me that, in his opinion, he needed to have 3 orgasms a day. It was biological, like eating. It's crazy to think that how many victims he went through. Do we have any sort of estimate as to how many victims there actually were? Has that number ever
40,
been released?
There's more than 40 for sure. Like, the original reports say definitely dozens and dozens of girls that they would find. Now, of course, most of those women weren't willing to come forward or haven't come forward as far as we know. But yeah, the original reports, the original investigation definitely said they suspected there was, dozens and dozens, probably 50 or more. Yeah.
And how many of those were estimated to be minors?
I don't have that number right off the top of my head. Johnny, maybe you have some thoughts on that.
Well, what you got to think about is that they were doing most of their recruiting for Jeffrey Epstein's sexual urges, to fill those sexual urges. They were doing most of their recruiting in the poor neighborhood of Palm Beach, at the school there. So the vast majority for Epstein, and he was the one who abused the majority of girls who went anywhere through that. They would all be very young. They would have all been in school age. And once they got too old, he chastised people when they brought back like a 20-year-old or something. He made it very clear that like the A&P grocery heir, George Huntington Hartford, who was a very similar figure to Jeffrey Epstein. He liked them prime. He liked them between 14 and 18. And he liked those. So they were nearly all. And if you say the figure, you've got to realize that a lot of people aren't going to ever come out and tell their own stories. You can assume that on ground level in Palm Beach, the operation, the massage for Jeffrey Epstein, etc., that was probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of girls. I would say 400 at the very least. If you're talking wide scale operation of transporting and trafficking girls, not just like taking an underage girl on a plane with a famous politician, but actually trafficking girls from, say, France and from meetings with Brunel through other countries. No one can possibly know. And then we can't know the results of what happened to those girls either.
And I'd like to add to that as well. Like, as we're finding out how many victims there are, I think we're going to be shocked. Like, because this is a real story. This actually happened. I think we're going to be really shocked and disturbed by how many of these victims then turned around and became predators themselves. Like, I'm reading right now a part about Sarah Kellen, how she was a co-conspirator and how she was recruiting girls. And I've also read that there was another 13-year-old girl that was I'm sorry, was finding other girls for them to assault. And it just, so I think that we need to be aware, like, yeah, victims, we need to know them, but I think we're going to be really disturbed to see how many of these victims, like more than 4, more than 5, are became predators themselves. And it's very disturbing.
Well, to add to what Johnny said, it's one of those names that fits that category would be Haley Robson. She's one that we know of that was a young girl who was brought in, and then using just manipulation and promising her all kinds of things, they got her to start recruiting more girls at her school. And that's kind of the game that they played, is they would bring them in and either give them money or promise them different things. And as Johnny pointed out, they're often from lower income neighborhoods. So this was a very specific targeting of a very specific profile of young girls.
And at some point, I was Joe. I saw you. I want you to jump in first.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask a question. People who follow this closely, how far back do any of the complaints go? Like, what year is like the first year of any type of claim that he was already doing these type of things? Because I'm just trying to figure out, like, is Lex Wessler part of this? Was he blackmailed into it? Was he? You see what I mean? Like, where did it really start?
Yeah, I find that a really interesting question. I've tried to answer myself. One of my jobs when I was researching for One Nation Under Blackmail was to look at the grooming and go back to as far as I could. And really, it all seems to start like that in a really industrial fashion in the early 90s. And they're getting their unit used to that sort of operation for a while, and it gathers pace until eventually it turns into this really well operated and well run, has its operators working. I think that there was obviously things that would go on before, but Epstein's the reason why this grooming operation existed and why these girls were suddenly groomed and lured in all of these different ways was because Epstein and Maxwell saw that opportunity and saw their possibility of creating that as part of their special, unique operation. So it was the first time, not in history, but the first time that it was semi-public, and it was out there, and they were doing it out. Just they were brazen. They didn't seem to think they could be caught, and that's partially because they were hanging around with these big people. So I think as soon as they started hanging around with the much bigger people, and that's really as soon as they're getting in touch with people like Les Wexner, when he starts getting funded by Wexner, and then later on Robert Maxwell he meets and others. Once he meets those people, I think then that's where they see the real promise in a real big grooming operation. But he must have committed crimes beforehand.
Yeah, I'm also.
So, guys, if I could just jump in real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. A new tweet just came out. This is regarding, again, part of the deposition continuation of the Bill Clinton part. Right under it, it starts talking about Prince Andrew. So I'm going to read it to you guys. And you guys tell me if you believe this or not, because it is probably one of the weirdest things I've read. It's not because the content is weird, just you'll understand when I say it. Do you know Prince Andrew? I do. How long have you known him? A very long time. Since you were a child? It's so long. It's a really long time. I don't recall. Do you remember how you first met him? No, I do not. That would be, sorry. Okay, so the page never cut off. I do not. I do not. Did you introduce him to Jeffrey? That's another one of Virginia's lies, and the lies that you perpetrate. I never introduced Prince Andrew to Jeffrey Epstein at any ever time. So just add that to the long list of lies. Did Jeffrey know Prince Andrew? Clearly he knew him. I think we have the answer. But how? Yeah. Do you know how Jeffrey met Prince Andrew? I do not know. I do not know Jeffrey met Prince Andrew. What I do know is that I did not introduce them. That is one of the many lies. Are you tallying all the lies? Do you know when Jeffrey met Prince Andrew? I do not know when Jeffrey met Prince Andrew. Did you ever introduce Prince Andrew to any girls under the age of 18 who were not friends of yours or your children? I did not introduce Prince Andrew to anyone that I'm aware of other than friends of mine who have kids under the age that he may have met socially through me. Did you ever introduce Prince Andrew to Virginia in London? I understand her story about London, but again, her tissue of lies is extremely hard to pick apart what is true and what isn't. Actually, I wouldn't recollect her at all, but of all of her tissue stories about the situation. Did you ever introduce Prince Andrew to Virginia in London? I have no recollection. So summarizing everything, she says she knew Prince Andrew, but she wasn't the one who introduced him to Jeffrey Epstein. Let's discuss.
I wanted to add one
Nick?
quick thing to the question before about the timing of this. And I just want to mention that there is a 2009 deposition of Epstein where he's asked about his time as a high school teacher at Dalton, for those who are aware of that. And he doesn't admit, of course, to doing anything there, but there are some articles you can find since then where past students were interviewed and they say things like, he didn't touch anybody, but he liked to hang out with all the young girls, and just they had a weird vibe about him. But in the deposition from 2009, they specifically asked him, were you teaching any girls that were under the age of 17? I don't know. Did you have any sexual contact with any of the girls you were teaching at Dalton? Again, he asked, and they say, did you have any sexual content? He asked, while I was a teacher? He says, no. How about after they said? He says, not that I remember. And then they asked, did you date any girls? And it goes on. So he's kind of dodging the question in 2009 about if there was any sort of contact with his students after he was teaching. So who knows how far back it really goes. And that was in the 70s when he was teaching, 76.
Offenders do tend to improve over time, their ability to offend, and that does start off somewhere, usually early on, where they start to work out how they approach people, what their limits, what their ethical and moral limits are, and then they go past them, and that's something that we've seen. But with Andrew, may I just mention from my research, I discovered that Andrew he loved the New York scene. He was, even though he was not the most good-looking prince around, all of the girls gave him so much more love because he was a prince and he got over in Britain, that he was going around. It was like he was a star everywhere. And basically, Ghislaine and people could introduce Andrew to anybody in New York, the New York scene, and they'd all be like, "Oh my God, it's amazing!" And Andrew would think he was the best thing ever. So that was part of their relationship, and that's kind of, I think, how all of that happened. Is I don't know who introduced who to who, but it is clear that Andrew was just, once he got divorced, he was looking, and he dated various people on the New York scene before he got into that sort of clique. So he would have known different people around.
So just to Prince Andrew has been mentioned countless times in these documents at this point. We have a figure somewhere, but it's in the hundreds, right? So overall, what is Prince Andrew's role in the Epstein situation? Why is he mentioned so many times? I mean, he was that closely tied with Jeffrey Epstein? Johnny?
No, he was head of the British Overseas Trade Board, and they were mainly dealing with large weapon systems from massive big arms companies. And the best people to have under your control are people who will give you more influence. So a member of the royal family automatically ticks that box. So it's a trump card anyway. If they're also dealing within the arms trade and able to push your agenda. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they affected his agenda or the British arms trade, but they can sit aboard next to him and they go on trips with him, just like they do with Clinton and others. And then they're sitting, meeting, Casey Wasserman or Ron Burke. Or if you hang around with these influential people, you get more opportunities. And wherever you go, you can do something. This was all about arms trading, and Jeffrey Epstein had a very long history of arms trading.
Sorry, didn't you read in the last statement that she says that Jeffrey never met Prince Andrew?
No, she says that she's not the one that facilitated the connection between Andrew and Prince Andrew and Epstein. She doesn't know how they met. This is what she's kind of inferring. I put it up in the
said that he never met. I could swear you said he never met. Jeffrey never met Prince.
No. She says I don't know if they ever met. She's playing dumb. This is the point.
Okay.
If you kind of read the deposition at this point, it seems like she's trying to play coy with the person asking her questions, because she starts, her tonality changes, the way she's speaking kind of changes, as if she's annoyed. But she keeps her push keeps going, as I'm reading through more of her deposition, is to try to continue to discredit Virginia as a witness. And she was pushing at that point that, hey, I'm not the one that connected them. I knew him, but I'm not the one that connected them.
Okay, yeah, because there's pictures of them together. That's why I was finding it strange.
We have the next one that's coming out, just to give you guys a little teaser, is we have some flight log names that are coming out in the next week.
Anything surprising?
Very, very surprising. Very, very surprising. Two very surprising names that are in here that I think you guys might be, one will shock you, one won't shock you. But these are like, I mean, I'm genuinely surprised about one of these names. If it's the same person that I think it is, unless they have the same name as someone else, which will take me a Google to go. But Keith, welcome to the panel. I wanted to get your thoughts on everything that's going on so far.
Hey guys, how you doing? Thanks for having me on again. And you're doing a great job with this, Mario, by the way. The seems like this space is making the news anymore instead of reporting on it. So it's good to be back. I don't know where you guys were in this conversation in terms of today's leaks. I did notice that there's a lot of mention of Les Wexner and his wife. They had private phone calls with Epstein. And, you know, I think that's the aspect of the story that's being covered a lot less. But certainly, if we're going to ask the question of who was Epstein, who was he working for, what was the point of all of this? Well, you know, he was gifted one of the most expensive apartments in Manhattan by this guy, Les Wexner, who owns Victoria's Secret. He was also the only client for Epstein's mysterious hedge fund. So as far as we know, all of Epstein's funding came from this mysterious billionaire Les Wexner. And then you look into it, and he's intimately connected with Israel. Obviously, we know all of the connections. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert, who was a big Mossad spy in the UK. But it seems like it always goes back to Les Wexner. Now, the first abuse victim that came out against Jeffrey Epstein, Maria Farmer, I posted a clip of her testimony that she gave to Whitney Webb. And she claimed that Les Wexner was at the top of the kind of pyramid here, that this was a cabal of what she described as Jewish supremacists that had ideas of racial superiority and that talked down to her as a non-Jew. And she said that the mega group was really the group behind this. And that's a group that was founded by Leslie Wexner in the early 1990s, which was a group of 20 extremely wealthy and influential Jewish philanthropists that used the group to exclusively donate to Jewish and pro-Israeli causes. So once again, the more files we get released, the more we learn about this. It seems inescapable, the conclusion that this was some kind of Israeli intelligence operation. And I haven't really heard a good alternative explanation. I mean, I think I saw Douglas Murray yesterday was suggesting it was a creation of the Russians or something. And I'd like to hear someone flesh that out. But I mean, clearly he worked for a foreign entity, right? He's not blackmailing the Clintons on behalf of the US government, right? But as far as I can see in the mainstream, no one is really looking to tackle and answer that question.
I'd like to,
but I think that's what we have to discuss.
There's still a lot
no,
of.
I wanted to agree with you, Keith. And I think people
learned,
also have to look at as well, you know, Bill Clinton's role in putting us in dual containment, which was to help further the goals of Israel in the original, you know, in the original agreement between Israel and Palestine. That always tracked with foreign policy. But yeah, the mega group, Wexler, you know, that's a massive part of it. You know, you look at some of the names involved there. Of course, Maxwell Wexler, but also Charles Bronfman, and you know, all of these figures. Like, it's all interconnected, but people aren't really drawing the conclusions that this could be intelligence sanctioned or intelligence operated, given the fact that we know Acosta was literally told to back off asking questions about Epstein because he, quote unquote, belonged to intelligence. Nobody thought to shove extra microphones in his face or ask him what they meant by that.
Can I get in on this?
So guys, absolutely. Just give me one second. I just pushed out a new tweet, the flight log tweet that I mentioned to you guys earlier. So the names that were on that flight log were, not so surprising, is President Clinton, Kevin Spacey's now confirmed. If you guys recall on day one, when they asked about Kevin Spacey, they said, no, he was never near anything. But now we can see they're saying that Kevin Spacey was on the flight logs, as well as Chris Tucker. And Jeffrey Epstein was also there, obviously, and GM, which is Ghislaine Maxwell. So the shocking name for me was Chris Tucker. Kevin Spacey, not so much, but there had been rumblings of Chris being on the island. So, Joe, you got your hand up. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, they're not so surprised. They've been around the ether for a while and talking. I was going to address, my hand was up because of what Keith was saying. If I can address that, look, I've learned through X to, there's conspiracies that do come true. That's how they start out. I just think there's still a lot of loose ties. The other question I asked earlier about when was the first report of this guy, doing some of the actions he's done, and the fact that there's really not. It's just all of a sudden there's like a major operation. It just feeds this conspiracy even more, right? When I've read a lot of books about like serial killers and things of that nature, and they'll start out small. They don't go big all of a sudden. They start out with animals and things like that. And there's nothing on this guy except like a major operation to be filming political and people with high power all of a sudden, right? There's not like a small start here, and it just feeds into that narrative that Keith was saying, which I'm not saying is true or untrue. I'm just saying it just plays into it.
You're right.
And that's why I was looking for evidence earlier.
If I could just come in to give an alternative theory here, because I'm hearing what Keith's saying, and I kind of argue against this theory, but I'm not against it. I truly believe that from all my research that I did not only on One Nation Under Blackmail, but also elsewhere, and a lot of my articles have led me to the conclusion that Epstein was clearly in bed with the Mossad. But it also has led me to the conclusion that Epstein was clearly in bed with the CIA. And the way that when I look at the evolution of that, and I look at him running guns mainly through funding in New York through CIA units with the help of people like Stan Pottinger, who were in this doing CIA operations at that time, post after being in office, there was clearly a CIA ring going on in New York. I mean, Stan Pottinger, who was doing this alongside Adnan Khashoggi and Jeffrey Epstein, his girlfriend was Gloria Steinem, and Gloria Steinem is well known for once being in the pay of the CIA. So there was a CIA unit. But eventually, when Maxwell entered into the New York scene, he brought something else. He brought a connection to the rest of the world. And I think what Epstein's job and role was really as a kind of CIA interlocutor that would allow in other foreign intelligence agencies who were allies, and they all work together. So we all know they all work together. We all know they're the same thing. But suddenly, when we come down to a case, we say it's either one or the other. And that makes no sense to me, because they work together. They're a big blob. And so I don't think he was all just Mossad. I think Ghislaine Maxwell and Robert Maxwell had a massive, enormous influence on his direction, and that gradual sexual offending is different from his very quick recruitment and his ability to he was a narcissist. He could do elite CIA operations with no fear whatsoever. So I think that there is a bit of column A and a bit of column B. I cannot believe he's just one or the other. It's just too simplistic, because when you look at the evidence, they're all involved with each other. They still are. We know it. We just choose suddenly to say it's one or the other. I don't think it's ever black or white. We got to stop doing what Slavoj Zizek describes in one of his documentaries, putting everything down as a Jaws character that's coming up to get you. It's not all just one. There's a whole group of people who are all working together from all different nations. It's an intelligence web, and it's still going on now. It's worse than it's ever been, and it's all international. And you can see that. That's why he's on a plane, That's why he's flying, going to meet presidents. That's why Chris Tucker and Kevin Spacey both on the plane. And just to mention, before Prince Andrew was in his marriage with Sarah Ferguson, he was in a relationship with Koo Stark, who was a big on the New York scene, big actor, and that was during the 80s. And he used to travel over to New York a lot. So the chances he met Epstein on the scene, because Epstein was on the banker scene, and Nice was the same scene as the CIA scene, and they love the royals. They all hang out in the same place. So just to say that, I that's my bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's really should be nothing controversial about the interconnected web between U.S., UK, and especially in the 1980s through the early 2000s, Israeli intelligence. I think some of that is now complicated by the political rise of Iran as a sort of sovereign entity and some of its penetration into the current DoD and intelligence services. I think a lot of these dynamics that were true and essentially impenetrable during the Cold War and the early aughts are changing now. But certainly at the time, I mean, a great example of this is Epstein's sponsor Les Wexner's role in Iran-Contra. Wexner's, you can look him up. He's, I think, number 171 right now on the Forbes list of richest people in the world. It's if you rewatch the movie Zoolander, and there's a pretty funny anecdote, I think, to the Wexner situation, where you have basically this fashion mafia that is involved in toppling world governments and working with intelligence services and governments. If you watch that scene where Mugatu is sort of working with the fashion mafia, Wexner sort of fits into that. But the Southern Air Transport was the CIA proprietary airline based out of Miami that was intimately involved in the CIA, British intelligence, and Israeli intelligence regime change operation in Nicaragua in the 1980s. And then Southern Air Transport moves directly to the Cincinnati, Ohio base with Les Wexner as soon as that.
And Angola, can I just say, and Angola, the CIA and Mossad both helped with Gerald Bull of Space Research Corporation smuggle guns into Angola in late 70s and early 80s in the same way. And I'll just say the person who defended him in American court was J. Stanley Pottinger, again, the same man who's now the victim's lawyer.
Right, but I mean, these are just the alliances that existed in that era, and the tightness of those alliances. I mean, that's really sort of the easiest way to understand the intelligence web here. This is not like the fact that there are these British intelligence ties and Israeli intelligence ties are not necessarily evidence of what you might call sort of like a foreign intelligence infiltration. I mean, these things were sanctioned by our own Central Intelligence Agency. The key people around Epstein, like Wexner, were, again, Southern Air Transport went from being the CIA's airline to delivering Victoria's Secret and L Brands cargo to Les Wexner. Nobody thinks that's a little strange, but it wouldn't be the first time this has happened or that such cover is used. But what you have are essentially trusted international partners, each who have their own stakeholders in the financial in the financial spillover from the operations they're carrying out. So, for example, in the 1980s, you had this situation. The reason it's called Iran-Contra, this was the big scandal of the Reagan era in the early 1980s when a CIA airplane was shot down over Nicaragua when the CIA was betraying a congressional prohibition on doing regime change in that country. What they did is they said, okay, the Congress has banned us from doing it, so we're going to set up a self-sustained, off-the-shelf, independently financed, quote, enterprise that will do the regime change rather than the government doing it directly. But that enterprise will work with the U.S. National Security Council, which sits on top of the CIA, to run it. And so they used these actors from British intelligence and Israeli intelligence. It's called Iran-Contra because at the time, the Epstein network, through Les Wexner's group, through the mega group folks there, and through Hector Garbanifar and these other in the Khashoggi network, were running arms to Iran to fund a proxy war against Iraq. So and at that time, we were backing the Iran side of that. Now we're sort of, backing the Iraq side of it because we regime changed Iraq.
So I just wanted to jump in if possible. I appreciate you guys' discussion. We can jump right back into it after. But Hillary Clinton is named for the first time. Thank you, Nick, for finding that in the documents as a witness. I put the tweet in the nest. So it is the only instance of her being named in this set of documents and in the documents so far. but she's named as a witness alongside with Bill and a few other names that you guys have become very, very familiar with. I can read them off to you. So the names that are there as witnesses are obviously Jeffrey Epstein, Virginia Roberts, Prince Andrew, Ross Gow, Alan Dershowitz, Emmy Taylor, Sarah Keller, Glenn and Eva Dubin, Jean-Luc Brunel, Nadia Markinova, Bill and Hillary Clinton. So this is the first instance of Hillary entering the documents, which we might see more of. Ian, I see you have your hand up. I wanted to pass to you, get your thoughts on what just came out, and if you want to jump in.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on what you guys are talking about right now about the nature of intelligence agents. Because I think that a lot of lay people are sort of conditioned to think about people as being employees of employers, as in I have a job and I work for this company. And certainly agencies like the CIA have employees that are, so to speak, card-carrying agents. But as everyone else is pointing out really well, like ever since the founding of the CIA, they very quickly discovered that it was really critical for their blacker operations to have sort of gray area corporate connections, things that were not government agencies that could carry out tasks for them. And many of the most high profile of what we would call CIA operatives over the years are actually more like private businessmen and private bankers and people with their own connections, far more akin to like a social media employment situation today, as opposed to I am employed by an employer. More like you're an agent that has your own power base, your own connections, and you are your own force within the world, which Jeffrey Epstein very much fits into, as having been brought up by a lot of like kind of bank connections tied to Israel. But he certainly then worked with CIA assets throughout his time and has connections to lots of different places. And I think that we often fall into this narrative of thinking of agents and spies sort of in more of this James Bond concept of like this person must be employed by this government, whereas really they are the highest profile ones that are the most valuable to a lot of these agencies are so valuable because they are not directly employed by any of these agencies, but rather are powerful actors with their own connections.
So guys, if I could just jump in, we just got a fifth set of documents. 650 pages just came in on top of the 400 pages we got. So we're going to be here for a bit going through them, and I wanted to take the time to thank you guys for being here with us.
I about had a stroke.
Everybody got the coffee.
Yeah, Nick, I'm getting less and less happy every time you message. It's always with more pages that I have to read.
Ryan, how caffeinated are you right now? Are you ready for this?
Brother, I have the cup of coffee from last night on my desk. I haven't even been able to make a new one. I've just been hitting that. Full transparency. It's a little nasty, but I had to. It's black coffee, so it's not too bad. But it has been a wild ride.
Yeah, no, these documents.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have Mario send me some Red Bulls here. So let me just text him real quick. But anyway, in the meantime, while I wait on the Red Bulls from Mario, I want to go to Johnny. We just saw that Hillary Clinton was named witness in the new document dump. Have you heard anything before about Hillary Clinton having any sort of direct involvement with Jeffrey Epstein?
I searched up and down, left and right. I didn't really find anything, and they must have worked so hard to keep any connection distant from her during the presidential campaign, and that was the key time just before this came out really and boomed out into the open. To a covered up, had gone through and covered up and sealed the information. I was sure that for the amount of links that Bill Clinton had, she had to have loads of links. She had to have. But they were just not clear. And I think that there's an operational side to that as well. I don't know what Bill Clinton's role was for the deep state and for intelligence services, but there's got to be an operational reason why to have plausible deniability.
I mean, because you would think that Hillary Clinton, if there was some sort of deep state operation going on, you would think that Hillary Clinton probably would have her hands in it. I mean, she does. She had her hands in every other.
She does. She's got her hands. Bill Clinton are her hands. He's over there doing his stuff. She can remain distant and be the face and be the one that goes out and and everything just like rolls off her. But it doesn't work like that, does it? By the time she had got to the point where she was really pushing for the highest office in the land, she'd exposed herself over and over again. Everybody knows who Hillary Clinton is, and yeah, there's loads of stuff behind the scenes meetings. I think the fact that having servers with no like open is on purpose. This is part of what she did. She had lots of links, didn't she?
Yeah, and
there's also a fair bit of controversy about past scandals relating to her humanitarian efforts in Africa and missing children that were never directly tied to her. But it never really linked up to Epstein directly. But it's worth mentioning that Hillary Clinton has been involved in humanitarian aid organizations that were strangely associated with scandals of lots of missing children in the past.
Can I just chime in there for a second, because it sort of gets back to what I was saying before about Iran-Contra and the intelligence community's construction of, quote, self-sustained, off-the-shelf, standalone enterprises for running intelligence operations without needing government approval to do it. And that is that when you have a situation like that, where you don't have it being the official position, it's not greenlit by Congress to necessarily run some black ops operation in some region or territory or overthrow a government or whatnot. One of the biggest logistical issues to organizing that is who's going to finance it. If you're not getting money from the DoD, or you're not getting money through a CIA pass-through, or you're not getting money from the State Department or USAID cutout, then you need to rely on private foundations and private corporate money in order to pay the thousands of operatives through pass-throughs and through elaborate money laundering, Cayman Islands, or British BVI, bank structures. This is something that this is why I always draw back to Iran-Contra, because at that time all of these communications came out, and there were huge weeks-long public hearings over all of the structuring of the intelligence operation to get around a congressional prohibition. And what you saw is that you had the National Security Council leaning on these outside private foundations in order to pay up for this government regime change operation that the Reagan administration wanted to do, but that Democrats had passed a bill because they controlled the House and Senate to oppose. So what you have here with the Clinton Global Initiative, it appears to me, and by the way, look into the Clintons. I mean, these were Georgetown law folks, Rhodes Scholars. Bill Clinton was the governor of Arkansas during Iran-Contra when the CIA was running the Mena Air Force Base, the CIA Air Force Base, importing cocaine into the country in order to fund that proxy war. And
Mike,
so,
can I ask you?
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask you? Did you hear yesterday Rudy Giuliani in here? I managed to actually ask him about the indictment of J. Stanley Pottinger, who's one of the Epstein victims in 1984. Rudy Giuliani was involved in basically saying, no, don't indict him, that he played a central role with a lot of the CIA in setting up parts for Iran-Contra and the October surprise. Do you think it's telling that John Stanley Pottinger is involved?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pottinger family is another one of these Where's Waldo, figures and dynasties whose intelligence links go back generations. I mean, Pottinger was also involved in COVID. I mean, the whole biosecurity state affairs there, which, by the way, the Epstein network links up to perfectly through the Epstein connections to Bill Gates and to the Wellcome Group Trust and all those folks. So, that I haven't focused in on Pottinger's role with the specificity of Epstein, but I know peripherally that doesn't sound like it would be too far off. But I just want to put the button on this Clinton thing. So I just re-upped on my timeline. If you go to my timeline at Mike Ben Cyber, you'll see I just posted a 2-hour and 20-minute documentary from 1995. Now it's a little bit cheesy and it's got a sort of 80s type feel, but it's called The Mena Connection. And it basically traces the story of Bill Clinton to Iran-Contra and to the CIA's role in the Mena Air Force Base that was involved in black ops. So you had this relationship between the Reagan, the Reagan federal government. And remember, George Bush, the former CIA director, was his vice president and would go on to be president right after. And Bill Clinton, who was the governor of Arkansas at the time, which was the base of operations for Iran-Contra. And it's basically a 2-hour documentary going through Bill Clinton's connections to that. And again, like I just said, Jeffrey Epstein sponsored the Wexner Group were the ones who were literally facilitating the Iran-Contra gun side of the drugs for guns for cash funding of that proxy war. So watch that on my timeline. I think it'll open your eyes to a whole universe you might not be aware of for people listening on the call.
Yeah, I know. I believe either Malcolm or Ian were attempting to jump in here before Mike, but
Yeah.
we're going through all these 650 pages right now in the background, so we're we're really trying to kick some ass here. But and just remind everybody, we do have Alex Jones coming in within a half hour. And that'll be a good time. He'll be here for a couple of hours, and you guys can ask him questions, and I'm sure he'll have a lot to say. I'm sure he'll have a shit ton of stuff to say, so we're really looking forward to that. But go ahead, Malcolm.
Yeah, no. And honestly, if something comes, like I said, feel free to cut off. I think we're all just trying to get in where we fit in at this point. But, again, to Mike's point, especially when you sort of look at how government agencies, they like to have people outside the system and operate. I mean, we can even, according to, a famous historian, Louis Gamelin, he detailed, this is going all the way back to World War II. You had President LBJ working with a pretty much extremely wealthy European Jew, Jim Novy, in order to not only create fake passports and fake visas and, pretty much bankrolling the operation to send Jewish individuals over here, but they also shipped weapons illegally using that money that Jim Novy provided in Texas grapefruit labeled crates over to Israel during the time when they were actually doing battle against, several of the people over in Palestine. So just to your point, these black operations from individuals within our government happen all the time. And, it always goes back to the whole story about, Jeffrey Epstein on a plane to the Pentagon with Sir Douglas Leese after getting fired from Bear Stearns, which again, most people don't realize his job over there at Bear Stearns was literally helping individuals find lucrative deals and tax advantageous transactions, which, pretty much is money laundering, hiding your money, or basically avoiding, certain prying eyes. But he was on the plane with this mysterious character, which again, nobody really has much information on, Sir Douglas Leese, to the Pentagon. And, that only points to one thing, money, hey, we need a young mind. There's somebody who can help us launder money. And this is, again, before he sort of opens up that famed, hedge fund of his, which could only take people who had, several billions of dollars, despite having no lucrative trades on record. But it just goes back to showing that, people outside the system to help run these clandestine and, covert operations, it's par for the course. And I think the more that we dig into the Jeffrey Epstein connection, which is, it explains why Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton fought so hard to keep Vanity Fair from talking about things that could lead people to ask questions. But the more that we dig into this, the more we're really going to find that, hey, our government knew all about this. And in fact, in some kinds of ways, they might have been compromised or might have, aided and abetted the compromising of other individuals.
Yeah, but and just to add to what Malcolm just said, the Clinton involvement in the intelligence world, generally, and perhaps the Epstein networks more specifically, just trying to sort of tie up what I was getting to with the role of private foundations in providing backdoor financing for CIA activity. You have the situation where they were doing this in the 1980s. The CIA was leaning on these outside foundations. They are leaning on the Mellon Group and these other large outside foundation folks. But the Clinton Global Initiative was this giant pool of funds with oligarchs contributing money to essentially, these were in regions that happened to be of extreme interest to the Central Intelligence Agency. I'll give you a great example. Victor Pinchuk was the single largest donor to the Clinton Global Initiative. If folks don't know, he is basically the CIA and State Department's top oligarch in Ukraine. The Pinchuk Foundation is essentially our beachhead for Ukrainian oligarchs. And they were the largest donor to the Clinton Global Initiative. And remember, Hillary Clinton was not just Bill Clinton's wife. She was the Secretary of State. That is the big brother of the Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA and the State Department have had a brother-sister relationship since the day the CIA was established. You had Allen Dulles as the head of the CIA, while his brother, John Foster Dulles, was the head of the State Department. It's just the overt and covert sides of our diplomacy and international action apparatus. Mike Pompeo, for example, was the director of the CIA under Trump, and then he got promoted to be Secretary of State. The Secretary of State sits on top of the CIA director. That is a bigger job. The CIA director basically has to be in sync and answer to, in many respects, what the Secretary of State is doing on the overt side. So Hillary Clinton, in many respects, sat on top of those operations, and she did so, if you remember, during that key period when Ukraine was the geopolitical prize. With the greatest failure of the Obama administration, when Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State under Obama, was losing Ukraine. They organized a coup in February 2014, and then we're not expecting this Russia-backed counter coup, losing Crimea and eastern Ukraine. And then, lo and behold, the largest stakeholders are these groups who are providing these financing. And if you look at the Clinton Global Initiative's activities, they're back with these. They actually just got, I believe, government funds for Ukraine reconstruction. So, but one thing that I think is interesting in terms of how the Clintons are protected is because, again, if you go back to Bill Clinton's relationship, remember these folks met at they were Georgetown and Yale folks and Rhodes scholars, and then instead of staying and making millions in the Northeast Corridor like most Georgetown, Yale, spook track international relations folks do, they went back to backwater Arkansas to Bill Clinton started his career going from Georgetown, Yale, going back to Arkansas to basically he became Attorney General and then quickly became governor right after. And the first thing that happens while he's governor is Iran-Contra, while the MENA CIA operation was protected under his watch. So this is a guy who went through all the CIA incubator institutions, international relations at Georgetown, Rhodes Scholar and Yale, and then transports back to basically completely third world break the entire justice system within the state of Arkansas so that they could get away with this insanity. The phrase Arkancide was because the Justice Department was so broken in Arkansas that it makes what's happening today with all these Epstein witnesses disappearing or suddenly dying. I mean, you look up what was happening in the 80s, there were dozens of these deaths related to this, and they were all covered up by the coroner and the Justice Department there, which was run by the Clinton folks. So they go from being going through they sped run the CIA incubator institutions, then go and oversee the CIA operations in Arkansas when it was used as a basis for the federal government, and then they springboard directly into the White House to take the throne from the very George Bush, former CIA director, president in 1988 in the 1992 election. So the fact that they would then be involved in potentially private financing for the intelligence community, and then being the darling of the intelligence community, for example, in the 2016 election, I don't think should come as a surprise to anybody who's got their eyes open.
So if I could just jump in here for a second, I just posted a new tweet. This is in regards to Epstein and, obviously underage. So I'm going to read it to you guys. Defendant counsel's instructions not to answer was improper. The court's order stated the defendant is also directed to answer questions relating to her knowledge of sexual activities of others involving or including massages with individuals defendant knew or may have believed or might have known become known to Epstein. Ms. Sorberg is an important witness in this case. One of the witnesses, Ms. Giuffre, was deposed. She's an individual defendant who knew to be known to Epstein, who knew and interacted with Ms. Giuffre, and when Ms. Giuffre was underage, and who participated in massages and sexual activities with Epstein. Defendant knew that Ms. Sorberg was known to Epstein, as defendant recruited her to massage Epstein and participate in sexual activities during those massages. And Ms. Sorberg testified directly that the defendant's involvement, including defendant's offer or an expensive camera in exchange for sex. Question: was there anything you were supposed to do in order to get the camera? Answer: I did not know that there were expectations of me to get the camera until after. She, Maxwell, purchased the camera for me. I was over there giving Jeffrey a massage. I did not know that she was in possession of the camera until later. She told me, called me after I had left, and said, I have the camera for you, but you cannot receive it yet because you came here and didn't finish your job. And I had to finish it for you. Question, and did you? Did you understand what her to mean? Answer, she was implying that I did not get Jeffrey off, and so she had to do it. Question, when you say, quote, get Jeffrey off, do you mean bring him to orgasm? Answer, yes. So these underage girls were often being paid, and it looks like in this case, Mr. Giuffre, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, was offered a camera to, quote, get Jeffrey off. Anyone want to jump in on that? Johnny, any insight on that?
Not really. That's a lot of the victims' repeated story. This is what Epstein wanted from them. Like someone said earlier, you know, he believed. This is why I try and explain to people. It's really easy to work it out. You work the damage and the amount of harm he's done. If he believed that he needed to get off 3 times a day, using somebody else who was underage to do that, then you could say that not every day would he have 3, but say he'd have 2, and you narrow off at 2.5, and then you end up timesing that by over a 10-year period. Then you'd work out that's over 8,000 different offenses. This guy was, I mean, over time, this is insane. And all of these girls have roughly the same story. Roughly, there's a few stories. Like Maria Farmer's story is completely different from the rest because she's 24 or something, or 23, and it sounds mad compared to the rest of them, because the rest of them have the same recurring theme over and over again. We were young, we were told to do this, we did it, we didn't like it, we got used to it, we turned our minds off and we continued, or we broke down. And a lot of, can I just say, a lot of the girls, you know, not necessarily the ones working in the network, but ones who lived in Palm Beach, they would get a phone call and we would get told there's a car outside their house, and they had no choice. They would feel instantly like their family would find out what's been going on. So they would get up, go straight outside like a robot and walk into the car. It was about conditioning. So this was repeated behavior over and over again. We hear the story loads.
Nick, back to you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, Ian.
I just want to add exactly on the point of what Johnny's saying, and to this camera incident, that when you read through those testimonies and put the story together in your mind, it's really apparent how much of it is very intentional grooming tactics. And I think a lot of people, when they read parts of the depositions, they're confused by how it often seems like, oh, like that's weird that this victim never saw any underage sexual acts, or this person never saw. And it's really apparent when you read some of the victims' testimonies that the perpetrators were all very conscious about what new recruits were seeing and experiencing and hearing and being told in a progressive way. So a girl that was new to the operation wouldn't see sexual anything at first. They would just be in the house full of pictures and then they would slowly push the boundaries. And depending on how they gauged each girl's manipulability, then they would, and you can see this in each different woman's testimony, how each one got a different treatment of how fast the offenses came on, and when they pushed back, what the responses were. And it's very clear that it was a very calculated operation, not only to seduce these young girls into blurring their boundaries and committing sexual acts for them, but also to scout for which ones could be turned into perpetrators themselves and which ones could be manipulated beyond the scope of just a masseuse or just a whatever. And I think that the camera incident is a really interesting one, where it sort of is a dynamic of like, this girl is already partway in, but now we need to sort of like punish her for not being all the way in, but with a gift that sort of connects with her and implies that we care about her, but we can take things away from her just like we can give them to her.
Exactly. So Ian, I just posted another tweet. This one's a little bit more disturbing. This is actually from the newest batch that we got. We're procuring some of the documents. This is a subsection of one of the documents, and it's involving Mr. Rizzo's testimony that defendant would take they recruited this 15-year-old girl from a school, and she was told to have sex with Jeffrey Epstein. And when she refused, they took her passport and they threatened her. So these people that this didn't just happen to her, this happened to a lot of girls, was they would take their passports and they would threaten them if they didn't have sex with Jeffrey Epstein. So again, this was directly about a 15-year-old Swedish girl, because she refused to have sex with Epstein. But this, we read about the passport taking, I think it was yesterday or the day before, in the set of documents that's also appeared. So this corroborates that on a different instance. That was a different girl. This is a 15-year-old Swedish girl.
I think that girl tried to escape Epstein Island, if I remember correctly, actually tried to swim out and had to be brought back, was literally so terrified by the experience. And who wouldn't be?
Yeah, so a lot of these stories that we're getting here, they have a lot of the same aspects, and I believe you said the same thing, Johnny. Would a lot of these girls know the other one's story first? I mean, because a lot of them weren't talking publicly, and you said that Maria Farmer's story was actually much different than these other girls' story. But a lot of the ones that have been named in this lawsuit or deposed, all their stories kind of match up, and doesn't that kind of give it some more credibility?
Yes, that's why. I mean, what you've got to do is look at how they tried to create a network. Some of it was just about the abuse. So you see the repeated section of girls who have been affected by abuse in one way. So the Jeffrey Epstein experiences, and that was arranged so people could come in, and the majority of the time the statements are exactly the same. You could basically, you knew exactly what Jeffrey Epstein liked to do if you read all of those statements. Some of them were he was extremely aggressive, and it would be maybe he's having a bad day, maybe he sensed blood, and he would treat some girls really badly. He'd make a lot of promises. So there was lots of repeated themes, and once you work that out, then you can work out who the other ones are, and the other ones. Girls are not all of the same thing. These victims, they've all been through similar experiences. Does not mean that they were the same character. Loads of these girls are going to, the range of girls that they recruited are going to have all sorts of different issues that come from this. So a lot of them are going to be telling the truth. A lot of them are going to be misremembering stuff, maybe. A lot of them are going to be nice people generally, but will have been affected by abuse. Some won't be. Some will be lying, some won't be telling the truth, and some will stand out when you look at the themes and patterns within the behavior of Jeffrey Epstein and then what people say actually happened. And you read the evidence, the majority of it is the same pattern, the same story, and it's usually Jeffrey Epstein put me in for a massage and I had to do things. That's usually the story.
Can I speak to the question that was just asked to add to that, Johnny?
Jump in.
In Joanna Schoberg's, I don't know how to pronounce her name, but in Joanna Schoberg's depositions that have been released here, she actually speaks a lot about, they frequently ask her whether or not she was told by other girls what was going on and what she knew about Virginia Giuffre, for example. And it really clearly illustrates, at least from Joanna's perspective and her experience, that a lot of the girls did not speak to each other about their own identities and about what was going on. And there's a few different places where she mentions that they would all hang out in the house, even if they weren't working, so to speak, when they had been called over, but had nothing to do. But she paints the picture as mostly they actually just hung out on their own or didn't really talk. And it kind of makes sense that if you're a 16 or 17-year-old and you're already in this place of weird shame and uncertain and just kind of victim mentality, that it would be really easy to be in a shell. And there's the time actually when they go to Trump's casino when Trump's name came up, and that day Virginia Giuffre could not go in because she couldn't gamble because she was underage. And she walks around with Joanna Schoberg, and Joanna's deposition basically claims that she gained no information about Virginia Giuffre despite spending a whole day with her on their own walking around the casino. And it kind of paints a picture of just how closed up some of these victims might have been at the time. And despite that, they're still all giving the same testimonies.
And it's hard to get anything out of teenage girls at the best of times. That has also got to be stated as well. So, I mean, you have to remember a lot of these girls would hang around, be friends, and they weren't going to be thinking about work, the operation like we are now in context. They're going to just be trying to distract themselves from their horrible life.
Especially if you can just imagine just sort of the traumatic circumstances that they're going through. I mean, honestly, we doubt the ability of teenagers to repress certain things and really just sort of push it to the back of their mind and lose themselves into the moment. But, that's got to be one of those little ties that, I mean, especially now when they're having to dig far back into the recesses of even the most repressed bad memories. Like, it's going to be less reliable than, let's say, circumstantial evidence on things that we have, like the Leslie Wexner connection, which then leads you into, the world of characters like Ronald Lauder and, Ace or Alan Greenberg, who was, again, Epstein's former employer of Bear Stearns. And then, you start getting into the connections with Robert Maxwell. And, oh, guess what? They're all a part of this so-called mega group. And so now we have even more connections. I think that's where we'll find more of it. But, the testimony itself from especially these girls and the connection of the methods all just sort of links back to, yeah, Epstein was definitely, again, these people definitely knew Epstein. But then now we have to look at the proximity of the connection to a lot of these interconnected people, which Lauder was also helping secure fake passports and also sending weapons and equipment to Zionist groups. So there goes that famed Israel connection. And then we also have the tie of Ehud Barak being mentioned as a possible client as well. So now we really have to start tying this back to, again, where are these connections coming from? And, like, what's the common theme? And I know we don't like to talk about it. And there's a reason, because we all get called, what is it, anti-Semitic to talk about it, but it's the Israel connection. But then you look at who calls everyone who wants to bring up Israel's connection to shadowy, doings. Who calls them anti-Semitic? The ADL. And guess what? Lauder, Greenberg, all of these people were prolific donors to the ADL. So it just seems like, especially when you look at, what side of the aisle the ADL works at the behest of, the side that has Hillary and Bill Clinton, like, it seems like we're starting to come to a little bit of a common theme here. And the theme just seems suppressing any sort of talking about, let's just say a certain location or a certain group of people that might have been involved in this.
Matt,
So if I
welcome to
could
the
just
panel.
jump in, Nick, I'm sorry. I just posted a new crap, I put the wrong one in the, oh no, I put the right one in the nest. So in the 412 page, which will say part 1 of today's release, Donald Trump was mentioned, but not nefarious. So I'll read it to you guys just to make it a little bit simple. So they're asking this person, did you ever engage in sexual contact and you refused? The witness says no. They start asking names. Marvin Minsky, I don't know. George Lucas, no. Donald Trump, no. Did you ever massage Donald Trump? No. So once again, it looks like Trump was mentioned and then kind of, quote, I guess exonerated is the right term for it. Nick?
Sorry, I'm dealing with the eyes dancing. I didn't.
Oh, you're good. Okay, so let me just go to Matt. Matt, go ahead. What do you think about this?
Thanks for putting together the spaces. There was a point earlier discussing, Epstein's potential role as a conduit or a connector, and I think obviously there's no doubt that that's exactly the role that he was playing. That's not to say, though, that he was necessary for there to be good, clear communication between the different intelligence agencies. They share the same progeny. Ultimately, the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, paved the way about 5 years ahead of the CIA, and a lot of the same people, like Wild Bill Donovan and whatnot, were shared from between those organizations. Bill Donovan basically put together the map for how the CIA was going to operate. And one of the ways that the CIA was going to operate was with an enterprise structure. And basically what that meant was, nucleuses that were broken off from each other. And then these nucleuses had cash flowing business activities that could capitalize things. And one of the business activities was no doubt the production of compromat, because compromat gives you both a cash flow to pay for protection to not get that file released next year. And it also gives you leverage. So that's an activity that almost all intelligence agencies do at scale. So that was the point that I just wanted to make. Thanks.
Thank you. I wanted to go to Ian. You want to jump in on that, Ian?
No, I was just clapping because that was a great point.
All right. We do have Alex Jones coming on later today during this space, and We are combing extensively through these documents there. So just to kind of give a recap on what happened so far today was we started around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and we received 412 pages. Then about, I would say, an hour later, maybe an hour later, we received another 650 pages, which we're procuring now and putting together. And we can see that a lot of information is coming out. And again, if you just joined us so far, the biggest things that have kind of dropped, the craziest things in this, I'd say part one of today's release was that apparently Epstein needed to have 3 orgasms a day, like it was biological, like eating. And that's a quote. The Prince Andrew connection, Maxwell, in this document, there were some depositions from Ghislaine Maxwell, and she stated that she was not the person that connected Prince Andrew to Epstein, but knew Epstein knew Prince Andrew for a long time. We saw that some flight logs names were mentioned, including Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker. We had our very first mention of Hillary Clinton as a key witness, and we have another tweet that's coming out regarding the Clintons in a second.
Wait, can you describe the key witness Hillary Clinton thing? Because all I saw was a request for a deposition request for her that was ultimately, I believe, denied.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that doesn't
again,
that
Tara,
means
I'm
actually
not.
she
Tara, I'm
wasn't
not.
a key witness. If she had been a key witness, they would have had her be deposed.
So Tara, again, I'll reiterate. By no means am I a lawyer. I just said that her name showed up for the first time in these documents, and we
As a key
screenshotted it and cited.
witness, you said key
So it
witness.
says. So I'm reading it to you. I'll read it for you again. I might have misread, but I'll read it to you one more time. I have the screenshot from me. It says all communications with 13 specific, not key, forgive me, specific witnesses, and named Epstein, Virginia Roberts, Prince Andrew, Ross Gow, Alan Dershowitz, Emmy Taylor, Sarah Keller, Glenn and Eva Dubin, Jean-Luc Burnell, Nadia Markinova, Bill and Hillary Clinton. So that's the extent that she showed up so far. So just to kind of clarify that, but Ian, you got your hand up. You want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm curious. I might have a pretty cool thread for us to go down here. I'm curious if anyone else knows if we already had confirmation before today that Jane Doe number 3 was Virginia Roberts. Because
have we confirmed that now?
it is in the drop that just happened today. I would love for someone else that is a little smarter than me to corroborate what I'm seeing. But in document number 1328, attachment number 5 that just dropped most recently, on page 8 of 45 in that document, there's a table that starts that sort of is like these types of tables show up pretty frequently in these reports. And the very first line of the table, January 2015, it says Jane Doe 3 is Virginia Roberts. So not
Yes, I can confirm that.
There was a couple of times where I heard Jane Doe 3 mentioned, and I said in the past couple of days I think that might be Virginia because it sounded like repeats of her stories.
And it has been alleged by The Guardian that Jane Doe 3 is allegedly Virginia, but that is huge because Jane Doe 3, throughout all of the other previous reports, is the individual that was allegedly trafficked to all of these high profile question marks that we don't know who they are, such as presidents, a well-known prime minister, other world leaders, and Virginia Roberts' name is in the flight logs. So I spent the whole morning today actually going through the flight logs and tabulating everywhere that we know Virginia Roberts flew, which is obviously not the whole story. And it's just speculation, but I'm curious if anyone is interested to go down that rabbit hole at all, or has any other information to add to that.
I have some minor information to add to that. So earlier there were some documents that were removed that had been posted, and it was because they had posted information that was supposed to be redacted, but they didn't redact it. And I imagine that's what happened here, is that it was supposed to be redacted, but that the clerks just let it slip through their fingers. So I would not be surprised if these documents get pulled and then get that redacted, then submitted again. But there's probably going to be a lawsuit over this because that's a huge slip if that's the case.
Yeah, and I have it screenshotted, so try to redact it, guys. But I want to be really clear, this is just speculation. This is not facts by any means. This is just me going through the flight logs and cross-referencing where Virginia Giuffre went during her time on the flight logs, along with mainly the senator from Maine and the well-known prime minister. Giuffre flew on many different sequences of flights, but the most notable and obvious one is noted in March of 2001. It's an extended set of flights that takes them all around the world. And it starts with a flight up to Canada to Stephenville International Airport.
Yeah.
Up
Can
on,
I just say,
right?
was it from
Please.
Paris? Was it from France?
No, Paris is in the trip though. They fly to
Yeah.
Paris.
Okay. So it seems to me that they go from Europe. They meet Jean-Luc Brunel. Sometimes they take about 2 trips, and they go up to Newfoundland in Canada to a small place called Stephenville, where there's basically just a military base on there, and not much else going on. That's why what I like from. I'm actually going to go into a live a look at this at some point, and then they go back home afterwards. And I always felt it was operation of child trafficking with child trafficker, moving children to secure, very, very quiet location, and then they go home. So that's what I felt that operation was, and that was a sign of how they actually were doing their child trafficking outside the realms of the girls that we know and the witnesses that remained alive or within the public sphere.
So this on
So
this particular.
Ian, if I could just jump in, forgive me for interrupting you. And I appreciate you helping us with this, because this was something that you helped us find. So Virginia is in fact Jane Doe number 3. I double checked that. If you just give me 1 second, sorry, I'm cycling through an infinite number of tabs right now. It's crazy. So I'm just going to read this out to you guys. We posted it. I'll put it in the nest in a second. Jane Doe number 3 is Virginia Roberts, so not a new individual. The allegations made by Victoria Roberts against Ghislaine Maxwell are untrue. The original allegations are not new and have been fully responded to and shown to be untrue. Again, this is what they're saying. This is not my opinion, but this is from dated January 2nd, 2015, within the document set that just came out. And thank you so much, Ian, for pointing that out. Another tweet that I'm just hitting send on right.
Word.
1 second, because this is a good one. Trust me, I think you're gonna like this one too. Another tweet that I just hit sent on, so we just did 2 back to back, was that, quote, all records of donations made by William Jefferson Clinton, the Clinton Global Initiative, and the Clinton Foundation, aka William J. Clinton Foundation, aka the Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea Clinton Foundation to the Clinton Climate Initiative, were all subpoenaed. Because the records of Maxwell donating to these. So the records reveal that all records of donations by Maxwell to the Clinton Foundation records were subpoenaed during this investigation. So it looks like that they wanted to see what this money was going to the Clinton Foundation from Maxwell. So this is, again, Hillary's mentioned, this is the second hit of Hillary's name. I guess we're over 150 hits of Bill's name. So Ian, right back to you.
I was just going to real quick wrap up this idea and follow us. I've got a little chart in front of me with all the flights on this trip. And Johnny, that was really stellar input. I'm glad that I'm not the only one seeing this. In this instance, again, this is flights in March of 2001 that you can find in the flight log. Virginia Roberts' name is in full for the first flight, and then it's marked as VR for the following flights. They actually go the opposite direction of what Johnny is noticing other times. This time they fly from, I believe, Teterboro or I think it's Teterboro, not Palm Beach, to Newfoundland first, and then they cross over to Paris. So they land in Newfoundland on March 5th, then they depart on the 6th. They land in Paris on the 6th, and they depart on the 8th. Then they fly to Spain down near the southern end on March 8th, and they depart on March 8th. Then they fly across the Strait of Gibraltar into Morocco for 1 day and depart on the 9th. Then they fly to London for 3 days and depart on the 11th. And then they fly to Maine, to Bangor, Maine, on the 11th and depart on the 11th. And that very last flight, they're flying from London back to the US. And you have to wonder, what's the point of landing in Maine for less than 1 day when the same flight could just as easily take you to Palm Beach or to Teterboro? And we have it very much in the record. I'm going to read a direct quote here from one of the depositions. Did you ever meet Sen?
Ian, you just cut out.
I might have got a phone call or something.
While he's cut out, can I ask one clarification?
He knows too much.
From what we heard right before this. So on the Clinton Global Foundation initiative,
about this whole thread later.
On the Clinton Global Initiative readout from, what was that, from today's drop? Was anything I think you said the Clinton Global Initiative was subpoenaed for information about contributions to Epstein.
No, the other way
Other way
around.
Well,
They were subpoenaed to see if Maxwell
If
had
Max-
given them contributions.
What-
So that's not an Epstein thing,
Okay.
as far as I know.
Okay, well, I mean, right. I mean, is it not an Epstein thing? It's Maxwell, but but what was? Do we have the results of that subpoena? Like, is that document available, or is it just noted that they were subpoenaed?
We will look, and as soon as we find something, we will definitely let you know.
Yes, we're trying to get Alex Jones up here right now, guys.
Yeah. So just before Alex drops, let me give you like a little bit of. I guess this is more of like a juicier piece of stuff. It's nothing too crazy salacious, but it seems like Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell, who is Epstein's partner, I guess you would say, Maxwell chooses Clinton's wedding over deposition. Maxwell claimed her mother was dying to skip a legal deposition and then was photographed at Chelsea Clinton's wedding in the front row. So I don't remember who it was yesterday. They were like, she wasn't in the front row, but it looks like she is actually in the row there. You could see her. We actually got a photo and put it there. So at the 11th hour, Maxwell's attorneys informed plaintiff's counsel that Maxwell's mother was very ill and that consequently Maxwell was leaving the country with no plans to return. The deposition was canceled. Yet a short time later, Maxwell was photographed at Chelsea Clinton's wedding in Rhinebeck, New York, confirming the suspicion that she was indeed still in the country and willing to say anything to avoid her deposition. So it looks like instead of going to the deposition, she attended a wedding. Anyone want to jump in on that one, Nick?
Yep. Well, what I would like to do is I'd like to welcome Alex Jones to the stage. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for coming back.
Hey, it's great to be here. Last time we broke the internet with you guys and Elon Musk, so I've definitely been following intelligence agencies and these pedophile honey traps for a long time, and so I think I can definitely contribute something.
Absolutely. So far, I mean, because I know, Alex, you've been following this for a while. Actually, a lot sooner than most other people were. You were sounding the alarm about Jeffrey Epstein and such. Overall, out of the documents that we've seen over the past few days, what's the most? What's your biggest takeaway from that?
Well, I mean, I think this is bigger than what a lot of people thought it would be, because just a client's list, just some stuff that a butler or somebody leaked is what they think is it was not going to be that consequential, because he had all sorts of lists and different organizations and things going on. But really, what's come out is it's forced even the mainstream media to run headlines talking about Zorro Ranch with rooms the size of houses full of hard drives and VHS tapes going back decades and DVDs. And that the fact that the FBI grabbed all that, announced as it's conveniently lost. So a partial client list or a flight log proves these people were involved. A lot of them tried to deny it. So it's still important, but it's like having a cup of sand at the beach instead of the whole beach. If we knew where the hundreds and hundreds of hard drives and DVDs and VHSs that have been photographed that we know of, according to witnesses that are in this filing, it's houses full of them. Then we would have a lot better idea of just how big this is. But this is a major window into what Western intelligence agencies basically have all been doing for a very, very long time. And there's even reports, obviously, out of Afghanistan that the armies had to admit to, where they would put pedophile mayors in because they were more easily controlled, and give them young boys, and protect them in Viagra, so that they would, be loyal. Because they found the pedophiles don't even want money; they want children. So this is a huge, evil, dark underbelly. We've had the UN caught in giant sex trafficking, including children, in Europe and in Africa and in Asia and in the Caribbean. A big AP report, 6-7 years ago, just out of Haiti, and this stuff continues to get shut down by the Justice Department, by the FBI, and we have J. Edgar Hoover famously reportedly blackmailing people with his files. So this is really just different agencies battling each other. I think Epstein was working with all these groups. It's come out that he was working also as an FBI informant. That's why he was getting slaps on the wrist in his first indictment in Florida. So I think this is really a wake-up call for people. And I've also seen some mainstream media start to report the truth, but others making fun of, quote, conservatives or Trump supporters, making a big deal about this. This is bipartisan. There were some Republicans obviously involved as well. This stuff goes across party lines. When we know about Dennis Hastert, Speaker of the House, and so much more that's been going on. And so to see the corporate media, I mean, I've seen hundreds of headlines. I've only read a few dozen stories. making fun of everybody, really just a new low for some of the corporate media trying to poo-poo all this. And it's really emblematic just of the general loss of trust in the government, in these big corporations, and the fact that the social contract's broken. And so this is a real moment, not just in American but world history right now, when whatever little bit of trust was left, and it wasn't much, the final fumes have been burned away.
Alex, good to meet you. This is Ryan. I had a quick question. So, going through these documents, there's been some names that have been redacted specifically. Two were mentioned as being very high known politicians, another one being a prime minister, and then, of course, a scattering of other names. And I was curious as to who you think these names could be, these high profile individuals that are being redacted from these documents that are so important that we still, at this point, even now, can't know their names. Since you've studied this and you've looked into this, I'd love to know what you think.
Well, I mean, that would be speculation, but we have King Charles, his brother, who is mentioned the most in all of this, including orgies with underage girls. And look, all the intelligence agencies at the top are totally rotten and use payoffs and sexual bribery, but that's not enough to make a politician or a corporate leader do whatever you say. But if you've had sex with an underage person or a child, it's for a lot of them, from my research, it's like a gang initiation. Like the Italian mafia makes you kill a few people to make your bones so they have dirt on you. The Mexican mafia makes you go shoot a shopkeeper to have dirt on you. The Aryan Nations makes you go kill an innocent black person, or the Aryan Nations in the prisons to prove you're part of the group, or black gangs do the same thing. Or the Crips and Bloods, you have to go kill a member of the Bloods if you're a Crip, so that they know you'll do whatever you're told and they have dirt on you. But with these globalists, it is sex with children. So a lot of these people were knowingly going to mainly Zorro Ranch. From my research, it was way even more scaled up than what was going on at Little St. John's in the Caribbean or his Paris facility. And we know this stuff was going on at all of this. So this is massive industrial level. And documentaries about Epstein that are very well documented. He would complain that, oh, I had to vet 5 girls today, 13, 14, 15. He'd get them to go recruit more girls. Just in the Palm Beach area, he was complaining of his exhaustion having to test drive and train women up to 3 or 4 a day. So this was huge. But he was more of a maitre d' or like a star butler or chef that was kind of overseeing the party. But he himself, we know, was really just a front guy. So we have Israeli prime ministers and Mossad chiefs being caught going in and out. We have the CIA connected. We have MI6, and Mossad, CIA, MI6 at the top are basically the same group. But if you look at the UK, and they kind of already had this scandal happen 20 years ago, and for the last 20 years, I mean, King Charles is implicated when he was Prince Charles with Jimmy Savile and stuff that's so insane that he had the highest level security clearance and a special badge. You go in any royal apartment or any palace you wanted at any time. He had a secret designation. And I mean, this guy was just, doing stuff that just is beyond just raping children. And so you have King Charles heavily connected to all of this. And so this is really, really the control arm. But if I had to guess, I would say Tony Blair. Tony Blair has had a lot of this reported around him. And so I would pure speculation. The media didn't run with that. Jones implicates Tony Blair. I'm just saying this goes on everywhere. And in France, they had major scandals of politicians and judges and top law enforcement. And they had the Netherlands where they found dungeons full of dead kids and stuff. And even some dungeons with little kids still alive, and snuff films, and the CIA and the Finders case. I mean, people can take anything I'm talking about. Look this up. You had the West German government for several decades placing children with convicted pedophiles, up to 30,000 of them, to create a new culture. I mean, this is a major MK Ultra trauma-based mind control system. This is a cancer deliberately placed into the society. And I believe Jeffrey Epstein was just a doorway or kind of a foyer into the larger labyrinth of what we know is going on. But it is a rite of passage to rape first underage girls and boys, then below 10 years old, And then there's the higher levels from what's come out in research and documents and court cases that get suppressed. But then you've got also disposed of the children if they don't behave the way you want. And so there is the murder of them as well.
So, Alex, I'm sorry, last question for me and Nick, and I'll pass it to you.
Sure.
The Clintons are mentioned extensively. Alan Dershowitz is mentioned extensively. Prince Andrew is mentioned extensively. And the first day, the biggest line that came out is Clinton likes them young. And the thing that was kind of disputed by a lot of people that were on the panel, and then we're reading some disputes online, is that maybe by young, they mean like 21, 22, the equivalent of Leo DiCaprio, who doesn't like to date girls over 26. As someone who's studied this extensively, what do you think? How do you see that? Do you think that by he likes them young, does he mean like underage? Because we, like today in the documents, we went through it, there was Ghislaine's deposition, and she goes, no, I never flew him on my helicopter. But then we saw records yesterday that he was actually on the island twice. So I wanted to get your thoughts specifically about Clinton, and if you could weave in Hillary as well. So I mean, Bill, and weave in Hillary as well. I'd appreciate that, Alex.
Well, I mean, I'm an expert on the Clintons, and I've interviewed a whole bunch of the women who filed lawsuits, who were in court cases, and all the rest of it. And before they ever went public, they had talked to different lawyers and people, and all told the same stories. But the Clintons are both hardcore sexual predators, from my research. And just look at Hillary's first job as a young lawyer. Even before the whole thing with she was involved and got disgraced and kicked out of the whole Watergate congressional investigation. She was sent to Arkansas to cover up rich men and epidemics of them kidnapping young girls off the street as young as 10 years old and taking them to farmhouses and raping them so bad that they would then never be able to have children again. They would have to have hysterectomies. And I've interviewed one of the women, with the scars all over her face, everything she's had since 11. And Hillary, there's a famous tape of her where she got recorded basically laughing and saying she knew her clients were guilty, but she still got them off for what they did to that particular little girl. And there's so many of them, the name escapes me. The time I've interviewed her many times, had her in studio. I mean, it's an ongoing thing. I mean, we have the massive sex trafficking at the U.S. border. We have 400, almost 500,000 children brought in, given to people that aren't their parents with no real documentation. We had Senate reports, hearings 2 months ago, where DHS admitted 87,000 small children are completely missing. They don't know where they are in the last 3 years that were brought in. I personally have gone to the border many times, and it's gut wrenching because you see it like in an industrial, like an automated factory. They go pick the kids up from the Border Patrol, little babies, no parents with them. And the woman goes and says, "This is my baby," signs a form, no other paperwork. The baby's handed off to some man or woman, never again seen. And the woman every hour brings another child. We just sit there at the airport and follow her back, show her get another child out of the camp, and then just take it and disappear it. I mean, this is the most normally of one child that's American citizen. Poor old young black, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter. They're all precious. One of them gets disappeared out of their backyard. It's a multi-state manhunt. But on this, we're told just shut it down. And then the best the New York Times can do is have a series about, okay, the kids work 15 hours a day and barely get fed and sleep on factory floors as young as 9 years old, average 12, working entire factories and cereal factories, and they get caught and they get chewed up and lose fingers and get mauled inside machinery. And again, this isn't a partisan thing for me because the Republicans aren't doing anything either, but it's the Democrats quarterbacking this. And if George W. Bush was doing it or George Herbert Walker Bush, I'd hate their guts. I was arrested protesting George W. Bush. I was against the war. Liberals loved me back then. This isn't a partisan thing, but because Democrats see it all as partisan, they will just sit back and sign on and defend any of this. I mean, I was waiting for something to come out on Trump and for it to be proven. And quite frankly, I've gone through hell trying to supporting Trump. I wasn't hoping it would happen, but I was like, good, I can be done and this partisanship can end. But no, of course he was exonerated. And it's all these FBI files and witnesses and police reports that the girls were like, no, one time I was at a big party at a public place and Trump didn't even say anything to me. Did he say he was pretty? No, nothing. And then of course he kicked Epstein out. What is it? Like decades ago out of Mar-a-Lago. He was making a run at a 16-year-old girl. That's on record. So Trump didn't do that. And we know Trump's proclivity. It's bombshells. Women over the top. I mean, I've met his wife. She's intimidating, and a lot of men are intimidated by full power. Bombshell women. The pedophiles don't like that. They like little scared people they can control, and that's just not Trump's MO. And they have all these other cases where the woman says, "Well, I can't remember when he raped me or how, but he grabbed me," and then of course they just put that story out, in my opinion, because he made the joke once about grabbed by the pussy, and then it's like, and then the woman tells Anderson Cooper, "Man, rape's really sexy," and starts hitting on him on air, when he's a gay man. So, I mean, I'm just saying that my job is not to defend Trump. My job is to defend the truth. And I see all these corporate headlines about Trump and Clinton in documents. Yeah, Trump's exonerated, Clinton's not. And this is just a nightmare situation. Then you got the WikiLeaks, that talks about supplying top Democrats at a farmhouse in upstate New York with the entertainment. Children 7, 9, and 11 will be ready to be put in the hot tub and heated pool for your entertainment. I mean, so this stuff's there. We know what's going on. These are decadent rich people. And we know the Romans in their decline were doing this to kids. We know this is a reoccurring thing. And it's happening again. And I mean, how many of the Pizzagate, ABC reporters, you name it? I think it's like 8 of them now. 8 Pizzagate reporters that said there's nothing going on in WikiLeaks when no one's disputed the WikiLeaks documents. They just disputed the media picking up and spinning 4chan stuff that I barely talked about. Then they said, I originated it. Go look, I didn't. That's why nobody sued me, because I didn't. I just said, is this true? And I said, no. There's nothing happening in a pizza place. There is no dungeon. And then they go, oh, look, he admits he's wrong. No, I was saying that people were following red herring, just like saying Tom Hanks is in these documents. No, he's not. Or saying that, late night comedians are on the list. Jimmy Kimmel's not on the list. But see, Aaron Rodgers didn't really say that. Jimmy Kimmel attacked him a year ago for wanting the Epstein list. So he made the joke, boy, he'll be upset when this comes out. And then Kimmel threatens to sue Aaron Rodgers, the NFL quarterback. And so they use the speculation and they use the rabbit trails to discredit the whole thing. And I've learned, being a talk radio host on TV, that I used to look at all sides, even read what other people were claiming. I won't even do that now, because even though I'll read with the quote and then say that's wrong, they'll take a clip out of me and say I said it, and say I say Jimmy Kimmel's doing this. No, I've been saying that list is fake for over a year, and Jimmy Kimmel was not. And they go, oh, well, his chef was. Well, those chefs to the rich people, there's probably only like 1,000 of them, of course. I mean, what if I was ever, if I was rich and hired a chef and then they did, so we need to watch these red herrings and we need to stick to what we know. And Epstein thought he was building a eugenics base. He thought he was breeding superhumans. And the true strangers of the fiction, if you study Peter Nygaard, who's now been convicted for some of this stuff because his son exposed him, the big fashion mogul. There's an even bigger fashion mogul that basically bankrolled Epstein starting 30 years ago. That's the real doorway into all this trafficking. And Nygaard was paying women hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring babies to term, his baby. And then he would have them exsanguinated, that's the medical term, for not just their blood, their bone marrow, everything. And then over a month, he has it injected into himself. And yeah, and like 80 years old, he's beating 20-year-olds at beach volleyball. I mean, it definitely works. That's a real Count Dracula. He doesn't live forever, but I mean, there's video clips. If you're a new person here, folks, I played yesterday on my show. I put it out on my Real Alex Jones. See it yesterday, or maybe it's 2 days ago. Peter Nygaard telling these gorgeous black supermodels, I want your black babies. I want to have a baby with you, because it's true that white is recessive. The DNA for black people is dominant. And so it's true the stem cells from black people, particularly young black people or black babies, is even better. Because it's true in the genetics, whites are a genetic mutation. Not that that's a bad thing. That's how you get new species and substance species and all of it. But he's literally saying, and the women look disgusted like they're going to throw up, because he's saying, I will pay for your baby. I will pay for your abortion. I want that baby. I'm going to suck it dry. And I want your period liquids. And they're doing this on camera. It came out in lawsuits and in federal documents and in Canadian documents. And then there's even video of him doing it, where almost every day of the week, because it takes a month to suck a baby dry, they kill it and suck it dry and then store it in a refrigerator. And then he's getting infusions every day of his own murdered children. I mean, you just can't make this up. And then, you've got Hollywood and Sandra Bullock saying, "Oh, I look beautiful because I get from overseas the stem cells of babies' foreskins." But that's not really where it's coming from. There's not enough foreskins. No, it's coming from China, where they literally take aborted babies, but also babies already born under a one-child policy, kill them, and render them down into powder. That's AP reporting that. I also put that on X a few days ago. So by censoring me and others, they could take us offline, and then they could just take stuff we said like it's crazy. And because when I've been banned for 5 years, you'd see headlines: Jones claims elites eat babies. Well, yeah, they don't have a baby on a spit in their backyard. The Road, the book, The Road, has them cooking a baby on a spit at the beginning of the book. Not the great movie with Viggo Mortensen. But, this isn't cooking a baby in your backyard on a spit. This is medically sucking them dry and injecting it into your body. This is real. So we're debating whether Epstein was raping children. You better damn believe they were going to that island. And then the rich publishers that go there all the time. Nobody's looking at the women. The rich publishers, they write all these articles about how there is no epidemic of pedophilia. None of this is going on. Alex Jones is bad. People saying it are bad. And then they use the Q movement that's totally run by deep state to then say all this, there's millions in underground bases. And that's why there's earthquakes, is the children and the special forces are fighting in the catacombs under New York. And then the people see that, and it's totally discrediting the real stuff. No, they're not in catacombs. They've been broken up, coming across the border and sent God knows where. I mean, when I've been at the Texas border, we have video of this. Men that could be cast right now for the most scary Stephen King movie where a guy kills children. I mean, these guys look so scary. And we have undercover police that are working with us locally inside the shelter. And the woman comes out. This is a senior police officer. She's the deputy police chief of the town next door. She comes out crying. She goes, "Oh my God, they're about to hand him 5, 6, and 7-year-olds with no paperwork." And he comes out and confronts us. And he goes, "Why is she giving me a problem? These are mine. I'm going to show them the way of the Lord." And then later, no paperwork. They gave little girls to him, and he disappeared to Pennsylvania. White vans. Scariest looking dudes you ever saw. "I'm going to show these little girls the way of the Lord." I mean, you talk about, I literally went back to my hotel after I could barely go to the border because it's so, I don't know how firefighters or police or EMS workers see dead kids and you go in these houses with drug overdoses and stuff. Just going to the border, I challenge someone, you won't miss it. It's not like going hunting for deer and it takes a week to find one. You go to McAllen or you go to Eagle Pass, you pull up to anywhere, anywhere. You will see 20 vans every 30 minutes. You will see babies being loaded in by people with Grim Reaper tattoos. You will see children. You will see stuff. Folks, you just see the big floods of people. Go see it for yourself. Go there, and then you will know. And it sounds fantastical because it all is fantastical. It's all real. It's all happening. And it's one of the greatest crimes in human history happening right in front of us.
So just to update the audience real quick, we have a third set of documents that just dropped, about 329 pages. Nick, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Alex, we'd be taking audience questions and stuff like that. Bottom right-hand corner, guys, hit that purple pill button. Give us some questions. What do you want to ask Alex? And we'll be going through them. And we'll be having people up on stage also ask questions.
Yeah, and I'll try to give quicker answers. I know I'm ranting.
No. It's very interesting, and I think it's very informative for the audience. And looking at the feedback that we're getting, they're loving it. So, we appreciate all that information. But based on all this other stuff that you were talking about, do you think that the release of documents like this are merely a distraction or something that is basically being put out so that we stop asking questions about this and stop demanding more information, such as like an actual list of clients or the hard drives, information from the hard drives that were taken from Epstein Island and such?
Yeah, that's a great question. In fact, that's one of the notes I had written here I meant to get to. So thanks for reminding me to do that. That's smart. I saw it trended today. One of the top trends was distraction. And I don't think this judge is in a distraction. They're dealing with the case they have, and they put out what they've got. And there were some plaintiffs didn't want it out because they didn't want to be in the news, but now a lot of it's out and more's coming out, and that's good. So that's kind of how the law works. It's like, a couple victims, and then you only get a window into certain things from them. And so it's kind of like you look through a keyhole and see some really bad stuff going on, but you don't get the full picture. So the media is kind of creating distractions within the document by focusing on some of the speculative areas instead of the real meat and potatoes. But overall, yes, it is a distraction that the FBI claims at 3 locations in the U.S. and another location in the Caribbean, that they went in and swept through it, then took photos. The guys there did their job. They take photos, put evidence tags on hundreds of hard drives, hundreds, I mean, probably more like thousands, huge binders of DVDs that are burned that say video shoots and say names. And now they just say it's all gone. We don't know where it is. Yeah, and it shows that they're desperate. I mean, it's like the coroner saying Epstein's neck was broken in 3 spots. It took someone with guerrilla force to break his neck. But he hung himself with the tissue paper sheets that are designed so you can't commit suicide. He was just a loose end that they were getting rid of. And then Bill Barr runs around saying it's a conspiracy theory that this is out there. He was high-level CIA, head of the Justice Department twice, and his father ran the school that first hired Jeffrey Epstein and wrote a fictional novel about a human dictator on Mars that controls people through sex slavery rings with children.
No, that's absolutely crazy. Keith, do you want to jump in with a question?
Yeah, sure. It's great to talk to you, Alex. And should say as well, it's worth saying, Alex just recently got unbanned. I mean, for years, the talk of Jeffrey Epstein was considered an Alex Jones conspiracy because he was one of the few people that was actually talking about this. So he definitely deserves credit as well. But my question, Alex, I mean, we're all trying to figure this out. And, you said this is a mix of intelligence agencies. But you go back through Epstein's history, the first person to give him a big job at Bear Stearns was Alan Greenberg, the chairman. Then Les Wexner, this Jewish Zionist billionaire, provided him with his apartment in Manhattan, was his only client for his hedge fund, seemed to provide him with all this funding. The first victim that came forward against Epstein, Maria Farmer, claimed that they all worked for the mega group, that this was part of a conspiracy of the mega group, that the people involved were Jewish supremacists, that they talked down to her as like a disgusting white woman and she couldn't partake in certain things because she wasn't Jewish. And you look at these people, I mean, Les Wexner was really the main person leading the mega group, which was a group of very powerful Jewish philanthropists that funded lots of pro-Israel causes. You had like Ronald Lauder in there, who's head of the World Jewish Congress. And, you said it's a mix of intelligence agencies, but I mean, we know Mossad engaged in this. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, I believe they had a lot of compromise.
He was Mossad. He's given a Mossad barrel amount of olives. Look.
Yeah, but they also collected sexual blackmail on him as well.
Well, go ahead and finish your point, because people accuse me of trying to shut you down when you talk about Zionists. Just get it all out there, then I'll tell you all about what I know about the Zionists.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's just some of the connections. But I mean, you look at it, Epstein was still meeting Ehud Barak after these accusations. They set up a company together. It was all former Unit 8200 Israeli intelligence officers. I mean, okay, it's a mix of agencies, but it certainly seems like all roads lead back to Israel when you look at this, right?
Well, I said on my show today, and I said it 5 years ago, and I said it when I produced the film Fabled Enemies 15 years ago, that Mossad is heavily involved in this blackmail rings. So I'm not. There's this false meme online that I'm an apologist for Israel. I've never been to Israel. I day one on October 7th, I said Israel clearly stood down. This, Biden sent money to Hamas. I think this is a high level, deal going on. And so on my own show today, if I can go listen to it, it's restreaming on X. It's posted at man.video. And I went in there and I said he was mainly Mossad, but all those agencies work together at the top. And that's what I said. So I've exposed Maxwell. I've exposed her dad, the big publisher, and the Mossad guy. I've also exposed MI6 uses pedophilia to control people. That's all over the news. The UN does it. I mean, I think it's like if 10 people rob a bank and they all take part in like killing the teller, they're all just as guilty. So, if I expose other agencies doing things, that doesn't take away from people that are just obsessed with Israel. It's we have to admit the full evil. I mean, my uncle was a helicopter ace, special operations, Vietnam, and he got recruited and was high level in Iran Contra, and he died 9 years ago. My mom's brother, and he didn't like Israel. He thought Israel was involved in a bunch of stuff in the U.S. He criticized him, but he was also Christian. He wasn't anti-Semitic. And but at the end of the day, he said the CIA is even bigger and worse. And so I'm not taking away from Mossad. That's what my uncle told me. And before he died of pneumonia, he'd already mentioned this to my dad and a little bit to me. But he was literally dying. He said, "Listen, you're dead on." This is like 9 years ago. You're dead on about the child trafficking. It was the reason I got out of this in the late '80s. He said, in Guatemala, they were running smuggled kids out of orphanages to the elites for sex slavery. And he said, I didn't see it happen, but I was told it. I know they were doing it. And that's when me and some other guys weren't part of it. And literally him and his partner got blown up on the road. They almost killed his partner, the guy under him. And he barely made it back to the States. We got him off the back of a C-130 in Dallas in a wheelchair. When this happened, he got better. So we have to understand Interpol's massively involved, Mossad's massively involved, the UN's massively involved, Israel's massively involved. These governments are, and then the Chinese communists are literally selling political dissidents organs. They're literally melting babies down and selling cosmetics. We've turned humans into a commodity, and yeah, I know there's that supremacy by the ADL and stuff, that literally look down on everybody else. That's terrible. And then Hitler was looking down on everybody. And then these eugenicists like Bill Gates think almost everybody has to be depopulated. This is an elitist attitude throughout history against populations. So what I want is the videos released. I want the documents all released, and then let the chips fall where they do. But I just mentioned to you Germany. Anybody can pull this up. 30,000 pedophiles had foster children placed with them so they could have sex with them to create a new form of family and a new culture. And the transgenderism, I'm not mad people that want to be a different gender. We're seeing the targeting of children, the confusing them, the schools keeping it secret from the parents, fast tracking them. That's beyond physical sexual rape. It's raping their innocence and their identity. And now they want to rape us with these experimental shots.
Completely.
They'll have a UN treaty to take over our bodies. All I'm saying is there's a bigger picture here. And I'm trying to get a holistic picture. And it doesn't matter whether you live in Israel or whether you live in the UK or Canada or wherever. They're trying to make us take shots. They're trying to put us under a UN medical tyranny, a medical tyranny over our bodies. And so I've covered more of this than all the people that sit there and just focus on Israel all day. And I say more power to you. I have these guests on exposing Israel. I made films exposing the corruption at the leadership. And then people always say, oh, he's covering up, just because I don't go the step further and say Hitler was good when Hitler was a super predator and also a very evil guy. Not just from the history books. My dad's dad was a B-17 pilot, flew all his missions out of North Africa, was in Italy, was in Germany. He saw just football fields of dead people. Okay, he had to run the crews with bulldozers. He saw the crews. He was there. He was actually running. They put him as an officer over mess halls, but he would have to sit there a mile from hundreds of bulldozers just burying millions of dead people. Okay, and so the point is, Hitler was a loser, and Hitler started that war, and 22 million Germans died, 26 million Russians died, 500,000 Americans died, millions of people in Asia died, in China and Korea and everywhere. So I don't fetishize Hitler and his Hugo Boss outfits. And because I don't love Hitler, because everybody wants to be anti-establishment now, so like Kanye West, oh, I love Hitler. No, Hitler was a bad person.
Alex, can I ask you about Jimmy Savile? You were talking about Jimmy Savile, and I
wait Johnny, 1 second before we go to Jimmy Savile. Alex, you mentioned the bigger picture. Based off of what you have studied so far, what do you think the bigger picture is? Is it depopulation? What is the bigger picture that you are noticing here that the aim of all of this chaos is for?
Absolutely. If you go back to the father of modern philosophy, Plato, 2000, whatever years ago, 2,300 years ago, Plato said humans are crushing the breast of Mother Earth. And he believed only the rich and powerful should be able to have children, and that we should have a breeding program the way you breed horses. And you can have those arguments if you want, and there's some arguments to it, but it's like, who's going to carry that out? Who's going to be, in charge of that? It's like I'm not even into comic book movies, but the first Man of Steel remake 10 years ago was pretty good. And General Zod's going to kill all the leadership and kill most of the planet because he says they have degenerate genetics. And Superman's dad says, you're right, we are degenerate. We're falling apart. But he goes, who's superior? You're degenerate too, General Zod. Are you going to decide who lives and who dies? So that's the issue. And so it's universal. The Japanese emperors believe in eugenics. In World War II, eugenics was super popular in Latin America. It came out of England, the modern form, and the US. At Nuremberg, the Nazis used it as their defense. Hitler was only one branch of the eugenics model that wanted Aryans on top and a bunch of subservient slaves under it, whose numbers would be kept down. Well, if you look at the Bible, which has now been dug up on the hieroglyphs in Egypt, it did happen. Ramses I did order every firstborn Jew killed because it's usually firstborns that are uppity and rebel. And if you look at every culture, there are times when the elites order tribute and children being killed because they believe the population was getting too big. And there's UN documents from the 60s that set up Agenda 21, and they say we need to bring back human sacrifice. We need to bring back paganism. And so paganism has always said children, let's say certain brands of it, has always said that we're here to protect the earth.
This is exactly what I was going to ask you about. This is exactly what I was going to ask you about, Mr. Jones. It actually ties into two things, because I know you've covered my article on how the World Economic Forum was founded by Kissinger, John Kenneth Galbraith, and Herman Kahn, and how it was like a kind of a union of the CIA. And I know that was really about depopulation. It ended up being about that with the limits to growth and Aurelio Pecci and the like being on the third of the World Economic Forum. But when you were saying,
and State Department Memorandum 200, this is what's frustrating is this is all public. In fact, I've got a way to bring it full circle. But sorry, finish with your question.
I was going to ask about, because this is full circle, because I've actually investigated like the merger in Britain that happened in the nightclubs between the royal families, the intelligence, and a lot of the mob. And basically there was a merger, and out of it came like these sort of satanic sex parties. Horace Dibbins' Man in the Mask parties are really famous, with the peacocks going around, and all of the royal family turned up, and they all started to take part in what were openly for fun satanic parties. In actual fact, the Daily Mirror, Sunday Mirror, produced 4 articles by Horace Dibbin in 1961. And Horace Dibbin, you have to understand, that's the husband of Mary Ellen Novotny, who was involved in the Profumo affair, which led to the downfall of the British government. And she was also smuggled out of America by the CIA and FBI after being caught in President-elect JFK's bedchamber and smuggled across back to Britain and out of Britain. And there seemed in 1961, especially, there seemed to be the seeding of a narrative from ex-intelligence people who were from the war, old-timers, usually in the Air Force and the like, who were adventurous sort, and they tied Satanism and other things together, and the esoteric together. Now, what my question to you was going to be is, do you think that the majority of these royals who practice, and these elites and these big businessmen and all these people who want to feel this power, who want to do nasty things to people so that they can feel some sort of ease for maybe some of the abuse or the esoteric abuse that they've received because of these religions, do you think these people actually believe in these esoteric religions, or do you think the majority just want to be part of the gang?
The majority just want to be part of the gang and its initiation ritual, but at the top, they take this deadly, deadly serious. I mean, take Bohemian Grove. I snuck into it famously, the only person to sneak in when the ritual was actually going on July 15th. And the place was founded by, great classical liberals in the vein of Thomas Jefferson, like Mark Twain. But by 1900, they basically got kicked out, and the Republican Party, that has its own big branch going back to Germanic death cults and Skull and Bones. This is all in their own annals. Since I exposed it, all these widows mailed me the annals. In fact, I've got the annals going back to the 40s. they put animals out every 5 to 10 years. It varies. And so I've got all the animals back to actually the 30s, full of black and white and color photos, and I put them on air and showed them all and made films about it. I should remake a new one now. The earlier films I made aren't even in HD. They're like 20 years old or more. I first stuck in there in 2000. I've since been back, and they arrested the crew trying to go in there, but I escaped. That was on History Channel because I didn't stop when the cops chased us. I went and jumped in the river and swam off. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I was there with about 1,000 people watching men in druidic robes do a combination of a Faustian ritual, a Grand Grimoire, classical black magic ritual going back to Solomon, Jewish mysticism, and also Canaanite human sacrifice to Moloch. It's not really an owl; they all call it an owl, but it's a bull. And
the owl stands for the state, really. I found in
well, they can see in the dark and we can't. So yeah, they're the predator, and so they put all their cares and all their it's a voodoo ritual basically on this child. They mock kill it, and so I'm sitting there while this goes on for an hour, and I look over and go, "Oh, this is really neat." And the old men growl and say, "Shut up! This is a very important ritual." So it was like being at a Christian church where they're very enraptured. They were taking this very, very serious. And so no, they do take this serious. And it's a predatory energy that they're dialing into. And I've read the accounts. It's come out in court cases that have been sealed, but I've interviewed a lot of former FBI agents, high level ones like Ted Gunderson. And man, when they get these women in there, and man, they start raping little kids and they start cutting them and they start drinking the blood. These people go wild and they get on a bunch of drugs, and it just takes more and more and more. Because imagine, you're the king of England. You can have anything you want. The wealth's all hidden. They're worth trillions of dollars. And generationally, they were bred to not care about the general population and to see us as animals. And so it goes back to that. I mean, here's an example. The earlier guy bringing up Zionism. My dad was top of his class when he was 14. And his mom, my grandmother, put him in these contests. He was winning all these contests for science fairs and stuff. And so Eisenhower, Kennedy was in by then. It was like 1963. Kennedy's program had been Eisenhower's program for whiz kids. And so UT came to my dad and said, "We want to put you in the Plan 2 program. And we want to go ahead and send you to UT when you're 15. And we want you to do this." Well, by the time my dad had been to UT for 4 or 5 years and was led into the program, it wasn't CIA. It wasn't this. It was above that. It was academic. And then my dad decided to not be part of it and to get out of it. But the Jewish head of the botany department, I think his name was Spear, my dad said, and my mom was under him too. She wasn't part of Plan 2. She went there. She's once she actually got out of high school, that's where she met my dad. And he said, out of the 6 top kids they had in the program, it was a couple hundred. They said, "Okay, you guys have done the best. You're now graduating." And my dad was friends with the guy. He'd go over to his house for dinner and stuff. One time I was a little kid. We went over and actually, met him before he died. But Spears said, "Listen, I'm Jewish," and he goes, "And Hitler was bad, but he said I breed these plants and I breed these moths, and you can see it's better. We're going to do a eugenics for everybody, and that's basically what this program is." And it's not that my dad was even that special. Anybody that gets recruited into higher levels of education is offered to be part of this cult. And it's the biomedical mad scientist cult. And that's what we saw with COVID. That's what we saw with all of this stuff. And that's what it is. So it is a supremacist cult. And there's all these different varieties and, multiple flavors of it. But it's really, you get in the cult because you see the public not only coldly, you see the public as garbage that has to be taken out and thrown away.
Alex, if I could just jump in real quick. So we just had a huge revelation. I just posted it on Mario's page. I believe it's also in the Nest. This is the first claim that former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, had sexual relations with an underage woman, Virginia Giuffre. So I'm going to read you guys what it says in the document. Miss Giuffre, which is Virginia, has also claimed to have had sex with such prominent individuals such as former, there's a big redacted section, so I guess those are still the mystery names. So Ms. Giuffre has also claimed to have had sex with such prominent individuals as former governor of New Mexico, Bill Richardson, the late renowned MIT professor Marvin Minsky, the chairman of the Hire Corporation, Tom Pitzker, the former prime minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, Prince Andrew of England, another unnamed prince, and several unnamed foreign presidents. So Alex, I'd love your input on this. It also says she had even claimed to have had all these individuals and me had sex with her without using a condom. So
Yeah, well,
Alex,
to be clear, when you said what prime minister, I thought you meant unnamed. Ehud Barak, I know with new documents is being
no,
unmasked.
there's one that's actually unnamed. So there's a prime minister in the first set of documents that came out that is it goes Ehud Barak, and then it says unnamed prime
Yeah,
minister.
I would guess that's Tony Blair, but yeah, Ehud Barak is known. He got photographed a bunch going in and out of the New York facility of Epstein.
Well, what we're saying is Barack was named in this new drop. They actually named this former prime minister. Okay.
Yeah, that's amazing. But I mean, all I'm saying is that yeah, these are very dangerous times because what do you think this cornered elite's going to do with all this coming out? They're going to start bigger wars. They can do a cyber attack. I mean, we talk about distraction. We should all be brainstorming. What are they going to try to pull to get their bacon
alien
out?
invasion, Alex. Alien invasion.
But they've certainly been hyping Project Bluebeam. I agree with you. I think anything's on the table. Wow. So where is that breaking right now in the new data dump?
Yeah, so documents at 1330 that just came out, document number 4 has this in there. This was not in the previous documents. In the previous documents, the person that they had spoken to denied seeing the prime minister of Israel there, Ehud Barak. But now this person, Ms. Giuffre, is saying that no, indeed, she did have sexual relations with him, as well as all the other ones, as well as another unnamed prince and several foreign presidents. So this is like insanity level. Plus, we don't even know who the name of the person that was redacted is. There's like a whole line that's redacted. I put it in the nest, Alex, if you want to check it out.
I want to throw in there real quick with what Alex was saying, that this isn't really new information, as he mentioned that Barack being photographed in New York and other places. So Alex, my question, this is Derek Rose with Conscious Resistance. My question to you is, what do you think about the idea that these court documents that are coming out, obviously they were part of ongoing proceedings, and you know, there was some discussion yesterday if it's a distraction or if it's, you know, if it's just the timing that the court chose. But my thoughts are, there's always an attempt to shape a narrative whenever new information comes out, like you were just saying a moment ago about distractions. What do you think about the fact that, I mean, I have a documentary from 2018 that has most of this information. You've had information about this since, you know, 2010s and talking about it, that this is really rehashing a lot of things that have been known in names, and there really isn't too many major revelations here, but it's getting a lot of attention and it's kind of taking up a lot of air in the independent media.
Yeah, but I mean, like if somebody has never, you know, eaten an incredible dish of food and they finally eat it, it's new to them. Or if somebody doesn't know about some horrible fact, or you know, didn't know they had a genetic disorder and now they get sick from it and learn they have it, it's still new information. So the fact that people are really interested in this and know about this is not what the establishment wants. The fact that their attempts to suppress it are failing is extremely positive, you know, at every level, because justice be done, may the heavens fall. But the second, third, fourth, fifth order events is that this has been used, and that's finally in the news, they finally admitted, for a giant industrial blackmail operation. I don't think we can deny that the Israel firsters, and don't hate Israel, it's just true. I think it's important to address the corruption of Israel, not from a hatred perspective, but look at the corruption in our country. Look at China. We don't blame the Chinese people. It's the evil leadership. We don't blame Kim Jong Un and North Korea, or you know, all the Germans for Hitler. I think that way we can really reconcile and fix this instead of saying it's whole groups of people. But yes, if we ask how this tiny country Israel and AIPAC and the ADL and all these groups are one of the, if not the most powerful lobbies out there, how has this tiny group or country been able to do this? And I think it's fair to say that Israel is, you know, one of the ringleaders. I mean, I think even, you know, getting close to the CIA, which is such a much bigger country, bigger funding, bigger organization, that, you know, Israel, you have to say, is the MVP of sex trafficking children to blackmail politicians and leaders all over the world. But a lot of people want into that network, so they go and do it willingly so that they can be trusted. And again, I'll just tell you, it's kind of like 1 year a basketball player is the MVP, but you know, Michael Jordan was the MVP for 10 years before that. England has written the book in modern times with this, and so to talk about, you know, King Charles's brother that's in so much trouble. Again, King Charles's main running buddy was Jimmy Savile, and I was asked about that earlier. Never really got into him. I mean, folks, when I tell you that Peter Nygaard was draining his own newborn babies of their essence, like the movie The Dark Crystal, that's mainstream news. But when I tell you Jimmy Savile had torture dungeons, would just constantly trafficking children, would go have sex with kids right after they died, had to deal with the hospitals. A bunch of kids, that in his custody, when they were done with them, they'd run them over with cars for sport. And again, you cannot deny that the number one, they would have called it groom of the stool. That's actually French and old British law.
Alex, can I just interrupt you for 1 second? Because I think there's a lot of listeners and they don't know who Jimmy Savile is. It's just imagine the Bon Jovi in the late 80s. That's basically Jimmy Savile in UK, so that everyone knows.
He was a very complicated figure. He's much more complicated than that. I would advise everybody to go watch the tongue-in-cheek.
He was much loved.
Yeah,
though,
but
John,
he was, but he was much loved over much more than just the 80s. He was there through the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, still protected in the noughties up until his death. He was part of the establishment, but he also was extremely esoteric. All of his gowns were witchcraft and Satan worship. It was very, very esoteric how he looked at things and how he
was
molested and abused masses of children. And Alex Jones, the majority of what he said there is in documents. It's not like it's amazing the reach he had, and that was because he was protected by the royals and government.
Absolutely. I mean, if I tried to get into it, I mean, there's literally thousands of articles and hundreds of court cases, and absolutely, I should have gone right there with it. He was basically Aleister Crowley 2.0. He was an open Satanist, an open Crowleyite, and he literally dressed up in little satanic outfits and is the caricature of what you would think of, in some dungeon with children with a devil worshiper that has them in cages. And he literally had secret dungeons. They didn't just find one. He had secret dungeons inside these facilities where a wall would move back or a bookcase, and then you would go in huge pentagrams and cages and Satan written on the wall in blood, and just, I mean, and the government, again, just like with Epstein, swooped in and covered it up. So good people in government exposed it, whistleblowers exposed it, and yeah, he was a huge BBC presenter and talk show host. I mean, he was like a satanic Mr. Rogers.
Alex, just on the topic of how much you think these agencies intersect, like when you talked about the sort of eugenic attitude of these elites, again, I go back to Maria Farmer, that she said these people in the mega group, that they were specifically focused on this weird idea of like Jewish supremacy, that they're chosen and their DNA is superior. So, I mean, we know, okay, mega group, it's all these very powerful Zionists. Ehud Barak was actually donated $2 million by Les Wexner's foundation that was investigated, very mysterious. We know the connections between Barak and Epstein. Now more have come out. But as far as like how closely are these working together, I mean, there was a story that was reported from inside the Mossad. There was a book by an investigative journalist, Gideon Spies, which is on the history of the Mossad. You're probably familiar with it. But he did give this story that within the Clinton administration, they were pursuing this lead where they tapped a phone call and the head of the Mossad had been talking to a mole within the US that mentioned potentially getting information, classified information from the US through their source Mega. And there was an investigation ongoing about this. But Monica Lewinsky said in her private testimony that Clinton told her that he was forced to abandon this, and that he was concerned that the White House was being tapped by a foreign entity. He wouldn't say who. So it seems like, I mean, as much as these agencies are connected, I mean, it seems like maybe the kind of core problem here is you have this outside group that we aren't really able to or allowed to discuss without being name called, right? I mean, it's not anti-Italian to talk about the Italian mafia, but I mean, you look at this mega group and it's funding all these organizations and it's funding the ADL. Ronald Lauder, he's head of the World Jewish Congress. He was also doing fundraisers for the ADL, the same organization that silences anyone that talks about this. I mean, it seems like the major kind of problem here is that you have this outside entity, right? Because if you deal with that, then it's a lot easier to deal with the problems at home, right?
Oh, I mean, I already said massage a huge part of this, and long before it came out in the news 4 or 5 years ago that Epstein, they all thought he was the Superman and worshipped him, and literally because he had some special egg-shaped penis, and then he was trying to create a race of supermen, and then he was breeding with all these women at an underground facility at Zorro Ranch. This all come out, and they had all this going on. It's just a bunch of lunatics. And I believe it's like the Nygaard operation. Well, I know they were blackmailing. That's why Bill Gates was involved. High-level scientific heads and people to get them to go along with this whole medical tyranny. And so they wanted money. That was fine, but if they could get them corrupted with sex and underage sex and even worse crimes, they would do it. So yeah, the word is, when we know this with Nygaard, he had a large facility in the Caribbean, and they would impregnate women through artificial insemination or by regular sex, take the babies to term, and then they believe the ultimate ambrosia, not this adrenochrome thing that Hunter S. Thompson talks about, that really is more a metaphor of the destruction of innocence and Satanism, which goes on, but supposedly concentrated, adrenal stuff, which is really the name of the chemical that's in the EpiPens that's patented and stuff. That is adrenochrome. That's more of a metaphor for what's really going on, and that they were producing babies, and you need someone that's like with an organ donor that you're related to, so that these rich men could then have the children sanguinated, sucked dry, and have it injected into them. We all know about the Queen Mother getting blood transfusions from the young. It's a huge business. A lot of billionaires have tried to do startup companies where you get like parents to sign on their kids because the kids want college money, and then you get like 10-year-olds or whatever, to give their blood so that rich people can have that blood. Al Gore famously in an AP article 20-something years ago, he was getting off a private jet right after he left the presidency, and a small refrigerator they were wheeling out opened up and busted bags of blood everywhere. And then he reportedly, does blood transfusions. I mean, this is what they're doing. I mean, they've got clinics all over the world now where women, get, like I said, baby blood injected in their faces. So I mean, this is elites being disconnected from humanity and seeing their fellow humans as commodities. I mean, it's that simple. I totally blew my Achilles years ago, and I waited to get it restapled, then realized it was almost completely blown. And I went to a bunch of doctors, top ones in Dallas, Houston, and Austin. Some said you can't even fix it; you waited too long. And others, and I'm getting ready to do it. They said, "No, we could take tendons. There's an extra tendon in your big toe. We can take out some other tendons in your body. It'll never be as good, but And then a bunch of doctors said, "Oh, don't worry. I go, "I don't want cadaver." They go, "Oh, don't worry. It's just it's grown in China." And then I looked deeper into the company, and it was not grown in China. It's dead. And look, they may have killed that person, so it's immoral. Plus, you can get a lot of diseases, even though they claim they test for it, getting somebody else's body part. So if I got to end up going around with a peg leg down the road or something, it's just better than taking organs. I don't know where they came from. And so all I'm saying is that's the entry door into all this. And so it's no defense of Israel. In fact, let's just hypothetically say Israel is Satan. Okay, I'm not saying that like Iran says, but let's just, for sake of argument, okay, Israel's the worst. Now, what are we going to do about everything else? And the fact that our own corruption allows all this to flourish, and then by obsessing on Israel and Israel only, we ignore that this stuff's going on all over the planet, and evil is intensifying, and valuing human life is intensifying, and we need to see it around us and do something about it.
So Alex, to that point, because I know you stated something very interesting when you were talking about, elites becoming disconnected with reality. And again, this is Malcolm Flex. I think last time we spoke was a little bit on a live stream prior to J6. So again, happy to connect with you again. But
good talk to you.
One of the main things I definitely wanted to ask was, because you brought up Denny Hastert, which a lot of people don't even remember, Dennis Hastert, even though he was Speaker of the House that preceded Nancy Pelosi. And it's like, again, if politicians were really, if our Democrats and Republicans really hate each other like they did, they bring him up anytime we try to talk about the grooming stuff, but they don't. They leave that alone. And so it's like, people like that were not a part of this elite cult, that does this stuff, for metaphysical reasons and to satiate some sort of bloodlust or some deep nihilistic urge of theirs. And so my question is, especially when we look at these names and the people coming down in these documents, who and how do we delineate who is someone doing it unironically to sate their bloodlust, like, in the case of, Prince Andrew and people like that, and, people who are basically being brought into it, sort of as a means for control. And, it's like, because we know agencies do this, you mentioned the UK, which, I mean, one of the main things that sticks out to me was the Kinkora Boys Home, which was actually being used to blackmail several prominent, just sort of ulsterist, figures who were basically trying, during the Troubles. And so the MI5 was actually, destroying people who got too close to that because they used it. So, we're seeing that Israel, the CIA, all of these different, all these different groups are using it as blackmail. So how do we delineate who's doing it unironically and who's just sort of getting roped into it because they're a chess piece?
Well, that's a great question. If I knew that, I'd be God. Most of this is hidden, but so much of it goes on. It keeps cresting the surface. It keeps happening. And so we know that it's a currency, like oil's a currency, fine art's a currency, information is a currency. Well, this is the cult's favorite thing, is doing really bad, evil stuff. And so I mean, most of the women get roped in for power. A lot of the men get roped in for power. But it's a complex issue. And if you study this stuff, and I've interviewed some of the people that have been victims of it and confirmed what they were talking about, some people like to beat women and rape them. And that's, the reports about Dick Cheney from some of the victims. And then other people like to have sex with kids. And then other people want to be nice to kids, but still, rape them, which is not nice. They don't want to hurt them. Other people, like to strangle and torture women, and that's a big thing. So they sell like 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, it's fun. Rich guys are going to tie you up. Well, they do that 30, 40 times till the time they actually kill your ass. So what they're trying to do is induct the world into their cult, so none of us stand up for each other. Because as soon as we give in to not standing up for each other, we're easy to beat. But a large part of them, I mean, they really like it. They get excited, and they like to do degenerate things. When we see it in Hollywood, we see it in art. They did a remake of the book Dune. It's not in the book, but in the Making a Dune, Baron Harkonnen goes and pulls the heart plug, out of the young man and just kills him for enjoyment because it makes him, sexually excited. Well, from a lot of the research that's come out, a lot of these guys, one reported British Prime Minister that and this was brought out by a BBC reporter decades before it came out about Savelle and all of it. This particular Prime Minister would have plastic laid out at least once a week in his office. He liked to do it while people were right outside the office. It made it funner. They'd walk a little girl in, 6, 7 years old, slit her throat, and then she'd just fall over dying, and he'd just masturbate over her dead body. And that's what they do. I mean, I've read the federal reports that ever hit the news about the real snuff films. And I mean, it's like 15 men raping 2-year-old male babies and then blowing their heads off with 357 Magnums. I mean, it's just, I mean, folks, it's just unbelievable. And then they tell you in movies like 8mm, that came out where the guy gets these 8mm tapes, and it's these rich men killing young girls. I mean, this is real, people. Okay, so you asked how Bayer Pharmaceuticals, and they got busted in France and in Australia because the documents came out in Canada. They knowingly put out tens of millions of doses. And one of my reporters' brothers was one of the few people that actually got rid of it and survived the hepatitis and the HIV. He got the same kind of stuff Magic Johnson got. They suppressed those real treatments. Millions of hemophiliacs died when they knowingly allowed HIV and hepatitis into the factor VIII. It's a concentration of blood platelets. And it was in the court documents in Australia and France. The corporate head had stenographers writing it down, so they didn't even care. And they said, screw these hemophiliacs. They're a waste on society. we're not going to throw away the 8 or 10 million doses. I forget things. It was something like that. We're not going to throw this away. We're going to go ahead and put it on the streets. Plus, we've got drugs to treat it, and we'll make money that way. And guess where the blood came from worldwide? Every other country in the late 80s, early 90s was testing the blood, and the blood was really expensive because of it. People were doing the right thing. And so in Arkansas, they did a deal with the prisons, the state prisons, where they would let people get blood even every week if they wanted, even though it made them really sick. They did sell them drugs and all the rest of it to get them to do it in the state prisons. I've had the doctors and whistleblowers on my show. It was a big scandal. And it was the Clintons and all of that HIV and hepatitis blood from men they knew were infected was then shipped and put in with the rest of the global blood supply and then deliberately given to hemophiliacs worldwide. They estimate it killed 2 million people. Now, folks, they go out of their way to kill 2 million hemophiliacs. I mean, why would you do that? So see, we think they only kill kids in rituals. That's just something they do that's ceremonial and vestigial from their ancient past of human sacrifice. And again, Bram Stoker, he was an Irish guy, really smart, a theater manager in London during the peak of that decadence. And he writes a book about a Count Dracula that brings babies to his vampire wives to drink their blood, who wants to come and take over the aristocratic leadership of England, and who brags that his royal line actually saved England and Europe from the Muslims, and that it's his right to rule England in Dracula. Well, guess who is the direct descendant and would be the heir to the House of the Dragon, and who lives part of the year in the Count Dracula's castle? Not the tourist one, the real one. Prince Charles' main residence is now Count Dracula's castle, the real one in the Carpathian Mountains, and he brags that he now has citizenship in that country. What is it, Hungarian or is it Romanian? It's on the border, and that he's proud to really identify himself as Dracula. Okay, he doesn't really live forever, but why did the Irishman, pissed off at the English, who wrote the greatest probably English novel? It's recognized as either him or one other British writer. But the point is, Christmas Carol and all that. Think about that, and this was a metaphor or an allegory of him being the manager of the most elite theater in London and being around these people. And so then you wonder how he came up with this Count Dracula, because he was around him. I mean, take Jack the Ripper. It was known it was the king. He was pissed off. He had syphilis. I mean, so when you've got all that power and you're supposedly God, you get spoiled. You become a spoiled brat 10, 15 generations in. Anybody that's been wealthy knows your kids are going to be spoiled brats if you don't really make them do everything themselves. Imagine 10 generations of brats. And so Count Dracula is a metaphor for literal King Charles of England, who identifies as the heir to Dracula.
So, Alex, I'm hearing
One
a
second.
lot of.
Hang on, Stephen. Hang on.
Stephen, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to jump in. We got a new revelation that came in. It's funny I call it a revelation. In the documents, so we've compiled, thanks to the team in the back end, we've compiled all 3 massive sets of documents together. It's over 1,400 pages. It's massively extensive. Al Gore and his wife are now being named to be on the island by Miss Giuffre. So I'm going to read this to you guys. I also put it in the nest if you guys want to take a look at it. Miss Giuffre claimed that Mr. Clinton's vice president Al Gore and his wife Tipper were also guests on Epstein's were also guests of Epstein on his island on a different occasion. Miss Giuffre purported to provide specific details of the encounter. Quote, "I had no clue that anything was up. The Gore seemed like a beautiful couple when I met them. All I knew was that Mr. Gore was a friend of Jeffrey's and Ghislaine's. Jeffrey didn't ask me to give him a massage. There might have been a couple of other girls there on that trip, but I could have never imagined that guy would do anything wrong. I was planning on voting for him when I turned 18. I thought he was awesome." What do you guys think about that, Alex?
I mean, I want to be 100% straight here. New York, Paris, and even the island are distractions from Zorro. Zorro is where the majority of it went down. And just because people went there, and I hate Al Gore, don't get me wrong. Just because they went there or were there does not mean they were part of this. He was seeing who he could control, who he could blackmail. Al Gore has had, I think, one masseuse accused him of like taking his robe off or something. There's never been, where there's smoke, there's fire. and you know, around Steve Jobs' wife that owns the Atlantic Monthly that whitewashes everything, boy, there's a lot of smoke. And around Bill Gates, there's a lot of smoke. And around the Prince, there's a lot of smoke. And around all these guys, there's a lot of smoke. But there's just not a lot of smoke around Al Gore. And that's basically, Al Gore just likes to steal money and run scams. And he's a horrible person, don't get me wrong. But if anything, he likes food too much like I do. So, and I'm not saying something might come out, but I mean, it just, there's no smoke. I mean, it's like Trump. I know Roger Stone, who I've known really well for 10 years, never tells me anything secret about Trump, but he'll say, read this is accurate. When they didn't hate Trump, there were articles in the 90s and stuff about how Roger was his wingman. So in between marriages, Trump wouldn't like people knowing who his girlfriends were at the time. So Roger would go out and they would act like the girl with him was his girlfriend. So Roger knows his proclivities. And Trump is like me. He likes bombshell, full on, in their prime, aggressive tigers. You know, that's what I like, a woman that's going to rip your clothes off full power. These pedophile types, they don't want the Marilyn Monroe flamethrower. They want little and weak, and they can have power over them. They're disgusting. It's all about power. And so that's why I already knew. And then now it's come out that, you know, Trump did nothing, because that's not Trump's MO. You know, and so that's a point. And again, I don't think it's, and it may come out I'm wrong. I don't think Al Gore's MO is that stuff.
Can I just hop in just for a second, just to say that when
so Alex, I'm hearing a lot of.
I was just going to say,
Stephen, can you hear
I was just going to say
me?
about Al Gore. Epstein covers his bases when he's a kingmaker. When Al Gore was going to be running for president, he funded both Lieberman and Richardson when either one of those could have been his vice president candidate. So it's very likely he's just covering all bases and making sure.
Very astute, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So, Alex, I'm going to jump in here with a question real quick, and then we'll go back to Stephen or Tara or somebody. So, Tom Pritzker, I believe this is the first time that he's actually been named in the documents so far. He was accused of sexually assaulting and abusing Giuffre. You know, this guy is the owner of Hyatt Hotels. He's also the brother of J.B. Pritzker, who is the governor of Illinois. The Illinois senator, Dick Durbin, went way out of his way to try to block the release of any information about the Epstein cases. And he wouldn't say why, wouldn't talk to reporters about it. This just happened back in December.
I'm glad you raised this. This is the key.
Yeah.
Keep going, sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, and then also beyond that, I'll ask like another follow-up to that. Why are hardly any Congress people speaking out about this?
Because most of them aren't having sex with children, but every time I go to DC, I mean, every time, and I go to a hotel bar, have a meeting, hot chicks, always in a team, come up and say, hey, go to our hotel room. And I go, oh, so you can Julian Assange me, which we know is CIA now. I'm like, A, I'm married, and B, I'm not an idiot. They get really mad. And so most of these congressmen, they wait till they're drunk. They follow them for sometimes years, especially if they're on a committee or high powered. And a really hot woman flatters them, or they'll put a staffer on them, and they will have sex with them. And then they come to them and say, hey, a vote's coming up. You need to do this way. So, or they've done some insider trading. They've got all this intelligence agency dossiers on them. So they'll have something on them, and then that's how they'll control it. And so that's how they do it over and over again.
Who do you think, really quick, Alex, who do you think they is? Who do you think is controlling all of it? Who do you think's at the top? Because it's surely not the people who are setting them up or actually involved, right? So who do you think it is?
Well, I mean, like I said, it depends. Is it Mossad? Is it MI6? Is it FBI? Is it CIA? What group is trying to see?
All of the above?
Well, exactly. They're all competing predator groups who at the top have councils and agree, like a mafia meeting. I mean, literally like the Godfather, on what the new rules for the year are. That's kind of what Bilderberg is, and these other councils, like the CFR, is a lower council. So the Bilderberg group is like the Senate of these groups. And if you look at who's on the Bilderberg group committee and who's on the Trilateral Commission committee and who's the head of the CFR and who's the head of NATO and who's the head of, it's like 20 people. And so it's basically all the same group at the top, but they have competing factions. And then the intelligence agencies all try to get dirt on each other. They try to get dirt on as many people. They try to get the biggest files they've got for the power, and whoever's better at it then gets advanced into the system. But I can speak more about that, but I really want to talk about the Pritzkers. So if there's one family of billionaires that you've got to say are the number one group pushing transgenderism, nobody is even a close second. And so they are funding the universities, they're funding the psychology departments, they're funding the curriculum, they're funding the plans to where when they tell a 9-year-old or 8-year-old you're really another sex, and you better not tell your parents, and they put them in a file. They're beginning the process of breaking the child away from the parents. It's all intelligence agency trained and prepared. They have law firms in each town and city that are organizing it. And the Pritzkers created this. And, one of them's transitioned, and then you got the other that's a governor. And then you've got all this. And absolutely, to use the analogy, the Pritzkers aren't Renfields. They're not minions. They're not delivery boys. In fact, I would even say that, because I use the Dracula analogies, it's so accurate. Renfield just gets bugs and rats. He just begs Dracula for a child, but he's a familiar to them, and so he's a minion. Epstein was a high-powered gopher, a high-powered celebrated maitre d', or person putting the party on, but he was only a Renfield. The Pritzkers are Dracula level, just like King Charles, and just like the Rothschilds and others. You can't, just anywhere you look at the Rothschilds, it's just over the top nasty, over the top sick, and it just, you can't swing a stick in the dark and not hit one of them whenever you investigate this stuff. And the Satanism, and there was a big articles in the UK like 25 years ago in Burgundy, France, where a woman escaped who was starving, and the local police went in to the big Rothschild estate, and there were all these dead women and women in cages, half alive. And then that got swept under the rug. I mean, folks, they don't see us as just worthless. They see us as scum. And whereas you or I, with a 5-year-old begging in a cage, starving to death, that would tear our guts out and we'd have nightmares for the rest of our life. They love the wonderful music of that. To them, they'll just sit in the dungeons. It came out in the Netherlands, where the top judges and military heads and government heads would go rape and kill these children. That they would just sit there and sometimes spend a weekend with the children crying and begging in the cages. And so if you want to know who we're up against, that's who we're up against. And so, but if you can't kill enough children, if you can't smuggle enough in, if you can't rape enough and drink their blood and have it injected into you enough, what do? You sell a movement to take autistic children mainly and confuse children and then mutilate them and cut their genitals off and control them and suck money out of them for the rest of their lives. And when they commit suicide, blame those that didn't accept it for the reason they've died. I mean, this is a mutilation of the children cult, externalizing the method and externalizing the hierarchy against everybody. And the Pritzkers are just arch.
And can I just add one quick thing on the Pritzkers? Because, I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Penny Pritzker. So obviously JB Pritzker is the governor of Illinois and basically runs the Chicagoland.
Hey, Mike, your microphone is if you can,
it's bad. How about, is this okay? Is it still?
Yeah, it's
at about 70%.
Well, Penny Pritzker is the head of basically the Harvard Corporation, at the heart of the dispute right now around Harvard. But then she also was credited with launching Barack Obama's political career. She basically was the top sponsor for Barack Obama when he was getting his political launch, and she was also made Secretary of Commerce. So you have this clan where J.B. Pritzker is basically the political arm of it. You have Jennifer Pritzker, who is who has enormous sway over the military. She uses through the Pritzker Foundation these massive donations to get these relationships with Mark Milley, and she basically runs the trend. She's almost single-handedly responsible for the transgenderism push within the military. Then you've got Tom Pritzker, who is showed up in these documents, obviously, with the accusation of rape. But then Penny Pritzker is sort of that link between commerce and academia. And if you remember, while Penny Pritzker is the head of the Harvard Corporation, Jeffrey Epstein made a $30 million contribution to Harvard and has very deep ties to Harvard itself. So the protection and mutual overlap with the Pritzkers and Epstein runs very deep.
Yeah, George
Side door of my car
Santos.
and a Coke out of my freezer.
You know what? I have a curiosity here. Sorry to interrupt, Alex. I'll say this to this entire Epstein thing. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds because I guess everyone's already deep in following their own lead here. But I have a question that I think every single American is asking themselves today, and not just Americans, but people all over the world is, how many people are going to go to jail for essentially supporting a underage sex ring? Like this is what's more nauseating and more infuriating is this is all about Ghislaine Maxwell going to jail. Great. We caught the Princess of Doom or whatever you want to call her. But what about all this roster list of people from Porn Jet to Sex Island? I mean, like, what's going to happen to these people? We all know what they were doing at the island. Now the question is, where are the consequences? Is the DOJ going to start flying out indictments on these people as co-conspirators? Because it's going to be the most powerful men and women on earth. Is the DOJ ready to go ahead and do that? That's what I keep asking myself. Because as a regular American here, I'm just wondering, is Bill Clinton going to get by on this one? Is Prince Andrew going to get by on this shit? It's infuriating to me. Like, we're all talking on high-level, highbrow people here, but we're forgetting the fundamental issue here is these men and women were abusing underage girls who were held captive on a fucking island, and nobody seems to be looking at that anymore. We're all just really focused on who, where, but not the act. So, like, can somebody talk to that? Because I think there's 20,000 people listening to us here right now, and I think a lot of people want to hear that too. Like, what?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can answer it for you.
Yeah, please.
Listen, folks, it's terrible what happened to these girls, okay? All I'm saying is it's the tip of the iceberg. And yes, of course, where are the thousands of tapes and hard drives and DVDs that we know the FBI got, they say they lost? And so the answer is no, the FBI is going to keep that and use it to blackmail. And there's a major power struggle. Good people brought this out, but I guarantee you the globalists use everything to their own advantage. So these different factions now are suppressing this or letting it come out to even scare the political elite into doing more reckless things domestically and overseas, or they'll bring this out. So that's what's so dangerous about this. And I'm telling you that Epstein is the tip of the iceberg. And that's why it's so good to have all these educated people here, because you tell a general audience that doesn't know about the Pritzkers, and I just rattled it off real quick. You know, they're running the military, they're running the transgender movement, they're running the surgeries, they're running the political, and of course you've got experts here that know that. You can pull it up. So in none of this, I'm not making any of this stuff up. In fact, it's way worse than what I'm saying. It is a cult of being nasty and evil and bad, and you're respected in it when you're more ruthless, and enjoy this. And yes, I'm asking you the question. I'm asking all this question. How do we bring them to justice when the Justice Department, both Democrat and Republican, has been up to their eyeballs in this? I mean, Bill Barr's, as I said earlier, dad ran the school that hired Jeffrey Epstein with no teaching certificate. You say, well, that's a coincidence. Then he writes a science fiction novel. It's in my book. I forget the name of it. Just type in Bill Barr's dad wrote science fiction novel about sex slavery. I mean, and how they control the government of Mars with blackmail of sex slavery of children. Okay, I mean, just give me a break.
Alex,
folks.
the book is called Space Relations, by the way.
Yes, Space Relations. That's right. So I read the damn thing. So I sped read it. It's just horrible, but it's just very badly written too. But the point is that you cannot make this stuff up. And so then it goes to Barney Frank and the Franklin cover-up and the underage call boys being delivered to the George H.W. Bush administration in the dead of night. And then it goes back into the Reagan administration and just all of this. And then Zbigniew Brzezinski, I forget which book. I've read like 5 of his books, but he wrote one back in the late 70s. And I think it was the Technotronic era. But he explains, we control the organized crime worldwide, so we can control it. And by being in charge of it, we can make sure it doesn't get out of hand. So we are on every point of the compass. So we've got to occupy all the spaces, including the dark side, to be able to protect you from it getting out of control. Remember, that's what Dick Cheney said about torture and all this. Well, sometimes you got to operate on the dark side. And so people asked, what do we do? Folks, it is epidemic. It is. They are externalizing it. They're sexualizing children everywhere. They're promoting pedophilia. They have all these cutie shows and programs about sex with children. You've got Calvin Klein ads promoting it. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. And it's the ether in which they swim. It is the ocean in which they operate. And there's a process. While we expose it, they're busy normalizing it and just getting it out in the open. So, I want to ask, why is no one being prosecuted on the list? And easy answer, because the Justice Department has all the Epstein videos, and they have they found kids in Florida in the back of a van in the 80s, before there was even internet officially, that had internet. This is FBI files. Beaming back to Washington, D.C., a bunch of little kids, and that had been sexually abused. And they go back to the facility that the CIA was running in D.C., a huge warehouse, 3-story, and there were giant satellite uplinks and child porn and production facilities and everything. And did anybody go to jail? No, it just got shut down. So I remember Ted Gunderson was the head FBI guy in L.A. He was even picked and in the running to be the FBI director in the late 1970s. So he was high level. He didn't know about this till he retired. And then he opened up a private investigation firm, and just in some divorce cases where they were staking out some people, found them devil worshiping and doing stuff to kids. And then he, obviously he's a former FBI guy. You make your money after you retire. And then he went down the rabbit hole. And I remember him telling me they have auctions in Los Angeles. They have auctions in Las Vegas of kids as young as 2. And they're shipping them across the border. Meanwhile, my uncle saw this himself and was telling me about it. And, it's everywhere. So you ask, why do we not have justice? Because the people running the Justice Department are in charge of it.
Wow,
Terry,
that is deep.
Yeah, let me, Mr. Santos, to just respond more technically. The documents that are being released are from a civil case brought by Virginia Giuffre. So these are basically, in many cases, they haven't been to court, obviously, and they're depositions, and there may or may not be truth in it, in some of them and all of them, etc. So in terms of bringing cases, which would probably be brought in, I guess, Florida, you'd have to look at the statute of limitations for rape and child exploitation and whatever else is a possible crime. Now, my suspicion is because so many of these occurred in the 2000, even before that era, some of these statute of limitations might have run. That does not mean there are not other charges that could be brought, or things, statute of limitations might be told until people are, there are things that might happen. But as a specific matter, you'd actually need to have one of the victims, other than Miss Giuffre, I suspect, go to the police and ask for an investigation and have the statute not have run. And I think that particular part of it's going to be difficult. That does not mean, now it's true, the FBI, I believe, does have these hard drives. They have CDs. They did say they took a picture of them. They showed that they got them ultimately, even though they weren't available the first time they went, or they didn't collect them. And I've been trying to think of a way for people to get them. I expect there might have been some FOIA requests, or maybe there should be some FOIA requests. Someone else suggested that
but how about we start, even without the criminal investigations? It's clear that this is widespread. Why is the Clinton family responsible for aid to Ukraine? Why is
Prodigal? Before we go down that rabbit hole, guys, before we go down that rabbit hole, I'm sorry, I just want to read something real quick.
It's not a rabbit hole. He's getting
No, I don't mean rabbit hole. Prodigal, I don't mean rabbit hole in a bad way. Respectfully, it's just a fun word I like to use. So I want to read another excerpt that came out involving President Trump. Nothing nefarious. But I'm just going to read it to you guys. It says, now, Mr. Trump had a home in Palm Beach, correct? So he didn't come and stay there, did he? No, never. He would come for a meal. He would come, have dinner. He never sat at the table. He would eat with me in the kitchen. Did he ever have massages while he was there? No, because he got his own spa. Sure. So it looks like this is a little confusing to me. I want to get your guys' thoughts on it too. So She's saying he would never come over, but now she's saying that she would come have a meal, but he wouldn't sit at the table. He'd eat with her in the kitchen. So I want to get your thoughts on that. Alex?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go to Alex on that one.
You know, I've not had a chance. I've seen that in the news. I've not had a chance to read these documents, and if it ever turns out Trump's involved, then I'll disavow him. Just back to the lady who's making some great points. I can't see her name. The FBI has claimed they lost all those tapes. So I've got like AP, Reuters, Newsweek, all of them. That the FBI says they've lost the tapes. That's as of yesterday.
So they lost arguably the most important evidence on the most eye-opening case in probably a century. It's so convenient. It never dawns on me. It never dawns on me how much they expect us to be stupid when it comes to these things. We're supposed to be holding on to a pacifier and accepting this and just dealing with it. But Tyra, I think was her name, the lady who was speaking. Yes. We've seen statute of limitations be expanded. Just look at the Bill Cosby case.
I think they just did in Florida. I think they did in Florida, and it's also the death penalty now.
Yeah. So my point is statute of limitations is not a question here of an issue because we've seen them extend the statute of limitations and find hooks in order to do so. And they did that with Bill Cosby. They did that with what's his name, with the pervert.
R. Kelly?
No, the producers.
Harvey Weinstein.
They did it with all of them. So if they don't do it with these guys, then I guess
they did it with Trump. The state of New York extended the statute of limitations from 20 to 25 years.
No, but that was for civil cases. That was for civil cases, not criminal cases.
That's true. That was civil. That is very true.
These people should not have any government aid, any government contracts. I mean, Microsoft is part of this big tech fusion.
By the way, I just know talk radio. George, somebody stuck their mic open and is listening to the stream.
Yeah, George, you're echoing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I agree everybody should be prosecuted, but right now these people are still intricately involved in helping to form this union between, multinational corporations and our government. I mean, these people were able to, destroy your life if you don't want to take experimental vaccine every 6 months, but they don't want to investigate this. It's clear, a lot of these agencies, which Trump have been talking about, they're gangrenous, and anything they touch cannot be trusted. Right, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has failed its duty to investigate. The Department of Justice has provided no justice for the victims of these cases. So I think people need to look at the bigger picture and realize that these people are still, at least, the billionaires, when we talk about Gates and a number of other people, are guiding U.S. policy. They're doing the cloud system for our intelligence agencies, et cetera, and they're getting military contracts, which they should not be awarded if they're connected to this point.
By the way, DynCorp got caught in the early 2000s, smuggling women and children for sex slavery. There was congressional hearings. And when Rumsfeld was questioned, he said, well, they paid a fine. They're out of the penalty box. So I like to go to what's proven. And anybody, in fact, I have the articles here in my stack, can pull up articles from 5, 6, 7 years ago where the Army whistleblowers blew the whistle. And it was mainly women because it was Army interpreters, people who have empathy and were not following orders. And they said, we are putting Afghan tribal leaders in and mayors in who are convicted pedophiles, and we're supplying them children and Viagra because the CIA who runs this says they are the most pliable and don't ever turn against us because they want the children. And I guess nobody else would supply them. So the CIA, on record with the Department of Defense, was picking pedophiles to be put in charge in the new government during this so-called 20-year war that were pedophiles. I mean, that's not debated. And so all I'm saying is this is a control system at the top. You can debate whether the people involved in it like it or not. Clearly,
Alex, don't forget that the Taliban managed to eradicate the poppy fields in less than a year. Meanwhile, the drugs were flowing the entire time we occupied the country. I mean,
and then as soon as we occupied it, it exploded back to record levels.
Well, HSBC and Deutsche Bank had to recover those losses.
That's right. So folks, I mean, look, I'm not poo-pooing all the rape and all that. It's important, but there's a UN treaty that will take control during the next pandemic and says it controls our bodies, and that they're going to try to make us take whatever. I mean, that's rape right there. And I've never been raped, thank God. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'd rather be raped than be injected with some experimental shot Bill Gates came up with. And I'm just saying, I'm not lessening the rape. I'm saying there's more than one type of rape here.
and we're allowing it all.
Yeah.
Could I just go back to the documents for 1 second? I don't think we
Yes,
should
please.
give up. I don't think we should give. Okay, Mr. Jones, maybe you're correct. But what I read, because I read the deposition of, I think it was Kelly McGuire, who was the FBI agent. And what she said was, I went there and I had a warrant and I saw these CDs and hard drives. But what happened was my warrant didn't extend to them. So we left, which I found sort of suspect. And when we went back, they were missing. But the next day, the lawyer for Epstein gave them all these things and they matched up with the pictures we'd taken. So what I've read is it's possible they do have them, and I do think there should be pressure on the FBI to explain if they don't what those tapes were.
No,
at
I
the
think
very
you're.
least.
I mean, I think you're right. This is a composite of all the stuff reading over the years, so I'm not 100% accurate.
But
Yeah,
how
I mean,
did Comey's
that's what I
FBI
think.
do this? I mean, Terry, he was your hero, right? Comey. I mean, Mueller was involved when Epstein allegations in 2005 were covered up.
Going to that, what happened was because the Jeffrey Epstein case never came to trial, the criminal case, they might not have used the evidence, right? So I personally think it's still there, and it wasn't relevant potentially, or it should have been.
Yeah, but what did the prosecutor? This is key. What did the prosecutor? I forget his name. He has a Hispanic last name, Spanish name, in Florida with the case that Epstein first got convicted.
Well, that's Acosta. That's Alexander Acosta.
He was made to back off.
Exactly. He said in depositions, "Hey, I was approached by the CIA and told he's our guy, leave him alone." But just expanding, I want to be clear. There are some reports they say they're missing. There are other reports where the agent said, no, they did find them the second time. That's all true. But then there's also all these reports of them vacuuming it all up at Zorro and at the Caribbean, where we know that according to witnesses, there was, quote, rooms the size of houses full of this. So there's a lot of stuff going on.
So it just seems to me, I mean, is there any kind of way that, with enough political willpower, with enough wins at, the federal level and, just reform, is there any actionable result to get this material back, Alex? Or, do you think this stuff is just going to be lost?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we can have state attorney generals file criminal charges. We can have more civil cases, and the public can get educated, just like we did about WikiLeaks, about who's in this, and then just ostracize the entire political power structure that's involved and remove them. And then we can have real criminal charges. That's why they're so desperate about Trump, saying he's going to be a dictator and he's going to prosecute everybody. And Biden gave this speech before we went on, literally just twisting and exaggerating and saying a lot of stuff that wasn't true. Some of it was partially true about how it's the end of the world if Trump gets back in, because he's going to destroy democracy. That's why we can't let you vote for him. We've got to take him off the ballot. And so they are scared because Trump was ignorant when he went into office, and he knows what's going on now. And look, I think they're going to go so crazy if he does win that's even super dangerous. I mean, I wish they were all gone. I wish we had different candidates, but this is a war inside the deep state. And there's large groups in the government that do not like the Republican neocons, the Democrats, and they're using Trump. I mean, make no mistake, there's not just intelligence agency people on the side of the Democrats and the neocons. There is major operations, not from outside governments, but inside our government backing Trump. And so this is explosive. This is the unstoppable, force comes in to contact with the immovable object. And so, I'm really concerned in the next 10 months. And I think everybody in government should know this, and in corporations and in common life. We all better de-escalate, call for peace, and just everybody needs to just understand that we've got nuclear weapons now and bioweapons, and things are already out of hand. There's already word that they're planning to try to do a false flag in the Black Sea. They already blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, incredibly reckless. Obviously, Israel stood down to try to get a bigger war going, and it's terrible what Hamas did. But there's a lot. I mean, and I'm not taking away from Epstein. I think it's great it's out there. I'm just simply saying that all these forces are coming together. It's like Lenin said, there are decades when nothing happens. There are weeks when decades happen. And we are just in such a point of change right now.
So
If I could say one thing, I mean, the thing you have to ask yourself is these policies, right? Where is it easier for drugs to flow freely and for children to be smuggled into these rings? In war zones and in open borders. And this has just across the world in different regions where you're seeing this occur, and on our borders.
Dead right.
I mean, this is stuff that people have to consider. These aren't accidents that these are happening.
Dead right. I mean, look, until the press got totally controlled, because even 10 years ago, mainstream media would lie about wars and big stories, when there was PR firms involved. But now it's almost, total BS. But I remember even 10 years ago, AP, Reuters, London Guardian, Amnesty International were everywhere the UN went. Something like a third of their army, they estimated, was in the army to rape women and children. And yes, everywhere these war zones are, these not our military's not really been involved, because I've just never seen real evidence of it. But NATO, Interpol, DynCorp, the UN is basically part of the soldiers' pay is raping children and women. And then they load them on C-130s. They ship them to God knows where. Halliburton was shipping tens of thousands of people from Asia into the Middle East in slave camps building bricks. Just like there's all these children now working in slave labor. And even the New York Times admits it. I mean, this is just slavery. And so in a system of slavery and the breakdown of civilization and the breakdown of checks and balances, you ask what's going on. Everything's going on. It is open season on women and children. It is open season on poor people. This is slavery. This is slavery 2.0.
To be fair,
I wanted, if I could just jump in, guys. Okay. I'm sorry. I have another excerpt that just went live in regards to President Trump. I put it in the nest. This is more of an interesting one. Newer revelation on this one. So it's a back and forth about Epstein's address book or his phone book. So I'm just going to read it to you guys, and then we can discuss. Mr. Castle also refers to Mr. Epstein's little black book of contacts and phone numbers, which Alfredo Rodriguez had stolen. Remember, Alfredo Rodriguez was the housekeeper. Mr. Castle claims that Rodriguez appeared to have circled the name of Alan Dershowitz as someone who had...
Ryan?
Hey guys, can you still hear me? Yeah, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm gonna start from the top because I got disconnected. Yeah, I'm going to start from the top. Sorry about that. I got a phone call. Sorry, apologies. So Mr. Castle also refers to Mr. Epstein's little black book of contacts and phone numbers, which Alfredo Rodriguez had stolen. Alfredo was the housekeeper, Alex. Mr. Castle claims that Rodriguez appeared to have circled the name Alan Dershowitz as someone who had informed about Epstein's criminal activities. Castle Diesel, I don't know what that stands for, but of course that Mr. Rodriguez didn't write or circle Mr. Epstein's address book is probative of nothing. In fact, however, the address book contained the circled names of many celebrities and other individuals, including Donald Trump, Flavio Briatore, and Courtney Love, amongst others. Even the late Eli Wiesel's name was redacted phone number was in the black book. And yet, Mr. Castle seems to have falsely assumed that among these individuals whose names were in the book circled, only I was a possible accomplice of Mr. Epstein. Question: Donald Trump was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Is that not correct? Answer: I really don't. My understanding is yes, but I don't really have a lot of information about Trump. Question: Is it true that also it's true also, is it not, that Trump was a frequent visitor to Mr. Epstein's residence? Answer: I know that he visited frequent. I don't have a lot of information about Trump. Question: And his name was circled in the book, is it not? Answer: I believe it is. Question: Based on him, assuming he's a frequent visitor to Mr. Epstein's home and that he's a friend of Mr. Epstein and that his name is circled in this book, do you infer that he engaged in criminal sexual abuse of minors? Answer: no. So, Alex, I'd love your thoughts on this.
Well, I've interviewed Alan Dershowitz, and I'm not an apologist for him, and I don't know. We have to be careful, though, when somebody is a famous criminal defense lawyer, probably the most famous living one, and then he has a client who is a criminal, to then think because the lawyer that lives in New York is coming to see his client. I think the witness said she gave him a massage. He admitted that. Now one of these women says that no, he did some stuff. He says that's a mistaken identity. I mean, I think quite frankly, if we can verify, I think just because somebody came and visited and it's put in a guest log by him, that doesn't make them this. That's why I'm saying.
Not guest log, Alex. Again, I'm not trying to accuse former President Trump of anything at all.
No,
so far,
I'm saying
this is the address book.
No, I mean, I agree. What I'm saying is, if more evidence comes out that Trump was actually there more than what he's saying, because he's denied it, then that's a big problem for me. And there'll be headlines for that. I'm not saying Trump's involved, but I'm not here to defend Trump. I'm not here to defend Alan Dershowitz. If stuff comes out about anybody and it can be proven, then I think that it should be further investigated. All I'm saying is that what we need is the videotapes, and what we need is more of the court cases to come out. And what we need is all the information. And then if Donald Trump is on a tape doing something, or Alan Dershowitz, and I'm not saying they are, hypothetically, then we need forensic experts, multiple labs to look at it, make sure it's not a deep fake. And then if it isn't, they need to be prosecuted.
Seems to me the way it looks like, though, when you circle a name in an address book that way, like they're targets, or like, you're trying to get them into something, correct? Like,
very astute. Exactly. And again, I'm not being an apologist, but to me, I was going to say that, but I'm like, well, I don't want to be an apologist, so I'm just going to kind of err on the side of being mean. To me, when you're circling somebody, exactly, look, Trump's plane was broke down. That's when he flew twice from New York there. That's on the logs. They live in the same town in Florida, in Palm Beach. And so that's what rich people do. They jump on each other's airplanes. I don't have an airplane, but I've had plenty of rich people say, hey, come to our party. And I'm like, I can't do it. Okay, I'll have a private jet there at 10 a.m. I'm like, hell yeah, I'll take it. So, I mean, I've been picked up in private jets, dozens of times. I didn't pay for them. And so I'm not like running with Trump level of people, but yeah, that's what it is. But if Trump was at the island 20-something times, I would not support him. I think that's enough there. If Trump was 20 times at Zorro Ranch, I'd say, you know what, there's too big a cloud. And so I wouldn't support Dershowitz for president or something because of how much he was in contact. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm just saying with Trump, there's so little contact. And then with the witnesses, they're saying he never did anything. But I'm still, all I know is Roger Stone was his wingman for decades. And he says, that's not Roger Stone. I mean, that's not Trump's MO. So that's where I stand. But I think that's why this is so fascinating. What do you guys think?
well, and
Well, can
Alex,
I just give a little
just to
clarification
finish
here?
rounding it.
So this
Sorry,
is,
Tara.
oh,
Just wanted to finish
sorry.
rounding it out just before we move to the legal side of things, because again, I mean, could you imagine, this is president, everybody hates him kind of Trump. Like, could you imagine what some of the intelligence agencies and some of the foreign government bodies would do if they had Trump, jammed up, like what they could strong arm him into, especially like, billionaire, everything he does is a win type.
Oh, he's obviously a target.
Yeah.
He was like a rock star then. Yeah.
Exactly. So it just seems like that was something that Epstein, under command of whatever agency or whatever group that probably now hates his guts, is it just makes it seem like, okay, Epstein's job was to get something on Trump, and unfortunately he couldn't do that before he got kicked out of Mar-a-Lago.
And that's a key point why I think Trump is innocent at a gut level. Okay, I don't want him to be innocent. I want the truth to come out, but I think he's innocent. If they already had this stuff on him in the last 7-8 years, they would have used it. I don't think they have anything because I don't think he did anything.
Yeah.
Well, Alex, he tweeted today a video with Clinton, with Gates, referencing Epstein, etc. Why would Trump be bringing more attention to this issue if he was directly implicated or involved? To me, he's clean, because they would have leaked it, like you said, or they would have fabricated if they could have proven it, because that's what we've seen when they doctored emails against Carter Page, etc.
Prodigal, because when a woman does speak up, and tries to bring a lawsuit to him for being at his house, which he denied and said he's never been at his house, and now we know that he was at the house. She said she was there and proved that she was there, and then she gets death threats, and then she has to go and file again, and then she gets death threats again. Then that's a problem, right? So he doesn't have a problem speaking up, because all the MAGA people will go and send death threats to
Well,
someone,
you have MAGA
so they remove a
people here
lawsuit.
saying if he's implicated, then we want him to be prosecuted. We are the only ones who've been pushing Epstein for years. Most of the people on the right, independent journalists, the people on the left have said this has been a nothing burger for years. So I would buy that if the pattern
I
in
wouldn't say
historical
it's a
evidence
nothing burger,
is not
and
the exact opposite.
I knew the Israeli
All
tie,
I'm
and I
saying
don't think
is-
any president has been better for Israel than Trump has.
Let's not
to
get
be honest. So
Well,
we're speaking on both
all
can we
I'm
sides.
go back a
saying is-
little bit?
Yeah.
Can I go
Let's,
back a little bit
go,
here? So
go ahead, Jared.
here's the thing. This is basically what you're reading from, or Dershowitz is trying to defend himself against claims by a guy named, I think it's Paul Cassell. Paul Cassell was a attorney for some of the victims. And when that sort of sweetheart deal was reached down in Florida, Cassell basically was sort of going against it. So he gave this affidavit in which he implicated Alan Dershowitz. So Dershowitz is in essence saying, he's saying none of this stuff is true. Hey, why are you only mentioning me? Why aren't you mentioning Trump? None of this is really, to be perfectly honest, probative of much of anything, because it's just Dershowitz attempting to fight back against some of the allegations that Mr. Castle made. Does that make
Sure,
sense?
and he's kind of throwing Trump on the bus. All I'm trying to say is, I don't care who it comes out on. I'm not gonna help cover up for anybody.
Yeah, I think that there's a Ryan. If we want to kind of go back a little bit and maybe stuff
Sure.
that and recap what's come out today, maybe stuff before Alex even came on.
Sure.
That'd
Absolutely.
be pretty good. But I know, Johnny, I
So-
know you've been trying to speak. So,
No,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Go to John.
I was just going to say quickly, we nearly moved us away from something really, really important back then that we didn't actually discuss, which I think we should think about a little bit later if we get the time. Tyrrell was explaining like the technicalities to get injustice, but I think Alex Jones and others were questioning how much we can change the system so it doesn't go like this. It's not just a technicality, it's the entire system. And there's these agencies, departments like the Department of Justice, there's the CIA, there's the FBI, they all prop each other up, they're all part of each other, they all pretend to be hating each other, working off each other, but they're all kind of in the same system. And unless all of that changes together, we're not going to see any change at all. And if you try and prod that system, you're a dead man. So that's the problem. That's why the system doesn't change. It's because it's got loads of inbuilt defense mechanisms.
Absolutely. I mean, that's it. I mean, look, I literally, and it came out in Congress now, I didn't understand it all until the last even year with the hearings, but I was talking to Trump all the time, and I was advising Roger Stone, who talked to him every day. And I knew, because I was actually reading all the documents about the Defense Authorization Act that Obama signed when he left, and his last acts was the 2017 John Warner Defense Authorization Act. And in the budget was several $1 billion for the Countering Foreign Disinformation Propaganda Act. And in the subsequent executive order by Obama that put stay-behind networks in the government and said, we believe Trump's a Russian agent, and anybody we target is a Russian agent. And so with the PR firms and what they did to me and how they took stuff out of context and blew it up and said I was saying things I never said or out of context, that was a test model to then be used against everybody else. So I've experienced, I'm not a victim, I'm not complaining, I'm just saying it's been quite the education that they literally like they were invading a country. I mean, thousands of articles against me, hundreds of TV programs, and I'm being conservative. I mean, AP articles every week, put in thousands of publications. I mean, Senate hearings, House Armed Services Committee hearings, where they said 2017, Alex Jones is a Russian asset. I don't speak a word of Russian, know nothing about Russians, never been to Russia. I mean, I've studied the history, it's fascinating, but I'm not a Russophile. I just don't want nuclear war. And I'm sure not a Russophobe, but I'm not trying to write myself in the story here. I'm just saying I got 10% of what Julian Assange got. And I got, 5% of what Donald Trump has had experience. So is Trump just some rival power structure trying to come in and they're like hyenas not wanting, to be pushed off what they're doing by another, animal? You could say about Elon Musk, he's suddenly totally against the system. Is it because they made him mad and he's a good guy, or he sees their system going down and he wants to be part of the big revolution that ends up on top? Regardless, you can't deny this current power structure is in deep decline, which makes them even more dangerous. They're not their grandfathers and fathers and grandmothers. They're very inept now compared to their predecessors. They're arrogant, and they're out of bullets. And I don't take that as a good thing. I take that as extremely dangerous, because even competent elites, when they get cornered, tend to cause giant wars and serious tyrannies. And so that's why with a great audience like this, I'm just keep doing big picture, because this is a cornered rat, and I want it to all come out. That's the right thing. I'm just simply saying the fact that Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk all sound like Alex Jones now is because that's really, people are realizing more of what the real world is. Not that I'm perfect, but that, wow, this guy's horrible perspective is pretty accurate. They're not listening to me now. They don't need to. They're now seeing it for themselves. And I think as this awakening process comes out, we have to really talk about how we're going to deal with this, because this is going to be extremely chaotic at the best, and extremely destructive and Armageddon-esque at its worst. And so all I'm saying is this is coming out. This has captured the public zeitgeist. This is never going away. The genie's not going back in the bottle. And so I would ask all of you, how do you think they're going to respond? Because there's nothing more unpopular now than the Justice Department and mainstream media and Congress and these people. And so they are now realizing how weak they are. So what do you do when you're a dying power structure that's been ruling for decades a global empire that is in rapid decline? What do they tend
I know
to
that
do?
one.
And
Evolve into a technocratic elite.
Yeah, Johnny, can I pick it up right there from you, if you don't mind? Alex, and you were talking about the big picture earlier, and I definitely think there's folks in this room who maybe don't have as a depth of understanding, of course, that yourself and others who've been around for decades and talking about this all the way back in Austin, Texas. But for those who do understand the bigger picture, we understand that the Epstein network, as Johnny was saying, is also part of a larger agenda, the technocratic agenda, something that you've talked about for years, Alex, not just the growth of the surveillance state and the police state, but now we see this overarching control mechanism through many groups you mentioned earlier, the Club of Rome, the World Economic Forum. And I would just want to point out that 2024, we're already starting to see some really big things. I think that we need to put this into the larger perspective of, yes, we're seeing this network exposed. I don't know if anybody's been watching the news of this brothel that was exposed in the DC area that appears to be connected to foreign intelligence. That's breaking right now. There's big things coming. And even though these agendas are growing, at the same time, just in this past year, we saw UN Secretary Antonio Guterres complaining that the Agenda 2030 is falling behind, that they're not completing their plans on time for the transformation of the world.
And Larry Fink is trying to abandon, at least on the surface.
So there's still
global
some
governance.
opportunity, I think, for us to turn it around. Those who see what's going on to try to push back. And I just want to touch on one of the things you mentioned, two of the things you mentioned earlier, Alex, real quick, and I'll pass it back. One of them being, you talked about Gunderson and the FBI. And for those who don't know what Alex is referencing, he's talking about the Finders case. We have so many other previous cases that are even more detailed, even more evidence backing them, I would say, than in the Epstein case. I did a documentary called Who Will Find What the Finders Hide. You can find it at theconsciousresistance.com/thefinders. This was exposed in the late 80s, and it was international news all over the Washington Post, everywhere, discussing this group, this cult based in Virginia and DC area, caught with children down in Florida. My point is that we have cases like that are heavily documented. And in that case, we have FBI document dumps that came after my documentary where it says specifically that they were a CIA operation gone rogue. I mean, we have so many data points to already know how big this picture is. And I think we really need to be moving the conversation. This is what I try to do with my work, more towards solutions. Like, what are we actually going to do? Personally, I don't think putting our faith in one person or an individual for president or things like that is sufficient alone. I think we need to do more than that and get organized locally. I'm involved with a project called Freedom Cells, where we encourage people to get involved on a local level, form decentralized mutual aid groups, grow food together, buy land together, get outside of the smart cities, freedomcells.org, CELLS.org. There's so many solutions and things we can do now. And I think, in addition to waking up and spreading the information about Epstein, we need to move beyond just the sort of shock and awe of, oh my God, look at this crazy stuff happening. And
Exactly.
Thank you.
Well, and I want to be clear. I'm not trying to be gloom and doom. Just people are really focused on Epstein, and that's great. I want people to realize how bad the situation is so they think about solutions. And I'll just say this. If you've got small children, any school that doesn't let you in the school like they did during COVID, or any group that wants to separate you, you need to be watching your children, because they're the future. They're the most valuable thing in the world. They are incredible. And folks, a lot of people are moving to the country. They're pulling out of the system. I'm not saying that's the complete answer, but absolutely. And we have to know that, exactly. Like, we've been focused on the Mossad all day because that's the trendy thing to do, and they deserve it. They're right up there as the worst, and Shin Bet and all of it. And I've exposed them. But Chinese intelligence was running this high-end sex operation with powerful men in New York as well. So I'm telling you, every government is doing this, and we just have to realize first it exists, and then we've got to dismantle it. And they're raiding Amish farmers all over the country for decades that sell wholesome milk to their neighbors with 20 state officials and 20 feds. I mean, what are 40 police officers or agents doing at a milk farm that hasn't hurt anybody? I mean, it's so the government's priorities are completely screwed up, and we need to demand that the government be representative of the people. And there's a lot of other solutions, but the first thing is admitting the devil exists. Whether you believe in a real devil or not, there are people that operate and act like devils, and that's why the victims of crime most often are victims because they can't believe something bad could actually happen to them. We have to admit there are predators, and we have to admit that they're real. And we know that the type of predators that torture and kill people are about 99% men. I'm not demonizing men, but there's a newer phenomenon where they use women trained, because we trust women, to then be the person that entices other women and children. And I'm all for women in corporate positions and all for women being astronauts. I got 3 daughters. But if you look at Larry Fink and the globalists, they are artificially putting women into every position of power. Like in Austin, Texas, all 30-something judges are now women. They got rid of all the other women because they're elected here, and they were like half women, and they were great judges. I was under them in my custody battles and got my kids and everything. They got rid of the women, the men, and put in a bunch of young women funded by George Soros. He's heavily involved in all this crap as well, and they're all following an agenda. And it's not blaming women, but imagine if Hitler would have been a woman, he probably would have conquered the world, because we don't see women archetypally as an epigenetical thing as dangerous. And so that's why when we pull back, there's plenty of competent women to be the heads of companies. I'm not against that. I'm all for it. I got 3 daughters. The idea that men don't want their daughters to be successful, that's not how I was raised. But the point is that there's a lot. I mean, it's like Black Lives Matter. It's George Soros. It's not black people. It doesn't represent black people. And so the Larry Finks of the world have camouflaged themselves with this woke ideology, and it's very, very cynical. And then it hides, like Jeffrey Epstein told Steve Bannon, I'm sure you've seen the clip, oh, I want women in charge. I'm empowering
I'd
women.
love to see that
But
video.
really,
If you could tell him to release that video, I'd love to see that. I think all of us here would be drooling to see that video. I mean, I think my head would pop off if I saw that video. And I've been waiting to see that video for a long time.
I meant to call him. I'm going to call him and try to get him to release the full video. But all I'm getting at is, and I'm all over the map here, because that's how my brain works. I'm just simply saying, just like classic kidnappers that want to kidnap kids, use a young woman or a young child to kidnap the kids. I'm not indicting women. I'm saying if you look at the corporate structure from Epstein up, they're using women as their front people because people know, I'm just being honest, not to trust a man. I just said men commit 99% of the murders and violent, 97%. It's the men doing it. And it is a problem in the male genetics that these kind of manifestations happen. I'm simply saying they've gotten smart, and now they're putting the skin of women on, and this is the next big thing we need to recognize.
So I just want to jump in, guys, real quick. So Alex, it's funny you mentioned how people are turning and sounding more and more like you, because I used to listen to Rogan a lot. Your friend Joe Rogan. Your episodes were always one of my favorites because they're so entertaining. And it's like a lot of the stuff that you would talk about at that time, respectfully, sound a little crazy, but now as you grow up and you learn more and more, it becomes more and more evident. So we just put up 2 posts on Mario's page back to back. One of them was that they found Epstein's victims' names in his trash. So going through his trash, they were able to find information. So it's like, it's not just in the movies where they go through the trash and find stuff. Like, they legitimately did that. So in the investigation of Epstein's sex crimes against minors, law enforcement was able to confirm the identities of underage victims through the use of the names recorded in these messages, which were recovered in Epstein's trash. That's one. That's interesting. The crazier thing, and this is where I want your thoughts, Alex, because you were discussing the tapes and everything, was Epstein's ex-fixer's office was burglarized right before the documents came out. There was no forced entry, but computers were stolen. Coincidence? I don't think so. But Alex, I'd love your thoughts on this.
Well, sorry, my producer was walking in and talking to me. I was listening to your point about the most classic thing they ever do is burglarize their own facility or burn it down so they can say it all disappeared. You want to talk about the hemophiliacs with the Clintons supplying tainted blood from the prison system and then mixing it in with blood supply worldwide on purpose. I mean, why would you do that? Because it's a naughty evil thing. And then I interviewed the head of the Hemophiliac Society. I interviewed the head doctor in the prison that blew the whistle. People can look all this up. And the reason I raised that is that they firebombed the same night the Hemophiliac Society in Canada and the doctor's office. He also had a private practice. He was a prosthetics doctor in Little Rock. And so that's how evil this is. Like, why would you want to give people HIV? Because they're just sick. And if people just, that's all I'm trying to say is, I know people thought I was nuts. I know they thought I was crazy. And because no one wants to believe this. I mean, I don't ever think about raping women or, devil worshiping, but I mean, I never get sick of a big steak and a cold beer. But these people, a sunset doesn't make them happy. And they want power over us. And that's why I'm just saying that the injections ruining our immune systems, taking over our bodies, colonizing us with spike protein prions is the ultimate rape. And we are all being literally colonized and raped right now. And the social contract is broken. Why would we trust shots from Bill Gates that says he wants to depopulate us? Why would we trust anything? That's all I'm saying. So again, anything to abuse us, anything to dominate us, anything to hurt us. Like you hear about Jeffrey Dahmer, when he was like 10, 11, 12, his dad would catch him torturing dogs and cats to death. And you're like, well, who would want to torture a kitty cat to death? Well, he went on to do it to men and boys. And so I'm just saying this is a lesson that evil is real. But what's also dangerous, as I said earlier, is Jimmy Kimmel's not involved. Tom Cruise is not, or Tom Hanks is not involved. And it's so dangerous. When I've been sent that list, the fake list, no exaggeration, 50 times a day for years. And then I tell people on the street, they're like, why aren't you talking about, I had a guy like 2 weeks ago at the grocery store. I hardly ever run into people that are in my face. Most of it's positive. I had a guy walk up and go, hey man, I liked your show for a while, but why aren't you talking about Tom Hanks? And Q's real. And I said, no, it's a load of crap. I said, oh, on January 20th, 2021, they're going to arrest Biden when he's sworn in. Did that happen? Yeah, well, you'll see. I go, so I guess you believe, and we almost got in a fight. I said, I guess you really believe JFK Jr. is alive. And he goes, you freaking Zionist, and marched off. I mean, it's all cuckoo. And so all I'm saying is, if I'm guilty of anything, it was just being a talk show host and not realizing how big I was and just playing devil's advocate sometimes to take it out of context. We've got to be very careful not to accuse people that are not guilty. But I'm just pontificating. You guys go ahead.
Hey, Alex, you got me crying laughing. I also been accused of quote unquote hiding the truth about JFK Jr. JFK Jr. So that's just hilarious to me. They think that we all just hiding it, that he's somewhere just waiting to come back like Jesus Christ. It's unreal.
Well, that's the problem. And Joe Rogan asked this a few weeks ago. It was a great point. He goes, him and Tim Dillon said, I'm not bragging. It was more of a tongue in cheek, but he said, the mainstream media lies on purpose. Alex Jones tries to get it right and is wrong sometimes, but he's right more often. We should just make him the official news. Now, I don't believe in official news, but that's how people's brains work, is that you didn't think Walter Cronkite was lying to you. You said Vietnam was lost, and it turned out that was his own decision. He threatened to resign. They didn't let him say that. And he showed naked kids burned by napalm, and we started shutting the war down. It took a couple of years. Well, it's the same thing. Like, the media did not used to be this bad. And so now there's no trust. They can say the sky's blue, and no one believes it. So it's good to have an awakening, but there's also hundreds of millions of people in the West and all over the world who do not believe anything now. They think the world's flat. They think we're all controlled. They think, I guarantee you, that we all got together and scripted this whole thing, even though we didn't. They think my callers are fake on my show. So I get accused of the caricature that is these people, and I'm very concerned about them because they're not sophisticated. They're left and right. They're every group. And, there's the, what do they call it? Blue Anon. I mean, Blue Anon's even crazier. And I don't hate liberals. I don't hate conservatives. I don't want to fight with them. And then I'm seeing real craziness. And then did you see Jack Smith's new filing yesterday, where he said Trump must be silenced? We can't put any video out from the trial. He may call for the murder of his opposition and members of Congress. I mean, I put it on my X just about an hour ago. They posted it. Ladies and gentlemen, in a federal filing, Jack Smith, the former UN prosecutor, who was obviously appointed illegally, that's all come out, said that Trump is going to order the murder of his political opposition if he's not silenced in the court. I mean, that is Q level cuckoo. I mean, if I said we got to stop Joe Biden, he's going to murder members of Congress, people would say, "What the hell are you talking about?" So that is just crazy. And so I'm really worried about that mass formation, that mass psychosis, because people are going crazy. I mean, mental illness is off the charts. Everything's going insane. People are so stressed out. And then this special prosecutor literally sounds like he's on 14 hits of acid.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. Dustin, I think you want to jump in with a question for Alex?
Nick, before we go to
Or
Dustin,
Ryan.
I'm sorry, I got one more
I
excerpt.
forgot about that.
Yeah, I apologize. And a blanket forgiveness statement from all of you guys. If I interrupt you, if I jump in before you're about to speak, I'm sorry. It's just a post goes out. It's protocol for us to read it. So Maxwell procured over 100 girls for Epstein. Epstein's house manager, Rodriguez, testified that defendant Maxwell was one of the people who procured over 100 girls he witnessed to visit Epstein, and that he had to clean defendant's sex toys. And defendant was Maxwell in this case. So thoughts on this, guys, or if you want to jump in with your question, Dustin?
I've been dominating. You guys take it, then I'll respond.
I think it's pretty clear that. Oh, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to break into like what Alex was saying. It's very important to pay attention to the wives. Now, I know she wasn't formally Jeffrey Epstein's wife, but it is very important to pay attention to the women, because there's a lot of implications that kind of reveals that maybe Jeffrey Epstein wasn't in charge, and then maybe he was working for Maxwell instead.
There's definitely elements where they converge.
I think for sure. Exactly. Well, that guy's really. You guys make your point. Yeah, her dad was like the spy chief over this with Mossad and MI6 both. That's on record. Again, he was given a Mossad burial at Mount of Olives. So her dad handed the keys to him and his daughter as like a present. Exactly. Epstein took over the family business. So I think it was they were both in charge. But yes, she brought him the keys to the kingdom.
I want to add just one thing, because this has been brought up a couple times as far as the Maxwell connection, and I know somebody mentioned the book.
You got a lot of background noise there.
I'm sorry. I know somebody mentioned the book Gideon's Spies before, but I want to just throw out a couple other references for people who want to follow up with that link, because you may be aware of a mainstream veteran or former mainstream veteran journalist Seymour Hersh, who's still alive and still doing great work. He released a book in '91 called The Samson Option, which he was one of the first people to report on Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, and his connection to Israeli intelligence. Then you got a 2002 book called Robert Maxwell, Israel's Super Spy, that goes further into it. And again, the Mossad connections, MI6, as well as connections to organized crime.
And when it came out that he fell off his boat in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, exactly. So there's definitely been, this is again like information that Seymour Hersh, who's done a lot of great work over the decades, wrote about back in 1991. So,
well, let's say it. He's the greatest living reporter.
I would say so.
Basically, never been wrong. I mean, no, he's the Michael Jordan. He's the Michael Jordan of journalists.
Everybody should read his bio, reporter.
Tira.
Yeah, as to the houseman or whatever his role was, I believe him. I also don't understand, and I have to be honest, I don't understand why, and I recognize these are little people, but why they didn't go to the cops, at the time. It really bothers me, because there are so many. I mean, there was a driver who would bring girls with Virginia over to the place, and apparently he never, he knew they were underage, or seemingly knew they were underage, and never said anything. So there are a lot of lower level people who, for whatever reason, also never raise these issues, which bothers me. But I want to say one thing about the ex-fixer. Sometimes a coincidence is just a coincidence, right? I mean, his offices were burgled, as were other offices in the building.
Which is what you would do if you wanted to get rid of the
Tira, right before the documents came out.
Liability, right?
So Tira, the one guy who has everything, that all these computers were taken by him, and it was even cited today that he was taking computers for Epstein.
But
And
he
now
was his PR guy. He says he didn't have anything
he did a
remaining of any
terrible job.
relevance. What I'm just telling you, yes, he didn't do a very good job if that was your job. But I'm not convinced that that has much to do with anything. All right, let me just leave it like
People
that.
came forward in '05. The FBI did nothing. There were reports recently, both Scotland Yard and the Metropolitan Police out of the UK shut it down. People have come forward. What we're talking about seems to be going over your head, but law enforcement and DAs and prosecutors.
You know what, Prodigal? Nothing has gone over my head. Your comments are really unwarranted. But number two, I think a lot of this has to do with the 2007 settlement. It appears that either Acosta and or Mr. what was this, Kirshner, the state attorney general who Acosta accused of bungling the case, were were in the tank in some ways, right? And we should be looking at that. I know there was an official report, but I'm not sure I believe that report.
Well, let me just be clear. I'm not saying it went over your head, man. What I'm saying is this all goes over our head. But what he was just saying is totally true. They see this powerful person who says he's in intelligence agencies. He obviously is. They're scared, and then a lot of people do report it. And in fact, a lot of times somebody reports it, they won't even say in a deposition because they're scared. And I mean, that's how this works. And I've been aware of stuff before, not like with kids, but I've been aware of crimes before. And the police just laugh at you if you get the wrong detective. I mean, I remember
Alex, right? Three of Kevin Spacey's accusers who came forward seemed to die under mysterious circumstances. People have come forward and they end up dead.
Yeah, well, remember what Bill Gates said about Jeffrey Epstein? He gets asked by the reporter, "Well, what about Jeffrey Epstein? What about Jeffrey Epstein?" And he says, "Well, he's dead, so that's you got to be careful.
You got to be careful." Yep.
And it's clearly a message like keep your mouth shut.
The system protects itself.
Yeah, well, Alex, it seems like in some of the documents that we got, and there have actually been documentaries kind of saying the same thing. I know there was an email that was released talking about how Bill Clinton actually went to Vanity Fair and threatened them. This is a former president of the United States, and threatened them that if they put out a piece about Jeffrey Epstein and his inappropriate relationship with children, threatened them over it. And then we there was a documentary that was put out, probably 2 years ago, where the author of that article said that the editor-in-chief got scared because he found a bullet on his front porch and a cat's head that was cut off.
Let me back you up about
the
that.
porch too.
Let me back you up about that. I would tell these stories, but it sounds too unbelievable, so I'm just going to leave it at that. But I mean, I've interviewed a bunch of Clinton's victims, both women that were raped and then people that were in business. And there was one guy that lived across the thing from Jennifer Flowers and saw Clinton, and the state police found out on record. They broke both his legs, his arms, put him in a wheelchair. I mean, that came out. But when you mess with these people, particularly when they were in power, I was exposed to them for Waco. And one night I walked out of the TV studio and 4 guys literally started beating the living hell out of me. Okay. So, and I did fight back. I'm not gonna tell the rest of the story because it was kind of like Cape Fear, but I'm not a bad guy. I literally broke one guy's nose, slammed their heads through windshields. But I mean, I'm tough. But the point was, they were professionals, but they didn't attack me with full ferocity. That's why I got them. But they broke my nose, messed me up. The police showed up, saw the security cameras, did nothing. But I was told, shut up your mouth about Bill Clinton. Then 2 months later, I'm called in when I have the #1 radio show in Austin, won the Austin Chronicle Award. You can look it up, top ratings. And they called me in and they said, man, you messed with the wrong people. The owners of the radio network that owned over 100 stations across the country literally came down and had me fired over talking about Bill Clinton. So I got my nose broken in a parking lot and punched and black eye, hitting the ribs, crack rib, everything, with guys piling out of a minivan saying, shut your mouth about Bill Clinton. And I got fired. So I was just a little talk show host in 1999, exposing the Clintons and having, I had the Mena, Arkansas, Terry Steele, but not Barry Steele. Barry Steele was killed. Terry Reid that trained all the pilots. I mean, I was having them all on, man. Because Ted Gunderson.
Well, Alex, I mean, you look at Bill Cooper. I mean, the guy was killed over, taxes. People who speak on these issues, they tend to disappear or die in mysterious circumstances, right?
Yeah. And then there's the other side of it. And I've told these stories because it was an off-the-record meeting, and It's not criminal. I will not break it. But I have been in just like the network. I mean, I've gotten speeches almost like network in the tops of big buildings, in Valhalla, as they call it, where the corporate leader, is explaining how the world works. There are no peoples. There are no nations. I've been in those meetings. So one time in front of my producer that's still here 18 years later, John Harmon, worked for me 20 years. He's still here. John Harmon is on the phone while the guy's on air. And then during the breaks, he's on the phone system. The guy's trying to get me, Rothkopf, the head of the Kissinger Group. And he didn't say this is off record. He said, Alex, we want you to come here. Kissinger wants to meet you. You can be the leader of the Patriots. And we know you've already got great ratings. This is like 18 years ago. And he goes, and because I'd exploded on talk radio, then was on 300 stations. They wanted me to replace Rush Limbaugh. I mead had meetings with Clear Channel, Roger Ailes, all of it. But I wouldn't be controlled. So next, Kissinger's head of the Kissinger Group wants to come on the show. And then during the break, he goes, I'm going to leave, Alex. You're not being adult. Why don't you come to New York, meet with us? You'll have a seat at the table now. You'll be part of the super class. He just written a book called Super Class. And you can have a seat as the populist person. And then I learned when I didn't take that, they approached Glenn Beck through a group. And basically Glenn Beck was that guy for a while. But I'm telling you, folks, I have been in houses that are more opulent than you've seen anywhere on TV. I'm talking 100-foot black marble ceilings, okay, with Bilderberg Group members where they're literally trying to get me to work for them. And I've met with them, and it's the same story. We need you to help. You've got good insight. It's going to be okay, blah, blah, blah. So for people that don't know how real this is 100% real, folks. And I know people like Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson have been approached as well. So when you get to this level, this is 100% real. So I'm way beyond having to read the newspapers or figure this out. I have literally been approached by these people. This is 100% real.
Alex,
So
approach to do what?
They flatter you. They offer you money. Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, approach to do what? Just out of curiosity.
No, they just say you can be on a crusade. They must have like a program they follow. Because in at least 3 of these speeches, only one of them was public because the guy didn't say it was off record. In at least 3 of these meetings with different levels of it, they go, you want to be on a crusade going nowhere, or do you want to be a star? And you're always in a boardroom, and they're standing up at the thing and overlooking, at 50 stories. They're like, listen, you got talent. Everybody knows you're incredible. But listen, there's a bigger system you'll understand. We'll bring you in. We'll explain it. And then you'll have a seat at the table. You'll get input. We're actually trying to do good. But we need you to join us. We need you to listen. We need you to come hang out with us. You like to go hunting? You like ladies? One time the guy goes, he brought his wife in, beautiful, like 30-year-old supermodel. He goes, you want to fuck my wife right now? You can fuck her right now. You just need to sign this contract, man. It's like devil's advocate with Al Pacino. I'm telling you, for most people, it's not kids and stuff. And I'm sure if I had joined them, it would be that. I've literally been in things that are beyond a movie. And I'm telling you, these guys have done it 100 times.
What happens when you say no? How do they react? Just out of curiosity.
I've probably been in like 6, 7 of these meetings.
Can I tell you, Ronnie? Because I've had the same thing happen, and you know me, right? I was a young hotshot from Wall Street. Something very similar. I spoke to it before about the Sir Ivan, who owns the Wilzig Castle in the Hamptons, or they call it the Playboy Mansion of the East, and driving a Bentley, and was discredited all over Hamptons that I was a trash man that was renting a Bentley and trying to make a name for myself in the Hamptons, when in reality I was doing IPOs on Wall Street and launching them at a very young age.
Interesting. What about you, Alex?
No. What was the question?
When these guys reach out to you and make these offers to you, and you turn them down, I imagine they don't react very well to that.
The way I did it, well, the first time it was an owner of a radio network across the country, but wasn't one of the biggest, but was big. And then I learned he was working for the big syndicator, and he was just like, he also owned like, I'm going to leave it at that. Just, he owned a video game company, a bunch of stuff. And I'm like 25 years old. Okay, and it's like, come over to their house and you're gonna be a big star, blah blah. By the way, my wife likes you. You want to have sex with my wife, and then he starts petting my hand, and it's like, whoa, I'm getting out of here. And then years later, you have big networks call you, and you go meet with the president of the network, and then they invite you up, and it's more like this is off the record meeting, right? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then you tell them, well, I'll entertain that. Thanks a lot. And then they call you a few weeks later, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do it. They're like, well, you're making a big mistake. And that's basically how it is. But I'm just saying, most people just are like flattered and want the money.
Yeah, they sell cheap, Alex. I mean, ABC gave up the story just so they could cover the royal wedding, and now we know Prince Andrew is directly implicated, right? Some people sell their souls very cheaply.
And here's what they offer. They offer ease. They go, listen, you're really talented, but we got producers that'll help you. You'll get multiple book deals a year. They'll come in, it'll all be ready. You'll work 2 or 3 hours a day, and then you can just have a fabulous time. And I didn't even understand all this stuff at first. I'm like, well, I said, but they tell you, they say, but we're going to have editorial control, and you're going to do what we tell you. And they're very point blank about it. And then they just say at the end, they go, I can't believe you're not taking this deal. And with Roger Ailes, it wasn't like that. It was, hey, we want to give you a weekend show. We want you to come live in New York. It's going to be great. You're going to have fun. You can get book deals and be a big guy, but the producers are going to tell you the format. I go, you mean I don't control what's on the show? They go, no, we got to check it all. No. So with Ailes, it was never, because listen, I'm the one that launched Limbaugh. I'm the guy that launched Fox News, and I'm telling you, kid, and of course they tell everybody this. I'm telling you, kid, you got what it takes. We've done your Q scores. You got one of the highest watchability things. Back then I was really good looking. And he's just like, you are going to nail it. And, Limbaugh was having heart troubles and stuff, went way longer than they thought. They thought he was going to die on the pills. And so they were looking for a replacement. And they had a stable of people, 5 or 6 they were trying to get on board. But I'm just telling people, this is the inside baseball. And just so people understand how it works. And, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And it's 100% hierarchical. But you can see the men that have joined it, they're slaves. And they've got to sit there when the CEO comes by and he insults him and pokes his finger. They got to kiss his ass. I mean, it's all just, it's thick. It's greaseball stuff, man. It's nasty. And the great part about it is nobody tells me what to do. My mistakes are mine. My victories are mine. But there's nobody telling me what to do. There's no scripting. I didn't script this with you guys. I just want people to know it's real, folks. And I mean, even to people like Mark Dice. He's a talented guy, but he's not gigantor. He's a media analyst. He's been called into the meetings and offered multi-million-dollar contracts with 10 years ago, because I was doing a show with him as well. And they gave me the speech. Hey, we want you to do chupacabras and ape men and UFOs, and we're going to give you a big contract, and we're going to replace Jesse Ventura and give you the show. And I went, no thanks. I'm not doing ape men, because I did like FEMA camps and poison injections, and they're planning to sterilize us and lockdowns, because I had the Rockefeller documents. And I basically wrote those shows they did. And they said, Jesse doesn't want to do it anymore. We want to hire you. Now, but with him, the same group was offering him a show. It was basically, do what we say, and we're going to give you all this money. And he was going to co-host a show with like one of the major Motley Crue guys. I mean, he'll tell the story. And I knew because I was talking to the head of the company at the time that Mark Dice was about to get a major conspiracy show with what's the name of it's not Nikki Sixx. It's not which guy is that? It doesn't matter. Just get Mark Dice on, he'll tell you. But I'm telling you, this they buy and sell people like baseball cards. I mean, it is just like you were the old Hollywood agency, times or the production houses times. Like they literally owned the actors.
Yeah. So, Alex, I want to ask you, going to the Epstein documents again and everything that we have found out about, even through Ghislaine Maxwell's trial and such. What do you think that we don't know yet? What else would you anticipate coming out? Because, you've been covering this longer than pretty much anybody. So what are your thoughts on that?
You broke up a little for me. Say that again.
So you've been covering this for longer than most people. And so you definitely applaud.
I got that part.
and so we've gotten some information from the Ghislaine Maxwell trial as well as the documents that have just been released now. What do you anticipate being released in the future that we don't know about right now?
Sure. Let me use an analogy. Who's ever seen that great Harrison Ford sequel to the Guns of Navarone, Force 10 Navarone? Anybody ever seen that? Well, I don't know what's talking about, but I'm saying you should watch it. And at the end of the movie, which is based on a composite of real stories that happened, they blow up the dam and it doesn't instantly fall. Everybody gets pissed and says, the explosives guy, you just screwed up. And he said, give it about 5 minutes. The cracks are forming. And so I don't think we can underestimate how positive this is at first order. This is devastating. The dam's going to break. I think they're putting this out, hoping, I don't think the judge is involved, but I mean, dripping it out because they can't suppress it anymore. And they're going to go ahead and drip, and then hope, because it's already such a firestorm by them suppressing it, they hope it dissipates it. No, that's not going to happen, because we get, just like the children are getting literally screwed, we're being culturally, financially screwed. The social contract is broken. So because of the nature of the world, because there's so many whistleblowers, because there's so many good people in government and in media that are sick of all this, I believe it's all about to come out. I mean, I was in several meetings 6 months ago, and I don't want to say exactly what judge, because it becomes very obvious. We're talking extremely federal senior position on a border state, and with FBI agents, with Justice Department, with federal marshals. And they were saying, look, we're not going to give you anything secret, but here's our dockets that no one's covering. And they go, we've given this already to everybody. No one's covering it. So you're like our fifth person we came to. That's why they came to me. It wasn't because I was so great. Because I'm like, why am I talking to the head magistrate of a state? And they're like, well, I said, you obviously tried other. They said, yeah, you're very astute. We tried other people. And I said, let me guess, you're going to ask to get in touch with Joe Rogan. And they literally are like, are you tapping our phones? I go, no, I've been down this rodeo before. Okay. And they said, well, listen, if you can give this to Tucker Carlson, because he was having to go through Fox at the time, right? They fired him like a week later. They said, we've already got him some stuff. The producer said they're going to do it, but we're waiting. They have dockets where the Justice Department, Merrick Garland, will kill. He's able to kill indictments of like 4 or 5 time convicted pedophiles from Mexico, Venezuela, you name it, who they catch a 5th time driving a school bus in Central Texas, where he then rapes the mentally retarded children. Okay, I know I'm politically correct saying mentally retarded, but raping them is okay. Where he rapes the disabled children. And they give me the case number and send it to me and say, would you break this, please? And I said, yeah, I'll try. And they said, we want bigger congressional hearings. They're like freaked out. So the good news is, folks, there are a lot of people in the intelligence agencies and the federal courts everywhere that are freaked out. They're compartmentalized. They're powerless because the whole system above them is controlled. But it's a very small group above them that's holding all of this. I'd say maybe 30, 40, 50 people in the Justice Department. Then they've got goon squads, like the ones that tried to set up the Whitmer kidnapping and January 6th, that go out and do dirty work. And then they're constantly getting busted, beating their wife half to death at a swingers club. I mean, their weaknesses, they've got a lot of trash, because evil people are not normally that high functioning. And so all I'm saying is that I have all these congressmen and senators that want to talk to me. And they're like, you obviously are too controversial. I don't want to be on air with you, but what should I do and who should I talk to? So we've kind of reached the tipping point, because when you've got all these high-powered people that say, I feel guilty, I don't want to be involved, what do I do? Reaching out to Alex Jones, I think we've reached a very, very important moment. So I know we're going to see more whistleblowers who are going to be the game changers. I know we're going to see more people, use a cheesy analogy like Return of the Jedi, and the Emperor's killing Luke Skywalker, and Luke Skywalker saying to his dad, Darth Vader, Dad, please, I don't want to die. And Darth Vader finally goes, why am I doing this? And throws Emperor Palpatine down the mine shaft or down the reactor shaft. And I'm not saying kill anybody, but I'm saying psychologically, people in the system are going, why am I doing this? Why am I killing my own future, my own country, my own world? The archetypal example is your own son. Why don't I go ahead and take on the dark side? And so I'm actually very positive first order. Second, third, fourth order, I'm really, like I said 10 times, I'm really worried what they're going to pull next.
Hey, Alex, Grant Cardone, how you doing?
Good, sir.
Why now? Why was this dropped this week? I mean, we just, somebody participated in the Iran event, killing 107 people. It's hard for me to believe that the Biden administration didn't give a green light to that. Why?
I mean, this has been sitting around for years, Grant. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. So why now? Why this week?
Sir, I don't have a crystal
scheduled for the
ball.
record.
I don't have a crystal ball. Like I said 10 minutes ago, there are a lot of people in the federal courts and in the state courts and in the agencies and in private business that are pissed. And so I think we're seeing judicial activism on the other side now. And I haven't studied the judge or them enough to make a definitive statement, but I mean, there's not just evil in the world. I mean, why do you guys think now? I mean, I think people realize we're about to lose the country and potentially the world with nuclear war. And so I think a lot of people are saying, well, do I want to be on the side of pedophiles? So, I mean, I think at the end, look, Mark Twain said Mark Twain said lies go around the world, halfway around the world before the truth puts its pants on. Lie goes halfway around the world before truth puts its pants on. Got it right the third time. And I think that's it. But once truth stands up, it wins. He also said in the beginning, a patriot's a scarce man, hated, feared, and scorned. When time when his cause succeeds, the timid join him, because then it costs nothing to be a patriot. And so I know we're at that tipping point now. And if I had to guess, I think this is coming out because judges have finally, got some spine.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday. There was kind of I guess a little bit of a debate back and forth between some people about, the idea of timing or distraction. And, there's the practical answer, which is that this is just the process of the court, that has been ongoing in the Virginia Giuffre case, one of the many ongoing lawsuits with victims. So there's that kind of practical element. And then again, to Grant's question, I mean, I hate to kind of beat the dead horse, but we're really not getting anything major revelatory that hasn't been reported by Alex, or I see Jason Burmis here. I see Johnny.
Yeah, but Derek, the masses are getting confirmation. People who have
But this has been in the
deniability.
mainstream already, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not
No,
helping.
but not front page.
Oh, sure.
I
2019,
think this is
2020,
you can't feed somebody the whole truth at once.
I'm just saying that,
you have to do
that
it
even
little
in
by little.
2019, when Epstein was arrested, that a lot of this information that is coming out through here was known in other places. I'm not saying anything people shouldn't talk about. I'm just saying even in his arrest, it was reported.
But Derek, you have to keep in mind that none of this stuff was on mainstream media, and like 99.99% of America, at least, comes home and watches mainstream media. We're the minority of a minority.
No, it was focused on COVID.
Not
it
as
wasn't
much as
allowed,
you would
though.
think.
It wasn't allowed.
Trump is a
This
Russian
debate
agent.
isn't allowed. I mean, this debate right now.
The only thing that was discussed was the suicide was the biggest thing that got coverage on mainstream. No one talked about the names. No one talked about what
the whole
happened.
thing was he suicided or not?
Yeah,
Exactly.
because it's a controlled narrative, isn't it? And what we're doing right here is the first time I've seen a group of people who are Epstein researchers, who are educated on the New World Order, who are educated in the system, coming together in a group and talking to a load of people. And this was unthinkable to me a couple of months ago. This is a change that's happening. It's a necessity that's happening. And a load of people in this room are really important right now because they've been saying it for a long time.
Johnny, I think the fact that almost no one in America believes that he committed suicide converted a lot of people. I think that's what woke up most of America.
I agree. That was one of the biggest. There's three things that don't hang themselves, and that's Christmas lights, drywall, and Jeffrey Epstein, to quote Senator Kennedy.
Well, I mean,
I think that changed America, to be honest. We already knew the government lied. 9/11 was already a question in a lot of people's minds. And I think this was the nail in the coffin. I do think it helped elect Trump as an outsider from the government. But I think a lot of people started looking into data. I think some people are good at it. I think some people create loose facts and try to tie them together when they don't fit. But at least we're all having a conversation about it now.
Hey guys, if I could just jump in about what is coming next. Jason Burmis here. I would say the way I'm looking at it, and they just updated these documents at 6:21 Eastern, so about 16, 17 minutes ago. We're going to see a trickle out of a lot of the same things that Derek said that we have known for a while. If you were paying attention in mainstream media, maybe with some more salacious details. But like you said, it's bringing a conversation. And really what I'm looking for now, as of what Megyn Kelly just said, she alluded to the fact that we may be hearing from Epstein himself. Now, I'm taking that as Steve Bannon maybe actually releasing some of the interview footage with Epstein prior to his arrest in 2017. And if that is the case, the information that we are going to get are going to be in regards to what he was doing on the island with genetic modification. Bannon says islands of Dr. Moreau, and he says correct. And we already know about the attempt at a baby making farm. So I think that's something the public really hasn't heard that may be on the horizon. And
By the way,
then
I totally agree. I totally agree. By the way, Jason made films about this with me 15, 18 years ago. We made multiple films. Jason is a real expert on this. And I agree. The eugenics angle is the real deal. Like I said, Peter Nygaard sucking his own children dry, having women have babies he could drain. Epstein was doing this too. And I said that before it ever came out in the New York Times about, him wanting to create a master race.
And not only that, but I also mentioned this on Alex's show today. A lot of people talk about Bill Clinton and they talk about the plane or the island. Well, the Clintons had their own ranch, a little cowboy ranch that they built on the New Mexico estate where this baby making ranch was supposed to be. And then you also had Bill Richardson, the governor at the time, connected. Bill Richardson recently passed away, but he was also a large part of the Clinton initiative. Guys, I've got to run, but I think that in the next few weeks, this story is not going to die down. In fact, it is going to pick up, and it is going to surprise a lot of people. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. Alex, just real quick, Jason mentioned something. This is something I was discussing with a few friends last night, was that I know that this island was quote unquote taken down, but there has to be dozens of other locations similar to this where disgusting stuff is still going down. Correct? What do you think?
Oh, I mean, it's been in the local news and it was investigated. Bohemian Grove, all sorts of dead kids found, kids kidnapped. I mean, it's like the ultimate thrill to these guys. Like they've got all the money, all the power. They can hunt grizzly bears. They can do anything. And the most dangerous game is hunting people. And I mean, so they're all the different stuff. Some like to rape women. Others like to rape kids. Other people want to they throw people out in the middle of the woods like Hunger Games and hunt them down. We see that in Hollywood. We go, oh, that's Hollywood. No, that's really going on. And they're just super rich. They get a sick group of people around them. And then from what I've been told by people that have been privy to know what's going on, it just, the sky's the limit. So I had earlier people ask, what's the main group or what's their main fetish? It's power. It's anything you can imagine, crazy ass stuff, going on. And I mean, it's basically that. And again, they wanted to use the internet. This was documented. It was called the Intergalactic Communication System. DARPA built it in 1960, the plan, theoretical. And they were going to have a hive mind, neurons hooked to computers, and they were going to be able to control everybody. But instead, the internet's being used against them. And so the best laid plans of mice and men often go astray. And I think that's what's happening.
I mean, if I can interject, since people say, we need to look at the bigger pictures, a lot of these players and institutions connected to Epstein are also intricately connected to the COVID pandemic response. I mean, if you look at Harvard, right, taking it out of U.S. intelligence, Evergrande, which was essentially a bankrupt company, still going through it now, trying to figure out what to do with its bonds, made a large donation to Harvard to have access to Fauci and the virology department. We know, Epstein's obsession with transhumanism and Harvard professors and researchers in this field. I mean, their fingerprints are on not only the biggest potential international sex crime operation of the world, but also what shut down the world for almost 2 years, right?
Well, that's right. So let me speak to that. Elon Musk has talked about this, and I've talked about it. And a lot of the people have talked about it, but these are people that worship AI gods. And so the holy grail of these elites is to use us for guinea pigs to find life extension technologies. And so they build up scientists as the ultimate God in their system. And then there's innumerable intelligence agencies and corporations, and Harvard is at the center of the web, as you keep saying, it's true, to recruit and control these people. And then the fear of viruses, the Operation Lockstep, Rockefeller Foundation Plan 2011, the Disease X program.
Eco Health going to DARPA to actually do the gang of function.
Yeah, Google, Facebook funding it. The holy grail is release viruses, create fear, take over the population. So that's what I keep saying. If you think raping young girls is the heart, it's the surface, which is, I'm not lightning. I'm not saying it's not important. Exactly. This is all about having control over our bodies. And at the center of it is the biomedical security industrial complex. And that's where the lunatics are. And that's it. So of course, Bill Gates is right in the middle of this because he doesn't want to physically rape you with his disgusting, male member. He wants to rape you with a syringe with a genetic therapy.
One of the aspects of Epstein that doesn't get talked about a whole lot in the media is, like you said, his relationship with Harvard. And in particular, his relationship with Martin Nowak there, who was doing evolutionary game theory. Donated a lot of money to this guy, financed his career, and obviously, as we know, donated a lot to Harvard. There's a lot of talk about all the celebrities that are down on the island. But one of the things that Epstein was doing was he was throwing parties called Fun with Physics. And he was bringing in a lot of scientists, a disproportionate number of scientists, if you ask me. And
was one of them Stephen Hawking?
One of them, Stephen Hawking.
Yes.
So Nick, it's funny you say that. You guys mentioned that because I just posted right before I stepped away was a list of academics that were friends and were on Epstein's island. I'm going to put it in the nest above for you guys. One of them was Stephen Hawking, and there's a bunch of other names of people that just
What
kind
about
of make
Steven
your head spin.
Pinker? Because he has me blocked. I'm curious.
Steven Pinker is on that list. Yeah, there's a lot of them. If you look at the Venn diagram of Jeffrey Epstein, it overlaps with a lot of people in the scientific realm. More, maybe even as much as it does the people in the financial world, but it gets underreported.
Exactly, because that's the main group. That's the main group they're targeting, and I want to stay here, but I've got to go.
Richard Axel is really important too. He never gets mentioned. Richard Axel is like America's leading molecular biologist, who he has direct contact with.
Yeah. So Alex, we absolutely appreciate you coming. Thank you so much for all your time. You were here for 2 hours and 47 minutes answering everybody's question. We were bringing, we brought up probably a dozen different people, just rotated them on the panel. You answered every question. The audience got involved. Where can people watch your show, sir?
Sure. I just want to be clear. I would stay on 5 hours. My crew, we're doing a zero hedge big debate on January 6th at 6 p.m. tomorrow at Infowars.com/show and Real Alex Jones on Twitter. And there's going to be some surprise guests. I'm just going to leave it at that, that live here in Austin who said they're planning to come. We'll see if they come. Hint, hint, was the guy I was on with last time with you guys. Amazing. And so this is so revolutionary. I want to come on these all the time. And my crew just came in and said, we got to take care of our kids. So they're leaving in 15 minutes. I'm doing a mic test before I go home. And, 3 of my kids already moved out, but I got a 6.5-year-old to take care of because my wife's out of town. But just such an honor to be here. You've been so nice to put up with me.
And Alex, thanks so
and
much.
let me talk. I know you got Dom and all these other great people that I love. I mean, I could be on there 10 hours. This is definitely, the future. But yeah, I've been completely relegated, which is not too bad. A couple hundred radio stations. And talk radio has really declined. And then Infowars.com, my own audience. So I went from 30 million listeners a day with any platform, and that's conservative, to like 3 million. We stayed on air, but now they can actually hear the show that you were told was the devil. People can hear actually what I say weekdays, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. At Infowars.com/show. We're not streaming it daily out on X. And my show is just similar to you guys. We have a bunch of guests, a bunch of callers, and I just simply sit there and give my opinion about things. I don't claim to have all the answers, and I've certainly made mistakes, but it's just, I love Spaces. I love the direction Elon's taken X, and it's just, talk about the planets aligning. 2 years ago, I got approached by the independent video game makers. And they said, we want to put a video game out around Epstein and Epstein's Island and tie it all into the New World Order and the poison shots and everything. And then for 2 months, Steam wouldn't accept it, the biggest online platform. They accepted it a month ago, but said, we're going to release it January 3rd. So it releases January 3rd, goes to #1 on their site because it hit on the perfect date. Talk about God's hand. And now Alex Jones' New World Order game, or alexjonesgame.com, that has a huge voiceover, and it's almost like a book. That is #1. That's exploded. And that's not me. That is an example of the incredible interest that's taking place. So I would love to interview all the folks we've talked to today. I've learned so much, and I've been very, very blessed to be here. And we're definitely living in very, very exciting times. So that's a curse and a blessing, the old Chinese proverb. So thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, sir. Come back
Alex,
anytime.
thank you for coming. Yeah, we're going to be doing this. It's almost daily now. So if you want to just drop in or jump in, we'd love to have you because you're definitely an expert on this. And we really appreciate you being here with us. Thank you so much, Alex. Great to meet you.
Well, I'm kind of an idiot. I've been on an X in 5 years. So I'm literally like a
I mean, you're fitting right back in like you're a superstar right away. So just broke the internet day one. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Yeah, Ryan, can you hold for 5 minutes?
Sure. So, guys, yeah, we got a lot of more stuff.
Sorry,
Brent, go
Ryan.
ahead, jump in.
I was just going to say that my big takeaway with Alex talking about his career is for everybody here that creates content or artist or that has a voice, man, you have to figure out how to have multiple distribution points for your messaging. I have, in the real estate space, I have never gone to Wall Street for money because I know they make the rules. You know, it's easier to get money there. It's a one-stop shop. I put in 10%, they'll match it 10 times. It's easy to get the money from them. You basically take a knee, you kiss the ring. They'll offer you endless amounts of money, but at the end of the day, man, you're doing business with the devil. So any of you guys that can put yourselves in a situation, your family in a situation, go the extra mile to get maybe a couple other choices, or it's going to pay off in the long term. Because otherwise, Alex wouldn't. You know, the guy that was convicted, Donald Trump's guy that ended up, he was guilty of nothing. What's his name? I mean, he lost his whole career, all his finances, had to sell his house, file bankruptcy.
You talk about General Flynn?
No, before that. Stone, Roger Stone, man. I mean, his whole career, when they cut him off, he had no place to go. So all of you Alex inspired me listening to a story about having alternative choices and building out your own network.
I mean, Grant, to your point, I mean, speaking about Wall Street, I mean, Epstein is just one instance. I mean, they protect their own. Nobody went away for the Great Recession, for the subprime mortgage crisis. I mean, and statewide, you know, these people got to keep their paychecks, their pensions, and the too big to fail banks are now bigger. And if you're following this economic pattern, you know, the regional and local banks are on their last legs. I mean, the Federal Home Loan banking system, which is supposed to be meant for like consumers in the U.S. to get mortgages, are now being tapped by J.P. Morgan and other humongous banks to deal with their bond losses. So I mean, these are people who cover their tracks and hope people's attention span and ADD doesn't lead them to follow a story to its logical conclusion. I mean, Epstein is just another example of this.
Hey, Grant, one of these days I got to get an update from you on that bill that's trying to pass about Wall Street investing in real estate. It's huge news that no one's really covering. I'd love to hear your take. Not now, but it'd be great to hear from you.
Yeah. So either Prodigal, Dom, either of you would jump in. I'd love to hear like an after action report. What you thought about what Alex said. You know, for 2 hours and 50 minutes. You know, what are your thoughts on that? Because he went into great detail about not just the Epstein situation, but other, you know, sex rings, trafficking rings that, you know, at the highest level of government, you know, all over the world.
I mean, we haven't brought up Ed Buck. I mean, this guy was connected to Schiff, and Schiff, you know, fought to keep his Russiagate investigation documents classified till he lost control of the House. I mean, these people, you know, he mentioned multiple, you know, Dennis Hassard, etc. I mean, this is something that's just been ongoing. But I'll leave it to Dom because I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, jump in, Dom.
I was going to have to head off, but I have to say this real quick. Y'all guys made some amazing points, but something I want to touch on is about the Clintons and their traveling. So I don't know if you guys know about them with the Dominican Republic. They went there for New Year's, it was reported. But it's very important to know that how they were speaking on that ranch. There's this spot that they like to go. They've been going for the last 20 years. And it's also a ranch all the way down in the Dominican Republic. They've been going there discreetly for the last 20 years. And there's some strange reports of what's going on there. And what we've seen was them actually leave the Dominican Republic right before the Epstein list came out. And after they came out, they left the Dominican Republic, went to Mexico, to the ranch that was just mentioned. So they went from the DR ranch and met with the former president of Mexico to the ranch in Mexico. So that's strange itself. And more importantly, what you were speaking about with transhumanism and how Alex Jones was speaking about the scientists was so important. And I'm saying that to say this because Epstein invested in science heavily when he first got in. That was his first major industry that he tapped into, the science industry. So it makes a lot of sense if that was the first industry he tapped into, if it was a lot of transhumanism and genetic modification going on. He had to first build up his army before he could get on the island.
Yeah, that's
Joe,
really
go ahead.
interesting. Yeah, Joa, I want you to jump in. Give me your thoughts. I know you were here most of the time.
Yeah, I mean the molecular stuff, I had no idea, never heard it, and like I would suggest a lot of people listening do, I know enough to see that it could be credible because of some of the people he's associated with. There is this Richard Axel, which is America's top molecular biologist. I know he has a direct contact to him because there's evidence that he was sending resumes to him from like politics daughters and politicians' daughters and things of that nature. So there's enough there for me to go and research and look at it myself and be like, okay, I know he has a contact. This could be a thread that's true. Never heard this theory before. Let me go look into it. And I think that's what this space does is, opens your eyes and you still got to do your homework and research it yourself. And maybe you come to the wrong conclusion. Maybe you get to the right conclusion. But best of all, you get more informed. And although I don't agree with a lot of things Alex said, some of the stuff made me very curious that I'm going to go and look at.
Well, Joel,
And
what
I
you
did
should
agree
look
with
up.
other stuff he said.
Well, one thing is not only did he meet with all these biologists and scientists and researchers. I mean, Epstein, it's been alleged on record that he said he wanted to use his DNA to seed the human race. I mean, I don't know why you would need to seed a human race on a planet with 8 billion people unless it's depopulated. But I mean, you look at the people he's connected to, just ethically, for people like this to be running institutions and across America and the world is just, it's a problem. And it's clear that somebody is not doing, they're involved. I mean, I'll leave it at that.
So I'm about to post something really, really interesting in like 2 seconds. And it's one of those mystery things where I'm gonna need you guys' help trying to help me figure out who this redacted name could be. But I wanted to go to David. David, you just came up to the panel, I believe. Wanted to get your thoughts on everything that's going on today, the stuff that's come out. And I think like in a short bit, we'll do a quick little summary. It's just full transparency behind the scenes. We have a fantastic team who's been helping me find a lot of information. We're posting it as quickly as we can. So I wanted to give a quick shout out and thank you to them. And thank you all who've been with us this whole time on the panel discussing this. And of course, I mean, who else is better to get than Alex Jones? And some of you guys are on
Oh,
here.
thank the
Fantastic
audience
experts.
too, for God's sake.
You guys are awesome. Prodigal, especially you, man. You're one of my favorites.
Well, I was
So
saying the
David, let's
audience.
go to you.
No, thank you so much, Ryan, Nick, Mario, for hosting the space. And, I'm just blown away. I'm blown away by the last couple of hours. I mean, it really feels like the apocalypse. The word means that all of these secret things will be made known and that we're having a national conversation about this. That's the first step that we need to take to actually do something meaningful, whether it be getting our attorneys generals to start taking a look at this, maybe a constitutional sheriff in a jurisdiction where crimes were committed. I think that it kind of opens the door to some hope that maybe one day we will see justice for the victims. One of the things that I did want to bring up that I mentioned to Nick in the back channels is, yesterday we were having a little bit of a conversation about how much their influence, this Epstein network, the Maxwell network, how much influence they could wield. Well, 70% of all United States textbooks are printed by Houghton Mifflin and McGraw-Hill Publishing. And Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, the intelligence agent, he had a controlling stake of McGraw-Hill. So, these types of people, these networks actually have a say in what our kids are learning in public schools and post-secondary. And so it is quite concerning the levels that they have gone to reach and indoctrinate the youth with a lot of this stuff. And, you know, we talk a lot about the child abuse, the sexual stuff, but, you know, a lot of this other stuff, the influence and especially the financial crimes, which is like the rape of an entire nation at once. A lot of that stuff kind of takes a back seat. And so I'm just here to remind everybody that this thing goes a lot bigger and a lot deeper than anybody has really been able to put. It's too much. It's too much.
Absolutely. So I just posted it. I'm just trying to pin it in the nest real quick for you guys so we could all see it at the same time. There's a redacted name. Full transparency, I accidentally posted it on my profile and then I had to fix it. There's a redacted name of a Harvard professor who Virginia accused of having sexual relations with her. Now, mind you, Virginia is the one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And then later she recanted that. So I'll read a little bit about it and then we can discuss who you guys think this could be. So it says, of course, Ms. Giuffre, credibility on this matter is nil. To cite one example, Harvard professor, name redacted, is one of the academics Ms. Giuffre has accused. In the manuscript that I was trying to unseal, Ms. Giuffre describes having sex with, name redacted, in great detail. This is the breakdown. 2 weeks later, as if Jeffrey was trying to lighten my spirits, he told me that I was going to his island to meet his new client. He has a massively long line of redacted, so I'm assuming it's Harvard professor so-and-so, so-and-so. I'll be spending 2 days with him, showing him around the island, dining with him, and treating him to a massage whenever he wanted. Without Jeffrey even verbalizing the need to have sex with him, he told me that to keep him happy, like I had my first client, which that client's name is also redacted, so it's like a full 2 sentences if you guys are following along with me. By the time dinner was served and another red wine bottle later, he seemed to get funnier. I made fun with his I made fun of his tousled hair, and he poked at me for my skinny legs, calling me a wannabe anorexic. When dessert was brought out, he asked if he could receive one of the delightful massages he had been hearing about from Jeffrey. I gulped more red wine down and sweetly complied with his offer, dreading the moment I have to see his naked body, let alone touch it. I gave the massage my earnest as I had always had, and quickly got through having intercourse with him. Not wanting to make any foreplay or anything extravagant out of it, I let him think that as good as it got, and by the smile on his face, I thought I had done enough. In her deposition in the Edwards defamation lawsuit, she later denied having sex with the person's name redacted. Question: have you ever met with name redacted? Answer: possibly. Did you know one way or the other? I don't know. You said possibly. I was introduced to lots of politicians, scientists, scientific academics, so there's a possibility I'd met with him. Did you ever have sex with the person's name redacted? No. It is inconceivable that Miss Giuffre could have forgotten having sex with a man she described in such detail in her manuscript. She either lied for money in her manuscript or committed perjury in her deposition. The same manuscript names another person and describes having a sexual encounter with him in great detail, but does not mention to me as someone who she claims to have had sex with. To the contrary, it mentions me only as someone who had a discussion with Mr. Epstein in his bedroom after he had sex with Ms. Giuffre. This entirely fabricated story seems obviously inserted as a result of the email exchange between Ms. Giuffre, Shannon Churcher, in which Churcher urges Ms. Giuffre to include my name in her manuscript in order to make it more marketable. So it seems she goes into very great detail, as we said earlier, describing having sexual relations with this Harvard professor whose name was redacted, which I hope you guys can help me figure out who it is. And then later she recants it. And then later the person that they're discussing with, who's unnamed here actually, says that she was kind of forced or fabricated by Sharon Churcher to jump in. So if anyone wants to take a stab at who they think this could be, I'd really appreciate it. Johnny, you know a lot
I
about
really
this.
wanted to get. Of course, I think everybody kind of knows already. It's Alan Dershowitz. That whole story is the story of Virginia Giuffre's lawsuit. Now, this is really.
But why redact his name here?
Exactly,
it makes no sense
because he's a lawyer and he knows how to get his name redacted from certain parts of the document.
I believe they settle some sort of lawsuit out of
yeah,
court.
Well,
she
you know
went
what?
back
They
on
not
what
only
she said.
settled, but she said she may have made a mistake about what she said about Dershowitz.
That sounds like what we just heard there. That's the whole story of Virginia Giuffre's accusation against Alan Dershowitz. He's a Harvard professor. We knew that there was claim that he had done something with her. I had through all my time researching this, I've never heard that full rundown of how the interaction went. So that's very new. But then afterwards, she recanted her claim under oath, and she said no, she can't remember. She slept with lots of people who were powerful, lots of scientists. Those were her exact withdrawing the statement about Alan Dershowitz, which is really telling, because in 2019 it was really, I think, that's part of the thing that the girls who were involved in this case did, was try and get Alan Dershowitz off the case by implicating.
But Johnny, help me understand this. Again, you know about this case way more than I do. Why would she go? She's Jane Doe number 3. We know that she was identified as Jane Doe number 3 here. She's in so many of our documents. She's accused so many different people. Why come and flip on this one individual, ruin her credibility, possibly induce perjury, and kind of hurt the case in such a way where she could be the key person to solve this? And why flip on this one? What could have been her motivation to flip? Did they threaten her? Did they offer her money? What do you think?
No, there's two things here. Is number one, her claims she can't prove, and Alan Dershowitz would likely win in a court case because he's a fantastic lawyer. So she'd always have to be careful. And the initial reason was to get him off the case. So then it went too far, and it's got to this stage. But also, I really, from all the evidence I've looked through, this case has been constructed carefully to fall apart. So there's certain people have been encouraged to say things that will later mean perjury, and will mean that Ghislaine Maxwell will get a retrial, because that's what this was set up for. A lot of people involved, like Stanley Potting, a long-time CIA. Take a look at what Bowies has done in the past. I mean, he was Harvey Weinstein's lawyer, yet he's supposed to be partly representing the victims. When Bradley Edwards took Virginia Giuffre, listen to this. This is crazy. This is in 2014, 2015. Start of the case. Bradley Edwards takes Virginia Giuffre to meet John Stanley Pottinger and David Bowies, who want in on the case. They already got one other Epstein victim, and they take him to the same building where Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer is, Darren Indyke, because they all share the same building. This is all a very small network of people who are in control of the case. When Bradley Edwards walked in, he spent the whole rest of the time wishing he had bought himself a recorder, so he recorded the conversation, asked whether they were the CIA the entire time, and filled up his book Relentless Pursuit with Stanley Pottinger was obviously a CIA super spy. It was clear that he was a 007. And David Bowies doesn't make sense. He also said that in the raid by the FBI, the initial raid on Epstein's apartment, when they looked at the actual notepad, the phone pad, one of the numbers written down on there was David Bowies, and it was a request from for Jeffrey Epstein to phone him back. So the lawyers were already, I mean, Stanley Pottinger lived 500 meters away from Jeffrey Epstein in Palm Beach, bought the houses, both 1990, smuggled guns with Jeffrey Epstein in Iran-Contra, admits in Bradley Edwards' Relentless Pursuit, written in there, and has admit out loud, shared an office with Jeffrey Epstein in the early 80s, yet he's Epstein's victims' lawyers. This case has been made to fall apart.
Interesting. So one thing I wanted to point out, I didn't put an emphasis on.
Ryan, though, of John?
Absolutely. Go ahead,
Johnny,
Tara.
so how come Ghislaine Maxwell was found guilty if everybody was in the tank?
Because you have to go through a process. But there has to be a feeling of justice, because otherwise people weren't going to stop ever. Do you see how people are already? This is why we're here now having a conversation, because we know justice. We haven't achieved justice, but they have to make what stops you wanting justice is a certain amount of time in between the event and allowing you to have some form of justice, because then you'll accept a little bit. I'll accept a little bit of justice now. It's been 20 years, and now we've been fighting forever, and no one's listened to us. And so this is what happens. A lot of this case has been very manipulated. We can see that on the first case against him. We can see that on the second case. Every single person is intelligence linked, and people aren't talking about that. They're not talking about that at all, and it's a really significant point to this case.
But you said, Max, you said she was the brains behind Epstein in one of the comments you made on the stage. So how come she's the one who wound up in
I don't
jail?
think I necessarily made a comment about her being the brains behind Epstein. She gave Epstein a different type of intelligence like social intelligence especially, and gave him an entrance into an elite community where she knew how to dabble in that community, and he could even communicate. He didn't want to get dressed up and go out. He hated that sort of stuff. So she gave him a different dimension, and it gave him a different something else. So yes, she was the making of him, but the making of Jeffrey Epstein post 1989. You know, she had an effect on him during that period. All of this is intelligence. This is intelligence games. They were all in intelligence. What do you think intelligence does when their case goes wrong and they need to cover everything up? They get involved and they co-opt both sides.
I mean, Johnny, we could even expand this. Like, this is just one avenue. Like people said, there are multiple ways that people are breaking crimes and engaging in illegality. You know, look at Julian Assange awaiting extradition. But people forget, you know, the person who discovered the Panama Papers, she was killed in a car bomb, right? Daphne Galizia. She was killed, and who were on those lists, right? You had Zelensky,
Nicole Youngkerman, who's also in business with
isn't
Epstein.
one thing. You look at the border, right? I believe El Chapo when he says, "Listen, I'm a fish, but the big fish are really the government agencies on both sides of the border." And what do we find? You know, one of Mexican's top enforcement officials was working for the cartel engaged in assassination. What happened with the head of the DEA? He had to resign disgracefully because he was caught vacationing with cartel defense attorneys. Like, this doesn't make the front page. They have to put it somewhere. But if you look for these articles, they're there, and when you see them, you can't unsee them. So there's multiple operations going on, and this isn't, I know Epstein is just one part, and it's salacious, but this implicates power structures everywhere. We're talking about COVID. We're talking about border and the cartels. They make anywhere from 10 to 15,000 for every illegal they transport. We're talking about drugs. We're talking about guns. Eric Holder, Fast and Furious. Why is El Chapo have U.S. military grade hardware found in his house? Right? This is something where I'm probably bringing up stuff that you may or may not have heard of, but this is stuff when you look at it, you can't unsee it. And if you're from, a third world country or a country where corruption is, and then you come to America, you can easily see this. It's just they have found ways to legalize it, right?
So Prodigal, it's funny you mentioned that. In the list of academics names, I mean, we're working pretty fast here, so I grazed over it and didn't really notice it. But Larry Summers is named as one of the people, one of the quote unquote academics.
Former Treasury Secretary, right?
But Ryan, can we just get it? You're missing the context here. This was Alan Dershowitz. Yeah, I do. He was trying to say, why did you name this one person as opposed to all these other possible people? This was Alan Dershowitz actually throwing his colleagues sort of under the bus. I don't think there's ever been any allegation by Virginia Giuffre that she did anything with any of these people. Dershowitz was basically sort of saying in this particular affidavit or whatever it was that he filed, look, why me? Why not one of these other names?
So let me just Prodigal, just so I can clear the room a little bit. Let me read what it says.
Quick, because it's so dumb. Like, these are such plausible deniability bullshit. I'm not saying he's accused, Tara, but what we don't know, we don't know. What we do know is that the FBI, the DOJ, and arguably the CIA, Mossad, and maybe British intelligence were involved in running cover for this. Right? We know that. We know now multiple people who have been implicated, and we can draw negative inferences that they have lied. Bill Gates, particularly. He went for marriage advice to Jeffrey Epstein. He went for philanthropic advice and charity advice from Jeffrey Epstein. He needed that. One of the most richest and powerful men in the world, with government contracts with the CIA and Department of Defense for their cloud service. I mean, when I say, I'm not sure if it's hard for people to realize that the people in positions of power are this corrupt and this evil, right?
Absolutely. And Prodigal, one second, if I could
Ryan,
just to clarify,
what's the number of the document, if you wouldn't mind giving it to me?
Sure thing. It's document 1330-4. Again, I'm not here to make any accusations. I just come and I read to you guys what we find, plain English. I don't make any inferences, don't make it. And I read it and I'll read it again. It states in that document, it says, all the evidence that Ms. Giuffre and her lawyers claim implicates me equally applicable to dozens of other academics and public figures who are associated with Mr. Epstein, including Larry Summers, Stephen King, Henry Rivosky, Nathan Myhrvold, and the list goes on. So
but he's not saying, what he's trying to say is these people met with, there have been no claims against them. I don't know, maybe some of them, I don't know. But in general, it's not like Virginia Giuffre had named them.
So he's saying it implicates me equally. So they're saying that
trying to say is she drew.
He's trying to bury he's trying to bury himself under a pile of other people who also might have done dirty shit.
A pile of other people, which is really sort of horrifying in some ways.
I mean, but we also saw the thing where it was Stephen Hawking having an orgy with underage girls was also one of the other documents. So again, I'm not trying to ever. Let's wrap this all under the allegedly banner, okay? I'm not trying to say that they've done anything, but I'm just saying it's like these are high-powered figure names who were possibly associated with Jeffrey Epstein, who had high positions in the government. Hence why I was bringing Larry Summers back into it, because of what Prodigal said: small fish, but the big fish are the governments on either side.
Yeah, and Larry Summers might just have been to add credibility to introduce to other powerful people. He might not be implicated, Sarah, but we don't
Right.
know this. This is just one civil suit. We don't have the CDs. We don't have the hard drives. We don't have the binders, right? So, I mean, I don't need to run
think we should
cover.
be
I want
asking the question of why Alan Dershowitz, who after all represented Jeffrey Epstein in that sweetheart deal, etc., why he's raising all these other people in his reply affidavit. You know, it's fascinating to me. He didn't have to name any of these things,
He knows
right?
how to
Why did
play
he
the
do
court. Alan Dershowitz is a very clever man indeed. That's what I mean, is that you've got to understand he's a very, very, very clever man. Can I say just about Rudy Giuliani yesterday? I asked him a question. I asked him why he chose not to indict John Stanley Pottinger in 1984 for Iran-Contra. I mean, Pottinger was central to setting up Iran-Contra and the October surprise. Got caught. Nearly everybody else got indicted. Of course, they got pardoned by Bush later on when Bush took office. But nearly, everybody else they had found had got indicted, but not John Stanley Pottinger. And he said he couldn't remember, but the system has to work in the past and the future without corruption for these people not to end up in future positions where they can be corrupt. So if John Stanley Pottinger is
these
corrupt,
agencies aren't salvageable,
Yeah.
right? These agencies are not salvageable. They're gangrenous, and they're literally killing not only the American nation and its people, but the world, and marching us frog step into potentially World War III. I mean, that's really what we have to take from this, is that whether it's higher education, whether it's banking, whether it's big tech, whether it's transhumanism, biodiversity, whatever it is, they're all connected to these people, and they're still in positions of power guiding all these policies. And this is, forget everything else. That alone is insane, right? The Clinton Foundation and the Clinton Global Initiative are both intricately connected to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And they are still guiding policy with Ukraine and aid, right? Out of the World Bank of like, this is insane. And these are things that have been brought up for years, if not decades. But other than independents and some people on the right, not the neocons, nobody has cared to delve into this. And this, at least with this release, people can talk about timing or not. It's undeniable now to the common layman who, I'm sorry, both both people are working 2 jobs just to keep the house on, the lights, inflation. They don't have time to scour the internet or go through every major publication to find the one article they put out of thousands. So this is something where it's undeniable anymore. And it at least starts a conversation about why are these people guiding our policies? Why is Biden signing back on to the WHO pandemic treaty where they're going to lock us down again? Why are they moving forward with the Rothschild family, which is implicated in this, to try to implement CBDCs and control any ability for you to live? Like, this is something where it's undeniable at this point that these people should not be in positions of power until they're proven not to be part of this. And the only way that is possible is with transparency, which it's clear that people on both sides of the aisle and at the highest levels of American society and the world don't want.
Right. And I think that, to echo what you said, Prodigal, and I want to go to Derek a little bit more to get more insight from you, Derek, as to what you think about all these academics and all these other people that are named in batches. Is that you're right? Most people most people don't even know this is happening right now, right? And most people aren't going to see the names and see the stuff. And frankly, even if they do, what can they do? They're trying to live day to day. They're drowning in inflation, all the other stuff you mentioned. But Derek, I want to pass it to you and get your thoughts. Derek, you there? Okay. Guess not. Joe, do you want to jump in? Joe?
No, I'm just laughing at the fact Prodigal calls her
Don't say
Ghislaine.
it. Jesus Christ.
Listen, I got a
Ghislaine
Jersey
Maxwell.
accent. It is what it is. I can't pronounce a lot of words.
So okay, before we go down that rabbit hole,
Dorothy.
Joe, I'm going to redirect us back to the Jeffrey Epstein for a second. So I just posted on Mario's page about 3 or 4 minutes ago. Epstein files, Prince Andrew and Epstein scandal update. Court documents reveal that Prince Andrew received, quote, daily massages during visits to Jeffrey Epstein's Florida estate. As per Epstein's former housekeeper, the Duke of York, embroiled in controversy, spent weeks at the residence. The unsealed documents, which have caused the web crash, added to the scrutiny of Andrews' ties to Epstein. The revelation comes amidst broader investigations into Epstein's connections with high-profile figures. So it looks like he wasn't just going to the estates in one location. This guy looks like he got around, and we saw it on another document where it was like in London, in Paris, in Florida, and it looks like he was there for long spurts of time. So a bit hedonistic. Let me
Ryan,
see.
if I could
Prodigal,
add
go ahead.
one other
Please.
thing. I mean, the crazy thing about these politicians on both sides of the aisle and these leaders is, you look at American intervention, since the 80s, arguably, and there hasn't been one country we've touched that we've left better. Look at Haiti. They still have cholera. They still, you literally, I mean, this didn't get mentioned. I wish I'd mentioned it when Alex Jones was here. But before the leader of Haiti was assassinated, it was reported by the New York Times that he had a list of high-level politicians and other leaders involved in both drug and gun smuggling operations. And they sent in an assassination squad with connections to the FBI and Colombia paramilitaries, and the man was killed. Then the former leader was found in text, and there was a big issue in regards to the judge, and what this has all been covered up. You can look it up. But I mean, this is, if you look at it, these are not operations limited to just the U.S. I mean, they're operating on all fronts. And you have to ask yourself, why is all this money and all this, American wealth and lives being expended, and we're not achieving goals? Why are we in Afghanistan for 20 years, and then the Taliban, who I'm no fan of, in regards to ideology, is able to eradicate, the poppy trade and the abuse of boys by tribal leaders overnight? I mean, these are issues where you should care. Because especially looking at military recruitment and some of the news stories coming out of Germany and the UK, they are looking like they might move towards some type of new enlistment requirements, especially if they jump us into a new world war in the Middle East or in Asia or in Eastern Europe. So, I mean, this is something where I know other people have brought it up, and I didn't want to delve into this, but since, we're at the end of the space, we should. These people touch all.
I don't think we're done yet. I just found something pretty interesting that I want us to discuss. I'm going to post it and we'll jump in. Prodigal, don't end the space for us yet, man. We got some stuff is still coming out. This is a 1,400-page document. Okay, hang tight with us. All right. If you need a break, take a break, but we're still chugging along. Let me go to David. David, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for everybody that's listening, I really do encourage you to go and start Googling things like Operation Gladio, Operation Condor, Operation Midnight Climax. You'll find a lot of this regime change stuff that Prodigal is discussing was set up by our intelligence agencies as black ops using drug money to fund it. So, I might be preaching to the choir here, but we know that the CIA was involved in Vietnam for the drugs so that they could earn revenues to do black ops that don't have to go through Congress. And they would use things like the Vatican Bank to launder that money because.
David, you're rubber banding a bit. David, can you hear me? You're rubber banding. If you want to drop and come back, I'll cycle you back up. Your
let me jump in there really quick because I just put out an episode a couple of weeks ago that was about Operation Condor. And it's funny that he brought that up because it brings into play all of these dirty tricks that the CIA was involved in order to regime change and finance their operations. And, bringing this back to where we started, Jeffrey Epstein was involved in that. He was involved in gun running and financing and all of that stuff back in the 80s, and that doesn't get talked about. And so I think people should probably check out Johnny's work on that if you really want to get into some of more of like the first half of Epstein's career, because it involves all of that dirtiness and Southern Air Transport and buying the CIA's Air Force from them and privatizing it with Les Wexner, and then saying you're shipping cargo from Asia in, but are you really? Maybe you are. The whole thing is sketchy, and I get it that the more enticing part is like Pedo Island, and it's certainly not to be discounted in any way, shape, or form, but just remember, this guy was into all kinds of things, and he worked with a lot of different agencies, and so he was spread thin, and he knew a lot of people. So you can't talk about this current incarnation of this global governance without running into people that are just one deviation away from Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, he really did know just about everybody in the game.
I got great news for everybody, and I don't know if it's, you know, the team's going to hate this. You guys aren't going to believe it.
Don't say it.
381 new pages just came out.
Yeah, I quit. I quit. I quit. I blame Prodigal for Oh my God. All right, guys.
I mean, Ryan, when you look at it, how many muckraker journalists are left at corporate media, right? They pushed out Chris Hedges, they pushed out Matt Taibbi, they pushed out Greg. I can't remember his name. He's in Brazil now.
Can all the people that got pushed out come and help me with these docs?
I'm sure they're going to analyze it.
I'm just kidding. So I just pushed something actually. It's a little bit disturbing. So forgive me if I'm laughing. My laughter is in response to the 300 new pages. So I'm going to read this to you guys. Let me just put it in the nest really quickly. It's a little bit graphic-ish. So forgive me in advance. Again, this is a quote. So the woman is Virginia Roberts, one of as many as 40 women who allege that Epstein recruited them while they were minors into a sex ring based on Epstein's Palm Beach mansion. Roberts alleges that in a 14-page affidavit, which included newly released photos that she had taken by Epstein when she was 15, so 15 years old, that Epstein groomed her as, quote, a sex slave to gratify not only him, but his powerful friends. She wrote that she was introduced to Epstein at the mansion by heiress Ghislaine Maxwell, the daughter of the late British publisher Robert Maxwell, on the pretext that she would be paid to give him a, quote, massage, which she wrote as Epstein's code for sexual encounters. From the first time I had taken to Epstein's mansion that day, his motivations and actions were sexual, as were Maxwell's. Robert writes in the affidavit, "My father was not allowed inside. I was brought up some stairs. There was a naked guy, Epstein, on a table in the room. Epstein and Maxwell forced me into sexual activity with Epstein. I was paid $200. She wrote that as she began working for Epstein and traveling around the country and the world with him. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell trained me to do what they wanted, including sexual activities and the use of sexual toys," she wrote. The training was in New York and Florida at Epstein's mansions. It was basically every day and was like going to school. I was trained to be, quote, everything a man wanted me to be, end quote. It wasn't just sexual training. They wanted me to be able to cater to all the things of the men's that they were going to send me to. In the affidavit, she alleges that Dershowitz was one of the men who she had sex with 6 times, beginning when she was 16 years old at Epstein's residence, as well as on his private jet and private island. She also added details about her allegations that Epstein, who served 13 months in jail after being convicted of soliciting a minor for sex in 2008, ordered her to have sex on 3 occasions with Prince Andrew in London at the age of 17, paying her $15,000 after the first instance. So, pretty wild.
Question: didn't she say in some other deposition that she met him he met her because she was working at Mar-a-Lago in the spa and she was 16 or 17? Do you remember that?
Met who, Tara?
Met Epstein.
She met
in other words,
Maxwell.
she was working at Mar-a-Lago at the time.
She met Maxwell at Mar-a-Lago.
But she said she was older than 15.
No, she was a minor at the time.
No, she is supposed to
I'm
be
saying
17. She is supposed to be actually. There's some debate about this.
Right.
She claims
Right.
to
So
be 16
isn't
or
that sort of
17.
contradictory to what she had said before? I'm just
Yeah,
asking.
if that.
Yeah, but Prince Andrew said he doesn't sweat and that he had no real association. So I mean, she might.
No,
she might
but
have,
that goes to credibility, Prodigal. If she says
yeah,
in
so
one
they both
document
have
14
credibility
and another
issues, but one is clearly a
16 or
man of
17.
power and of prestige and of influence who has lied and is still a man. Is still trying to be brought back into the royal family by King Charles. Can we agree that it's a little bit more concerning that Prince Charles and these other people implicated compared to a commoner, right? And I don't think if she is lying, it should be found out. But I like that you run cover.
No. But look, I'm not. God knows, I think Prince Andrew should be. I don't know what they can do to him in Britain, but I hope they throw him wherever they can, the Tower of London, wherever they can. But what I'm trying to say is, it does go to the issue of her credibility and why they might not have wanted to use her in a court case that much. Because if there's some contradictory things, it's a problem.
But Thierry, you have to remember one thing, just from a psychological standpoint. And again, I'm not a psychologist. This is based off stuff that I've read. Is traumatic events can jolt memory both in and out. So it could be that, again, I don't want to discount the victim here and try to victim blame or try to do anything wrong or discount what happened to her. So I don't
But
know.
it's
I
about
can't
doubt
properly
within
answer the
law.
question you're asking.
If you keep getting doubt about a victim's narrative, then eventually that's not going to stand up in court, and that's why the Dershowitz case never happened, because Dershowitz would win that case hands down, and then what would that mean for the rest
But
of it?
Johnny, didn't Maxwell's, and I pinned it up top, didn't one of the experts she was going to use, a former CIA officer by the name of Brian Raymond, he himself had been accused of drugging and assaulting 25 women. So,
I think she
this guy
wanted to
also
undermine that case, though. I think that's one of the things that she was doing, is they weren't only just undermining the case on the one side. This is what Jeffrey Epstein did with both cases on the previous time as well. He undermined both the cases.
Keep in mind that the Brett Kavanaugh case from a few years ago was effective because they sowed doubts in the claims made by some of the victims that he was apparently involved with as well. Because
Christine
if you sow enough
Blasey
doubts,
Ford, basically, yeah.
Yeah, basically. So if you
if you want to
can
rehash
continue
that,
to question, if you can continue to question accounts of people's memories, and because it's all based on human fallacy, so if you can enough push
except
the
they
idea of
have the
human
hard
fallacy,
drives, they have the CDs, they have
protocol.
the discs, they have the binders. So the
Yeah,
witnesses
well,
don't matter.
I'm
They're
not
in
talking about the
possession of the
specific
evidence.
case. I'm
So this
offering
entire
a
point of argument is
illustration.
retarded.
I'm offering an illustration of just how memory is often leveraged as a way to undermine claims and cases
Yeah,
in
this witness will be
courts.
bad, but they have him on video actually engaging in the crimes. But we
Yeah,
can't see
okay.
And
but
guys, there
I'm
was
not talking about the details.
about 100 other. There's about 100 women based off of what we're reading.
Yeah,
So if
exactly.
Jane Doe number 3 somehow mixes up 1, 2, and the other 94 can come in and fill the room. You know what I mean? So it's like if they wanted to, they could have found a way to prosecute this. But it seems like they don't really want to get justice.
Everyone wants a solid case.
Wait, that's not what the MSNBC legal expert analysis Julius said. He said they would have prosecuted. He was very, and then MSNBC ran an article and barely referenced anybody.
As
No
for the
comments.
Prince Andrew, sorry, since you mentioned Britain and I've got the accent, Prince Andrew, I mean, he's largely ostracized from any royal family activities, but in terms of holding him accountable, I think that kind of ship has sailed. The real height of it, peak of it, was 2-3 years ago, and I cannot see how these files will make much of a difference in the. I mean, the BBC covered the initial release of the Epstein files on the 3rd or 4th, but they're not going to. I checked; it was covered in.
Didn't they open something up on him just a few days ago?
He was just reported to the Metropolitan Police to open a case. Now, I understand what Piotr is saying. Not clear that they'll do anything, but yes, there just has been somebody from the public went to the Metropolitan Police and said, you should open a case about this.
You can report cases all you want, but the Met is
They've got the crown
I'm
on their badge. They got the crown on their lapels. They got the crown all over the place. I could tell you that the Met Police is always on the side of the crown. They gave. I covered this in Epstein 101 with the Andrew stuff. They just do not want to touch it. The last time they actually prosecuted a royal for something, I think, was Princess Anne or Margaret, and it was for a driving problem. Oh, it might have actually been Prince Philip.
Yeah, it was Princess
It could
Anne.
be, no, but Prince Philip
speed
got a
ticket.
telling off too, didn't he? But nothing actually happened because they don't do anything when it's the royals. They don't even investigate because they're all in it.
Well, no, the extent to which the royal family will be reprimanded for a proper crime is not very high. The speeding ticket, I think it was, is the extent that the Met will prosecute the or investigate, if you even want to talk about it, the royal family. So I mean, most Brits, I think, look at Prince Andrew, and particularly if anyone has been following it on Twitter from the UK, they're going to look at this, and it's only just going to reinforce the sentiments against Andrew that have been widespread, and it's going to undermine. I think it's going to put Charles in a tough spot, and the whole royal family is going to be, I think, sweating a little bit. So, yeah, it's I'm not surprised really to see this happening right now.
And Ryan, I did want to say one thing about one document that dropped a while back, but remember yesterday, the Miami Herald and Alan Dershowitz asked for the names of the victims to all be sort of unsealed, or it made it easier for people to connect the names with right. That was denied by the judge, who said, the value of it is outweighed by the privacy rights of the victims.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So I just posted another thing that where another subsection of these documents where Virginia once again alleges sexual abuse from Epstein, Dershowitz, and other powerful persons. So just to give anyone an update who just got here, who just joined us, another 381 pages was released. This is, I believe, the fourth release we've received today so far. I mean, we have one massive PDF that's 1,400 pages. This is another 381 pages on top of that. And we're going through them live. So we're going through them live. So Johnny, I want to ask you a question. So you've been researching this for a very, very long time, and I want to know from you so far, based off of everything that's come out, has anything been surprising to you that's made you go, "Oh, I was not expecting this," or "I didn't know this," or "I wasn't aware of this"? That's kind of like raised your eyes, or anything that's come out that's confirming something you always doubted or had an inclination could possibly be true, but you weren't 100% about.
No, nearly everything here, nearly everything has been out in the open. I mean, the most surprising thing for me was that last one with the explainer of what happened the first time with what the accusations were with Dershowitz. And to be honest, that the accusation itself actually sounded about right, and it sounded like what happened in those situations. So that's been about the most surprising. Other than that, everything else I've really seen through research, because a lot of this, and what people don't realize, a lot of this has been repeated in the court and then put out there by the press in some way, and is in the ether. Most of the articles have looked for the most salacious of these allegations, and they've guessed on who's probably involved, and they've usually been right about who's involved. So most of this is exactly what you expect. I would think that every single time they do a drop, there's going to be a couple of big things, and it'll be a build up to it, and then this feels like for me, it feels like a controlled demolition of the evidence. Get it all out there.
So Johnny, what do you think the impact is going to have then? Because it was reminding me a bit of like the Twitter files from like a year ago. Mario,
yeah, you've got to be careful.
Bases did it,
I exactly. I feel exactly the same way as you. I feel like that. I feel that there's like a lot of room for them putting out information, and us all getting to discuss it. And it's kind of like a reconciliation committee, which has also been suggested recently by some people on the Epstein, among the Epstein victims, who are now looking not so credible. And that should just kind of cozy up everything and push it to the side. So we're like, oh, we do what they did in apartheid South Africa. We all come together, we sing songs, and we talk about our abuse. But in actual fact, what needs to happen is justice change, and justice for a reason. It's not the reason that everybody's saying. It's not only for the girls. It's not only for things that have gone on in the past. Some of these people who we don't know are terrible people have continued to be terrible people, have continued to have access to other people, and have gone through the situation where later on it's going to be pretty obvious that these horrible people have done other things that because we did not act, and they're still doing it now. There will still be people today, right now, as we speak, doing this. So we've got to be careful not to be looking at the distracted by all of this evidence. And this is what we were talking yesterday about distraction. A lot of this is all. It's like David Copperfield or David Blaine, isn't it? It's all smoke and mirrors.
I mean, Copperfield was in the first set of documents. Speaking of the devil, David, go ahead.
I wanted to point out, I don't know who needs to hear this that's in this room, some kid, but back in the 1990s, you needed someone like a Jeffrey Epstein to gather this kind of blackmail and intelligence on powerful people, on politicians. But it seems that people like Jeffrey Epstein aren't needed anymore, and it's because of our phones. Be careful with your phones. Be careful what you're looking at online. Be very conscious of your digital footprint, because there was a kind of switch that happened between using human intelligence and human networks, which are very messy and cause problems like this, to things like Prism or Pegasus. So just, for whatever kid or young people are out there that are thinking about getting into politics or thinking about trying to do something to make a change in society in the future, be very cognizant of this when you're using apps like Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, because someone's watching. Someone's always watching.
Well, Epstein's good friend, was a majority owner of a Viber too, so that's another one.
Yeah, so guys, we're going through this document, another 318 pages, as we just said. And yeah, I mean, just shout out to the team for doing a damn good job here.
I blame Prodigal for these extra 300 pages because he said we're coming to the end of the space.
Well, I'm actually heading out to live life. But
No, you're not allowed to. You have to sit here with us, and we're going through these 300 pages because it's your fault.
Am I in Homa Abedin's dungeon right now? I'm out. But it's great.
I just got here, Prodigal. I thought we'd have an argument about something. So, you know.
Listen, I don't want any trouble with the UN and World Bank. You know that.
I got him.
Yeah, so we're gonna, in the meantime, while we're doing that, I think we're still combing through the previous documents too. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, you're correct. You're correct. It just doesn't stop coming.
Backlog.
So Nick, I've got a question for you then. Whilst you're sifting, what's really stood out for you in this latest batch? Or Ryan, like what's really caught your eye so far in what you found?
I thought it was interesting. I'll pick a fight with you. Hillary Clinton, I thought that was an interesting addition to this document. And then you had HRC reference at time. I think we are going to end up seeing Hillary Clinton mentioned more in a lot of these things because we haven't yet seen the contents, and I don't know if we're going to get them in these document drops here, but in part of the I think the previous drop, it actually lined out everything that they were going to search because the defense was able to get a hold of her laptop and her iCloud account. And Hillary Clinton, in those search terms that they were going to use, was mentioned several times. HC was mentioned, HRC, Bill Clinton, BC. We all know what that means. So, there could be some damning stuff coming out once we actually get to see the contents of our hard drive, if that happens. I'm hoping that it does. So, what about you, man?
I think it's the I've not been able to as comb through it as much as you guys yet. As I'm checking out Mara's profile and you guys for some of the deeds, but I think it's the extent of sort of like the advisors. It's not so much. I mean, the Clintons don't necessarily surprise me in sort of their power sharing. I mean, the fact that they even have a master class these days, it's sort of like that they are opportunists in that way. And I think that they've had some questionable relationships with questionable individuals for a long time. I think it's more the aides or the people that advise them, because there's I've lived in DC, as you know, for a few years, and DC is a pretty small circle. You can become quite quickly friendly with some people in influential positions, and quickly, if you're good at meeting friends through friends, you can work your way. It depends how much of a social climber, socialite. So you guys were mentioning it, which is when I raised my hand earlier, about some of the advisors, some of the academics. And I think that that's something that I'm going to be paying more attention to is which individuals have what relationships with who. I think we've all come to really question higher academia after Israel, Palestine, and the Harvard and such, chancellors and stuff and things. So yeah, I think that's my main takeaway, is the sort of the people advising those on the periphery, in the shadows a little bit, the dark horses, not necessarily the big names right in the headlights.
Well, then you want to take a look at Martin Nowak from Harvard, and you want to take a look at Steven Pinker, because these were the guys at Harvard that were influencing and talking to Jeffrey Epstein about population dynamics and things like that. So, and he gave a lot of money to that school, and Larry Summers was involved, and they're all very buddy until they weren't, until they pretended like they didn't. Jeffrey who? But they were very close with him. He had his own office there. So you think academia is dirty after what you've been watching the last 6 weeks or so? Just understand that, it gets a lot worse when you recognize that people need financing for their projects. And sometimes there's a Jeffrey Epstein there that says, I've got the money. We need to work on something together. So, the fact that he's interested in eugenics should be alarming. frankly.
If I can kind of tag on to that, it's kind of tangentially related, and that would be, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been giving millions and millions of dollars to college accreditation agencies. Where I live in North Idaho, for example, we've been having this drama at our local community college, and that all started after Bill Gates made a $4.7 million donation to this accrediting agency. The school got taken over by a conservative board in 2020, and they have been completely hamstrung from doing anything about removing woke from the school. And so there is definitely that kind of layer, and with this network influencing our higher institutions, and that is still happening. Bill Gates is still donating. He's still in control of it. This network is still active.
Yeah, and one of the questions that I have after seeing so many names like Alan Dershowitz and stuff, and Bill Clinton and people that were really close to him, to Jeffrey Epstein, how much, if they're saying that they didn't have anything to do with the molestation and sexual abuse and stuff, but how much did they actually know? They had to know something, right? I can't say that definitively, but when you spend that much time with somebody, and Alan Dershowitz, which is, his high-profile lawyer for years, how much did they know? They had to know something, in my opinion. I don't know.
It's true. It's true.
I think
Go on, sorry.
It's a reasonable guess. I mean, if you're exposed to people in social circles, I mean, these elitist circles, you hear things, and either you indulge in them yourself, or you dismiss them, or you turn a blind eye. And I think that it's more than likely that there were questionable things happening, but they pretend sort of either that it's not happening, or they just, they try to avoid it. It's one of those things, sort of guilty through association, or you're directly involved kind of thing. You know what I mean? So they're pretty small circles, I guess. At the top level of academia, there's a level between the top two of like Harvard, Stanford's, that type of thing, the Ivy League. It's the same here in the UK, versus then the next tier, right? The James Madison's universities, they're good universities. But if you really want to be the creme de la creme of the top, the real peak, you have to be really, really close with those niche, cliquey bunches, and that means you get quite close in terms of the information that you learn about. At least that's from my experience.
Yeah, Johnny, you want to add on to that, and then I'm going to go to Lucky.
I really want to say that if you look at all of the Harvard leaks, it's really important, all of the Harvard links, that goes back for many years, and it will continue to happen while we're not actually questioning Harvard, or why all of these different operations and all of these different nefarious people are all linked with their university or teaching it with the university. And now we're not only talking about Dershowitz, we're also going back to Henry Kissinger and beyond. I mean, it's been a place where they've been creating this society and using the tools at their disposal, and they got really good at it in the early 70s. And all of this that we're seeing now is Harvard being used in that way, in loads of different ways to control us all, and that's terrible. But only in small, focused ways.
Wasn't Harvard where Ted Kaczynski was experimented on as part of
lots of stuff happened at Harvard, including Kissinger's International Seminar, which was the precursor to the World Economic Forum's Young Global Leaders program, and was one of the most important things that seeded in Klaus Schwab himself and members of Harvard board who were teaching there, head of the Warburg College, John Kenneth Galbraith, and Herman Kahn, who was hanging around with that group at a lot of the time and doing a lot of work for the State Department. These guys, they went back with Klaus Schwab and created the World Economic Forum, the European Management Forum, and then Symposium and Forum. And they were John Kenneth Galbraith was one of the keynote speakers of that first one. And really, you have to look at what Harvard's influence is. You don't see it. No one knew where Klaus Schwab came from. They just knew Klaus Schwab appeared. But when you look, you find Kissinger in Harvard with some other people at Harvard doing the business of what we've always called the New World Order, is currently the prevailing world order, and will be a technocratic world order in the future.
Lucky, how's it going, man?
Hey, Nick. It's going good. I'm enjoying the space. I especially like the back and forth with Alex and Keith. I thought that was a good moment in the space. You mentioned, even the people that weren't involved, like how much did they know? Well, I know Alex mentioned Jimmy Savile. The first allegations against Jimmy Savile were in the 50s before before he even got on the radio, before he got on TV. And that show that he eventually got famous on was basically like the TRL of England. So it was all like teenage girls that would come on the show and be in the audience. And he was always making creepy comments. Even in the 70s, I think the one band member of the Sex Pistols made a comment about, he was tired of Jimmy Savile assaulting girls. So it was pretty well known that Jimmy Savile was always a creep. And,
he's a piece of shit, and he got everything. Yeah, I'm so glad he was exposed. Sorry,
Yeah.
I can't stand that.
But yeah, the royal family. I mean, he was knighted. He was knighted by the Queen. He was friends with Princess Diana. He was friends with Margaret Thatcher. He had ties with basically everyone in the royal family. And there's various accusations throughout the years. There's accusations from he used to visit a troubled house, troubled school for troubled girls, and that's where kind of he found some of his victims. And they would always be credibility issues with the girls, and that's why they would never further investigate. And then he would raise tens of millions of dollars for these hospitals, and then he would work as a porter, and he would sexually assault the people at the hospitals. So, I mean, if they didn't know, there was strong inclinations that he was doing something wrong, and he just was able to use his connections. And obviously we've seen these documents. Prince Andrew was constantly on Epstein Island, and one of the more notorious, more active participants in all these misdeeds. And it's just, how much did the rest of the royal family know? I mean, they must have these investigations must have made their way up the chain, and whether they were involved in cover-ups or what is disturbing to me. And one last point too, you guys were talking about Dennis Hastert. Same thing, right? That they were using that page program to run teenage bullies through Congress.
You got some weird whistling in the background, man. I don't know what it is.
Oh, sorry. Is it still there?
There we go. Much better.
Yeah. So, yeah, like you mentioned Dennis Hastert too, and same thing, right? That he took the fall for that page program and the sexual assault there for those teenage boys. But how many members of Congress were involved in that? It wasn't just him, right? And they have that big slush fund to pay off allegations for various members of Congress. So it's just disturbing to me that so many powerful people are involved, in these nefarious deeds, and there's obviously the blackmail aspect of it and the honeypot aspect of it. But it's just the fact that so many people in prominent positions are constantly getting involved in it. I don't know. It's disturbing as a father and a husband that there's just these creeps at every level of power, and they're covered up and they're protected. And I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, right? We're talking about it and we're very interested in it, but I think Johnny made the point, right? How and Peter, how much is BBC going to cover this? How much are the mainstream media going to cover this? I mean, the only thing I see is them trying to use it against Trump, right? And hoping Trump's involved because they hate Trump that much. But these other names, I don't. I think Prince Andrew will get away. I think these other big names, Clinton will get away with it. That's the unfortunate aspect of it.
They've gotten away with it already, it seems like. And that seems like a lot of the discussions that we keep having with everyone is like, everything's blanketed under he said, she said. I don't know what the legal term is, but it's this. I think it's messed up.
I can
And
announce that
so far the
won't
Trump
be
thing, nothing has.
investigated. Just to mention, Andrew, the Met Police have confirmed today that they will not be investigating Andrew whatsoever. So that this goes to prove the point.
Fantastic. I mean, it's like how much. I don't know if the videos disappeared magically. So it's like, why do you need video? I mean, there's so many people saying this, but I guess I don't know. I don't know how the legal system works. Tira's not here. Lucky, I believe you're a lawyer. How does it come from? How does it stand in the legal world when it comes to things like this?
I mean, this is. I would say this is out of my area of expertise, right? They obviously confiscated all those videos and all the photographs and all the evidence he collected over the years. Where I don't know where it went. It's likely been
Did
destroyed.
they say
right?
that they said definitively that they've been lost or destroyed? Do we know that?
I've never heard a definitive word on it. Right? It's just and you kind of see Tira made the point, right? You saw what Alan Dershowitz did when he was under the specter. He knew how to play the system. He knew how to make her credibility go away, right? Basically threw accusations at everyone else involved, so he would lessen, and kind of confuse her on the stand or in the deposition.
Yeah, David.
I again, this is kind of dumb and like low tier, and I know that other people have probably said it, and it's a long shot, but there is absolutely no substitute for every single person in this room attempting to do something locally. And if you live in the United States, that means getting involved with the Republican Party at the county level. There's precinct chairs. You can run for office, get elected, make resolutions, get them passed, kick it up to the state committee. And the more people that are awake and aware of what our country has become, that get involved in that process, that are try to stand for truth, justice, righteousness, the more people that can do that and get involved, the better the odds. It's not a silver bullet, it's not a guarantee, but there's some the rubber has to meet the road somewhere, and getting involved in the party and taking it away from the neocons and away from the establishment and trying to make it a party of the people, that is something that every person in America that's in this room can do starting tomorrow.
Yes, so guys, like I said, we're bringing up new guests here shortly, but we're also going through those 381 pages. Ryan's going to be making some posts on Mario's page. If you want to go back and sort of get a recap of what we've talked about today so far, it's very easy. If you just click on the pinned post, you can just dive deeper and deeper and deeper into them because they're all quote tweeted. So it's like a really long thread, and you'll be able to see everything that we found so far in the documents that were, I believe. How many document dumps have we had today, Ryan? I mean, what's it?
This
we
is
at the
three. This is
three?
four, I believe.
Oh my God. Yeah. So I've lost count. I've also lost
Did
count
you
of
get those Red
pages.
Bulls you asked for?
Dude, no. I'm gonna yell at Mario and be like, "You need to Uber me some Red Bulls or something." So I'm gonna die here. This is abuse. But
Just released another.
This is probably the worst time to make that joke, Nick.
Oh God, no. Oh no. Sorry about that. That's why I need those Red Bulls. I can't be doing that. What'd you say, Piotr?
I was trying to play a harsh joke and say they've released another 250 pages, but that was a bit nasty on you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I would have made sure there were technical difficulties or something at that point.
I would have left.
Yeah, but I think the biggest takeaways so far, and honestly, I'm going to ask Ryan that just because of the amount of documents you've personally read through at this point, while I've been trying to control you animals up on the panel. Ryan, what are you thinking?
I have to be honest with you. The craziest thing to me is still Stephen Hawking. From day one is still the craziest thing to me is that, and the fact that Alan Dershowitz thinks he's innocent after he's the highest named person in all of these documents across the board, and the fact that he's still like scooting around acting like he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, he did something. I'm allegedly he did something. So I don't know. It seems way too sketchy because the craziest thing, let me recant that. The craziest thing was that the immunity deal that he got for Epstein and his friends in Florida. I still do not understand how that was possible because later we saw in other documents that they were aware of Jane Doe number 3, which is Virginia, and what had happened in her allegations, yet they still gave them immunity. So I want to know if someone has dived deep into that to see who gave them that immunity. Where did that come from? What is the reasoning? Did they have crap on the person who gave them immunity? Was that judge dirty? I don't know. It's just, again, allegedly. That is, to me, still the most mind-boggling thing, which kind of puts doubts into my heart of our justice system, which I love and respect. But it's like, how can you give these animals immunity and then they go out and do this disgusting crap allegedly? Nick, what about you?
Yeah, well, no, I think it's a great point. The non-prosecution agreement for after it's already known that he's soliciting sex from minors. He actually at one point he pled guilty to a crime for solicitation of prostitution of a minor, and that's why he ended up as a registered sex offender. So people did know something. and the federal government had all they need to do was just a rudimentary inquiry into the claims made by Jane Doe number 3, because they already had all that information and they didn't bother doing it. That's the part about, the government handling of this situation that just truly pisses me off. It looks like they intentionally brushed it under the rug. It might go back just to the fact that Epstein had intelligence ties and he was an FBI informant and such, and he had a lot of dirt on these people, high-ranking government officials. That would make sense. But Lucky, jump in.
Yeah, so I just looked up when you asked about some of the evidence. So it said in 2019, the FBI agents testified that during Maxwell's trial that some of the evidence from Epstein's townhouse went, quote unquote, went missing.
Yeah, so it was a lot. So they said that they lost it. They said that they lost the tapes and hard drives that they recovered, and then Epstein's fixer, quote unquote fixer, was their, I don't know if it was their residence, I believe it was their offices were broken into and computers and such were taken, but there was no, quote, forced entry. So I guess they left the door open.
Yes.
It's always amazing how that happens.
I wanted to add something
Miracles,
about
Nick,
the
miracles.
people involved in the sweetheart deal, if I could, real quick, because we do have some names of people that, if there was ever actual
I don't think they have
justice.
Oh, Lucky, Lucky, I don't think you can hear Derek.
Yeah, okay, can you guys hear me? Yeah, I was going to say, so just a couple of names that we know that were involved in the sweetheart deal. You have former Assistant U.S. Attorney Marie Villafana, who we know used her own personal Gmail account to help Epstein's attorney, encouraging them to file the legal papers in a different jurisdiction, so that, quote, to hopefully cut the press coverage significantly. So Marie Villafana was in the position of, working for the government ostensibly, but then at the same time communicating with Epstein's attorneys. You've also got Barry Kirscher, who is also one of the cops involved. Michael Ryder basically wrote a letter and saying that, there was some improper things going on with the way Kirscher handled, Barry Kirscher, State Attorney Barry Kirscher handled the prosecution. And the interesting thing about that is Barry Kirscher was also in charge of Florida's Crime Against Children unit. So he's already kind of in a position, ostensibly supposed to be going after these kinds of things. But then when something like Epstein comes up, Michael Ryder, the former Palm Beach police chief who was working with Joseph Ricari on the original investigation, was basically saying State Attorney Barry Kirscher was doing everything he could to, prevent the case from going forward. So you got Marie Villafana, you got Alex Acosta that everybody knows about, and then Kirscher, and there's definitely other officials that they made decisions to, craft these sweetheart deals that allowed this to, get to the point that it did, where it's, where it is now.
Brian, welcome back.
Yes, thanks for having me. Listen, I really
Stuck on connecting for me, Nick. Did he come through for you? Did he connect for you on your end?
can you guys hear me?
Brian? Yeah, I can hear Brian.
Okay, lovely.
There we go.
Lovely.
Yes.
Listen,
Welcome,
I
buddy.
wanted to touch on this last night, but I had a tort class I had to get to. Look, we all saw Alan Dershowitz on the internet hours before the documents dropped, deflecting. Now, nobody knew what the details of the documents were. When the documents finally came out, it specifically highlighted that not only did he witness Epstein in these egregious acts, but he also committed these acts on multiple different occasions. Multiple different occasions. Now, the question that I have is, how is it that he was able to get an immunity deal that was such a sweetheart deal that essentially shielded him from any prosecution? Not only is that deal a slap in the face to all the victims, but I believe theoretically that because it was kept from all the victims, that it can be vacated. Now, maybe you guys might have, or someone here might have a little bit more legal knowledge that could assist in this regard, but I just can't wrap my head around how he got such a sweetheart deal without bringing it to the victims, because from what I've learned is that if there's any changes in a case, all the victims have to be notified. They have to be told. What do you guys' thoughts on that?
Good question. Johnny, what do you think, man? You know a lot about this case. What do you think about that one?
I think I tried to make myself a little bit clear that I think both cases were set up to fail. But I mean, when you look at them, is every single part of them they've used tactical ways for that to all fall apart. So there's.
So what do you mean? Are you talking about on what the prosecution was doing?
I'm talking both sides. I'm talking the prosecutors and I think that both are in the same bed. On both sides.
I think it was the prosecutor. In legal sense, it was the prosecutor that has the duty of care to notify all the victims.
Mhm.
Right? Theoretically, a violation of the Crimes Victim Act can allow the victims to reopen the case because they could argue that, hey, listen, the proper procedures weren't followed. Because we all know there are two sides to the law. There's substantive laws and then there's procedural laws. And if procedural laws aren't followed to the T, then a case can be thrown out. Like, for instance, if you are not Mirandaized, you could shoot someone on TV. And if you're not Mirandaized, based on procedural laws, they have to vacate. So in a situation like this, the victims were not notified that he was given an immunity deal. And I believe that they have the right to reopen the case and have his immunity vacated because it specifically implicated him in having sex with people in Epstein's temple.
Can you go through that process now that he's dead, though?
I mean, look, the victims are still alive. Alan Dershowitz is a party to the crime.
You know, we were talking about Jimmy Savile earlier. When he got outed, it was after he had died, and there's no case can be brought against a dead man. So I think that's one of the problems. Even with technicalities now, it's hard to see how they're going to gain justice through that system. But I'm interested in 2013-14, how they managed to get that case running again. If he already had immunity, etc., that took some legal minds, and that's what I've been investigating, is the people who were into that.
Procedural laws. It has to fall on procedural laws.
Well, I would think that's why Bradley Edwards was brought in by Pottinger and Bowies, because they were the guys about knowing every way to bring down. So they had done some of the biggest trust cases in history, and really interesting. Yeah.
No, I mean, listen, this is very fascinating to me. I have been going through the files. I've been going through the legal framework, and I've been speaking to some of my attorney friends, and they've all said the same thing. Like this, the victims can reopen the case, and this is an issue for the prosecutor because the prosecutor had the duty to notify the victims, but they did not. The CVRA stipulates that victims have the right to be reasonably protected from the accused, to be notified of court proceedings, and to be treated with fairness and respect for their dignity and privacy. They were not told. He was given a sweetheart deal and was purposely kept in the dark, away from everyone involved with the case. Now, if you're discussing technicalities, I get it. Epstein is dead. Alan Dershowitz is not. So the only problem here is whether or not, in the state that this crime occurred, whether or not there's a statute of limitation that bars these victims from reopening the case. That's where this boils down to, the technicalities and the legal proceedings. That's where the procedural laws will play in this regard. But I really do think Alan Dershowitz, that guy deserves to be behind bars. The documents spell out a very clear picture, and he was not an associate. He was associating. That guy was doing some things there. He was probably. Go ahead.
Didn't at one point he say something about or admitted to, and I haven't looked this up, but didn't at one point he admitted to getting a massage, but said that he had his underwear on or something? I don't know. Or is this another Stephen Hawking chalkboard situation?
No. This was way before the documents were even revealed. Like this is what I mean. He literally came out and said that he was being massaged. But guess what? Being massaged, the key word here, massage, is a euphemism for sex. And
no, literally, it's not a euphemism, bro. Literally, the girls, Jane Doe 1, 2, and 3, all said that was code for sexual relations.
It is insane. And today he released a document. Alan Dershowitz released a document saying that all the massages are with people that were 18 years old. He's just digging himself a deeper hole. If you guys just go and look at his page, it's nothing but deflection, deflection, deflection. And this started before the documents were revealed. So this does not scream innocence. I'm sorry, it does not. I don't look at him and think, maybe they just a honeypot. They're trying to get him in. No, nope, not at all. The guy seems guilty to me. And if I were the victim or related to the victims, I would go after him with everything I have. I would ruin his life because I find it hard to believe that he was set up or that this is all a coincidence.
So I'm going to jump in here real quick. I just posted on Mario's page. I'm in the newest set of docs.
Ryan, are you trying?
Sure.
I guess give me a thumbs up if you're trying to speak.
I don't think Nick can hear me.
Nick, you can't hear
Can
him.
someone?
We can hear him.
Oh. I don't think Nick can hear me. Okay, let's do this just because I don't know. Do you want to? Lucky? Can you relay to him to drop and come back up?
Nick. So Ryan is talking. We can hear him. I think you're the only one who can't hear him.
Can you guys hear? Can anyone hear me?
Well, we're gonna have trouble with this because I'm gonna end up having to drop as co-host, and it won't let us bring anybody up. So.
Can someone relay to Nick? Johnny, can someone unmute and relay to Nick to drop and come back up?
He doesn't want to drop because then he can't come back up because of the situation. So Nick was suggesting you give him a thumbs up when you're talking.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, does that work? Okay. I can coordinate. I don't mind. I can be middleman. I'm fine.
Okay, so I just posted on Mario's page. So what I'll do is I'll put my hand up when I'm talking. I'll relay that to him so that way he knows.
Okay,
so
so Nick, Ryan's gonna keep his hand raised when he's talking, and then he'll drop it when he's not talking. Does that work?
No. We're gonna try it. I'm just gonna drop it and come back. So you can
okay. Hopefully you should be good because last time I think it was a glitch. So hopefully he should be okay.
I thought it was a nice idea.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you run a space for like 15 hours. Just inside baseball. Last night, the North Korea South Korea thing was going right after we finished what was going on with the Epstein docs, and I called Nick. I was like, I hope we don't have to go and start another space again. It was right at midnight. So I just posted on Mario's page. This is about Jane Doe 1 and 2. A lot of the stuff that we've been discussing so far has been about Jane Doe 3, which is Virginia. This is about Jane Doe 1 and 2, who also said that they were, quote, sexually trafficked, included for numerous prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign presidents, as well as prime ministers and other world leaders. So I know the issue has been revolving around the fact that Jane Doe 3 credibility, yes or no. I'm not going to go into that. It's none of my business. But the situation here is that it's not just Jane Doe 3, it's Jane Doe 1 and 2 as well. Piotr, jump in. Let me know what you think. And then I'll go to Michael. Piotr, are you there?
I mean, it's no, I think it's some pretty big drops again. I mean, I'm struggling to keep up, to be honest with you. I think the main takeaway for me, as I said before, are the people who aren't necessarily right at the front of our attention that are involved. I'm with you in that I'm shocked by this Stephen Hawking element. To be honest with you, it's just ridiculous. Epstein is never someone that I don't know. His actions have just been so disturbing that I've kind of not wanted to read too much with it. But yeah, there are some pretty unsavory people that have held power, and if you can get someone who can help you, get sexual gratification, like Epstein has been able to do, be it business executives, the politicians, or whoever, then that may well happen. And it's just, yeah. I mean, it is shocking, but it also isn't. You know what I mean? People at the top, it's a small circle. When you're in the inside, you really benefit from it. You really make the most of it. But for all of us on the outside, it's absolutely, shocking and deplorable. So, I mean, I'm curious to hear what other people think, to be honest. So, yeah.
Let's go to Michael. He's got his hand up. I see Nick for me is stuck on connecting. Did he connect for anyone else? Did he show his co-host for you guys?
Michael, no.
No, I'm talking about Nick.
Oh, Nick's up. Yeah, Nick's fine.
Okay, so now I can't hear him. So,
he hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, hi.
Okay. So let's go to Michael and let's see. Hopefully it connects.
He can't hear
Michael,
me?
go ahead.
Oh, okay, great.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Thank God, yes. Go ahead.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. So I just want to take this back a little bit to what we were talking about, Jimmy Savile. I don't know whether you guys are aware, but Jimmy Savile used to do some consultant work for one of Robert Maxwell's companies. It was a travel agency company called Thomas Cook that he took over in 1989. I'm not too sure what the actual link is, what the consultant work was actually about, but there is definitely a link there. Obviously, we know Maxwell owned the papers over in this country as well, in Great Britain, and they did do a very, very good job of covering all of his crimes up at the time as well, and thereafter his death too. So there is definitely a link between the two rings that went on, especially when you look at like the royal connection around it as well. Jimmy Savile had basically free reign into Buckingham Palace, and he was coming and going whenever he pleased. And we all know that the British royal family were complicit in covering those crimes up as well. So yeah, that was it really. I just wanted to make you aware of that. So thank you for the opportunity there.
Thank you. So Nick is coming back up. Macro aggression.
Yeah, they used those boys' homes in the UK for a while. They were a different version of a sexual blackmail entrapment operation, a brownstone operation. They would lure in politicians into like the Concura boys' home, and Savile was involved in that in the back, sort of running that from behind. And they always had ties to the royal family. I mean, the Prince Andrew connection shouldn't be surprising to anybody who understands the Jimmy Savile connection. So there's always that guy who is a procurer for the rich and powerful that they keep around, even though they know he's bad news, and they protect him. And Epstein's got a lot of that. He's got a lot of Savile in him. And to be fair, it's not just Jeffrey Epstein. If you want to think of it like he's got the East Coast franchise, New York, Palm Beach, Virgin Islands. Yeah, maybe a little bit in New Mexico, but there were others. I mean, the Playboy Mansion to an extent was a blackmail entrapment operation. So like wherever you can get people in compromising situations and leverage that, the evidence that you have against them, you've got something. Now, whether you use it or not, it just gives you leverage. And a guy like Epstein was very good at meeting people that could help him get leverage. And that was what he was doing.
If I could add to the whole scandal in the UK, there's lots of scandals with boys' homes and other homes, and there was one called Kendall House. And when I studied that and looked into the background, what I really realized is that in the early 70s, it was about 1971 to 73, the creation of the social care system happened in the UK. And from the moment that they started creating it, the heads of each region were basically really nefarious people who were related to really nefarious pedophiles or were pedophiles themselves. And there's lots of evidence, including one from the head of Kent Social Services who run Kendall House School. And he was a Reverend Nicholas Stacey, and he was very close with all the royal family and other people, same sort of story. Got selected, said in tapes that's in the archives, I don't even understand why they selected me to be a head of Kent Social Services. I'd been a runner and a priest, so it didn't make any sense. But he also said in those tapes that men who are attracted to 13-year-old boys make the best teachers. And there was a whole that in Britain, Savile's behavior, the behavior of elite politicians. There was a elite, especially all of these guys went to the private schools, the schools we have to pay to get in, and all the prime ministers went. And there was a lot of teachers. One in particular that's very famous, who was the teacher of many politicians in the UK, a guy called Billy Williamson, who used to spare bottom spank boys and the like. And one really interesting story, just to show you how influence works. In 1974, that man was a teacher, I think it's Ashdown House is called. It's a school for boys. And he was a notorious paedophile. Everybody knew it. And one day, Boris Johnson's father took a young Boris Johnson, a young Joe Johnson, and the sister, I think her name's Rebecca Johnson, and took them to a school and said, this school's no longer just a boys' school because my daughter's going to go here and my two sons, and Billy Williamson has to leave immediately. And he was forced into retirement. And that's like the future prime minister. The kid was already, he was like, no, you're not going to mess up the future leader of this country. That's the kind of mindset of the elite, is that some of them understand it and accept it and say that's a rite of passage for young boys, and others say no, not my kid, but they've known all along because it's, you know, they're all friends, they've all gone through that system, they've all had that done to them in some way, and that fractures their mind later on.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, like, I mean, much like the US is being governed by sort of two families in such a short space of time, quite a lot. The UK has been dominated by a very small group of people from a very select, well, part of the world or class, and it's largely just eaten. Even the opposition in the UK, we've got two main parties, and sort of the supposed opposition of the Conservative Party, David Cameron at the time, Ed Miliband. I mean, he studied in the same college, effectively, sort of across the hall. They did the same bloody courses, like what's called PPE, or politics, philosophy, and economics. So it's all a massive, like, you know, and Boris Johnson, the latter PM, was all part of this sort of stuff, and they're all very close with members of the royal family, or they're all very close with members of the media. A sort of a very senior member of the BBC, for example, he was a former Tory donor, I believe, and then he was the Director General. So it's all very much, you know, if you have a relationship with anyone, even if you're on the outskirts, you can suddenly, that's what I was trying to get at with the DC comments, it's like, even if you're on the outskirts a little bit, if you can meet people who are on the inside, then you can quickly get fully on the inside, just because of how tight knit it is. It's ridiculous. Even, you know, supposedly in democracies, how the power is held between such a small group.
Piotr, who are the two families? The Bushes. Who's the second family?
Well, Clinton's, okay, family.
Well,
but
it
you
was
know what I
only
mean.
one
The names,
president,
you know,
though. Come on.
Well, okay, family's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. Like,
Give
I
it
know what you
time.
mean,
Give
I'm
it
just
time.
saying.
Chelsea will have babies, won't she?
All right. I don't know. If she's
you know
gonna
what
go
I
for
meant.
that.
All right, you know what I meant.
I know what you meant. I just wanted to.
Spoiler alert. Someone said the name. Spoiler alert. That's all I'm going to say. No, I mean it. I'm not joking.
Lucky. Man, if you hear a little quiet, you can just jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am dropped. But last point, I think, you know, we're talking about Jimmy Savile, we're talking about Epstein. They target these girls that come from very troubled backgrounds. Virginia Giuffre had been molested as a child, ran away from home, was jumping in and out of foster care until she, you know, moved back with her dad in Florida. And same with Jimmy Savile. He went after these, you know, these troubled youth homes, or he'd go, you know, basically bring these people, you know, build these hospital wards, and these people, you know, come from very poor backgrounds, and he would target their kids because they really would have no way to really report him, because he was obviously in with the Queen, in with all the higher ups in the royal family. And so that's what they do, right? They target these very vulnerable people, and then, as you see, you know, with the Dershowitz cross-examination, right, with Virginia Giuffre, they try to question their character and make them slip up and say they don't know what they're talking about, and attack their credibility that way. And, you know, it's kind of this like ever-ending perpetual cycle where they target these, you know, unfortunately, these very people from poor backgrounds that, you know, really don't have the, you know, any way to fight back against what's going on.
So, I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm sorry. Waji, welcome to the stage.
Yeah,
you had
that's
something
actually very close.
interesting. Okay, well, good. I'll take it. Finally good at somebody's name. So, yeah, you sent me a very interesting message, and I kind of wanted to hear, you know, you can tell the audience what you told
Right.
me and why. So, go ahead.
So the Saudi royal family has long history of.
Your mic's a little close to you. Then can you pull it back a little bit?
It is far away. I have my
Okay.
headphones on.
Okay.
I'll speak a little lower then. The Al Saud family has a long history of being participants in anything and everything from human trafficking to real slavery. In fact, the last human slavery market in the Arabian Peninsula was in 1973, 74. So not too long ago. And they have since then been trying to figure out other ways so they could feed that huge hunger that they have had. And it wouldn't be surprising that a lot of the names from the Al Saud royal family, especially that we're talking about more than 50,000 prince, just not counting the princesses that are available by the Saudi government, by the Al Saud family. So having said that, why we don't see these names come out from the DOJ, my opinion is because it will certainly be used when it comes to negotiations, when it comes to uh, considering funds for a lot of world organizations or NGOs. A lot of times the United States will back on countries from the Gulf to pay a lot of the bills or take a lot of the responsibility. And having these leverages either can force a vote or increase the amount of the funds that they could put in a certain bank account just because they have certain X, Y, and Z. So having said all that, it's not surprising to me that a lot of the names for people from foreign countries and foreign leaders have already been paying like bribes or have been already paying people to keep it quiet, especially because they're already corrupt. And the current king of Saudi Arabia, King Salman, was also notorious of having children, young boys, at his palace before he was king, before when he was crown prince, and before he was crown prince as well. So that's the current king. Now he has Alzheimer's. So
Do we know anything about, did Epstein ever visit them? Do we know if because I know he made a lot of international trips, but has anybody ever made that accusation that they had some sort of ties to Epstein?
I need to do a little more research on that. Honestly, I'm not going to claim it.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, definitely. Thank you for that, Michael. I know I brought you up on stage. Have you been able to speak yet? I don't remember if you jumped in yet.
Yeah. I had a little speak before, just touching on the Jimmy Savile connection with Robert Maxwell.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. We're still going through the.
I
the
found
new
something. I'm about to post it. It's actually interesting. So this one
Ryan
has a deposition with
can't hear me again.
Oh, you're kidding. Nick, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Good now.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. So
Okay,
go
thank
ahead.
God. Sorry, man. I apologize. This one has the deposition of Rodriguez, the housekeeper. So there's an interesting thing here. So I'm about to post it. Just wanted to give you guys a little teaser, keep things a little exciting. But I see Piotr, you're still with us, man. What do you think about the royal family connection?
In what sense? I mean, that's a big question, buddy.
I mean, you're. I assume you're in the part of the world where they are. How have people been reacting over there to this news about Prince Andrew? Do they care? Do they not care? Do these guys play a big role there? Has there been a public backlash about what's come out about Prince Andrew?
Oh, I see. Right. Well, I mean, look, in the past few years, ever since Epstein killed himself and the whole developments really began, there's been illustrations of them in the Panama Papers, in the Pandora Papers, and a couple of others. It's Andrew is hated. He's always been ostracized by the British public, and he is not any more popular because of what happened in the past few years. There is, I think, I don't know, it depends who you ask, really. The royal family are still popular in the UK. The Queen, sort of, people want to believe that she wasn't as involved in this, and to some extent, maybe she may well have been aware of who Epstein was, but was she fully aware of what Andrew's dealings were with Epstein on the island, or knowledge of all that. I'm not sure the extent to which their knowledge goes. But yeah, Andrew is a scumbag. He's been disavowed, or whatever you say in the US. You know, he doesn't participate in official, what you call, royal duties, much like Harry and Kate when they decided to step down from those roles, right? But it's the royal family's got the inner core. So you've got like now Charles and or the King and Queen. You've got William and Kate. You've got Anne and Margaret, I think. So that's the inner core, the ones who do all the main duties. And then you've got the external circles of the cousins, the brothers, or whatever that's, and then other people. So it's not clear to me the extent to which Epstein had a relationship or interaction with all of these people or some of them. And again, it doesn't just stop there though, because some members of the political elite, so I'm talking like the Boris Johnsons, maybe John Major, Tony Blair, I think you guys mentioned in the space yesterday or the day before. As soon as you become powerful,